with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power pin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, with Hollywood signs in the distance and with the concrete jungle here with us in downtown LA. We are ready to crown our final regional champion here in North America of the season. As y'all can see, the crowd is out there. They're already playing. They're showing us what they got, and I'm going to show you what we got back here. My name's Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Rosemary Kelly and Len Duell. Y'all, what do you got this morning?
I got a full working brain because I got enough sleep last night and I'm so happy to be here.
Len, do you have a full working brain?
I think I have a full working brain. I've got some excitement. I'm ready for some Pokemon action. There are a lot of cool teams out there that I just can't wait to see.
All right, well that makes 2 brains amongst the 3 of us, so we should be fine this morning. As y'all may know, this is our final stop here on Victory Road for the regional circuit in North America. It's been a truly incredible season all the way back Pittsburgh in September. Now we're here in Los Angeles. In a couple of weeks, we'll be in New Orleans for the North American International Championships. And, you know, mark your calendars, August 16th through 18th this summer. August 16th being one of the best days of the year, just gotta say.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. In Honolulu, Hawaii. It's going to be a truly incredible end game for what has been a remarkable season. But we still have to award some championship points. We still have to award some prizes to the 55 competitors in the competition today vying for that championship title.
And that championship title, if you don't have all of your points yet to qualify for the World Championships, will get you an auto invite to Worlds. So on top of the championship points that these trainers want to finish out their Worlds invites or even just be able to keep themselves in that travel award race, there's also that first place spot.
Yeah, lots of value out of those points, whether it's for the travel award, the top 12 at the end of the season to get that first round win at the World Championships, or to finish off that invite. Certainly players out there in our field still trying to earn those last few points.
Yeah, I mean, time's running out, honestly. I know, Len, you still have just a little bit to go to get your own invite. Good luck, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Nine points left. Time is running out one way or another.
I know, but you still have North American International Championships, and there are still a couple of locals until the start of June, at which point they all switch over to just some fun events. So make sure to keep your eyes on those. But for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time this morning, we had some incredible play over the weekend. So I want to throw it back all the way to round 3, where we saw Andrew Zhang utilize Lunala, which is certainly a Pokemon that caught us by surprise this weekend, I think.
We saw a couple of Lunala on stream yesterday, and remains to be one of the more underrated single restricted picks because people have experimented a lot with how to make Lunala actually a strong, viable, restricted Pokemon to run.
Yeah, there's a lot of diversity in how you can run it, and Andrew is showing one way it can be really effective, which was boosting up with Calm Mind, using Terra Fairy to change its weaknesses, and then use boosted Moonblast, and then combining that with leftovers and grassy terrain to heal up, try to reset that Shadow Shield. He was able to effectively reset Shadow Shield a few times over the course of the match.
Yeah, and there was also that Grimmsnarl as well with Light Clay, Reflect, and Light Screen to have damage from those attacks. So really, a lot of incredible bulk on that Pokemon that really caught, I think, a lot of us off guard. Moving on to round number 4, we had Zachary Thornburg with his tried and true partners, the Screamtail and the Talonflame, showing us that they still got what it takes to run with the best.
Yeah, I mean, Zachary's one of those players that is very well known for that Talonflame and that Screamtail, but it really came down to the first couple of turns in this match versus Alex that I feel like really set the course and the pace of what to expect out of the match fully.
Yeah, Zach will often opt into some pretty aggressive trades there. Was able to trade away Chien Pao and Talonflame, probably not in the way he expected, but didn't give up hope. The Screamtail and the Zamazenta hung on. Screamtail got pinned and was forced to struggle for a turn, but eventually got out of that bind, was able to start landing Dazzling Gleams, picked up the KO on Whimsicott, and really had a huge impact on the stretch.
I mean, take a look at even just the final moment here. Alex getting a little bit cheeky with the side flame charge to keep the speed in his advantage on the Koraidon, just getting that +1 speed, opening up a next slot by that Koraidon. But like, take a look at how well the Screamtail actually takes these attacks.
So surprisingly bulky for a little puffball that's just floating in the air, but takes this Flare Blitz from pretty low health, hangs on at 1 HP, that false focus sash, and then lands this Dazzling Gleam to KO Koraidon and set Zachary up for the very surprising win in Game 1.
Yeah, those past Paradox Pokemon are really having their moment, I think, in Regulation G, between Screamtail, between Raging Bolt. I think we saw a couple Fluttermanes as well yesterday use that photosynthesis ability. Truly Pokemon that you have to keep your eyes on. You also have to keep your eye out for some imposters here, as our round 7 match yesterday featured 2 Ditto, and you can never really be sure when they're on screen.
Well, they're not right now.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I know it is hard to tell, but we might have to call up Snacksworth or something when we get into these next few frames.
2 Dittos here, spot them quickly. 1 on either side.
I'm gonna have to call an emergency meeting. I honestly don't know which one is the Ditto at this point.
It's definitely hard to tell, but both players utilize the Ditto so well in this very close 3-game set. And in the final game of the match, it all really came down to how Joe played around, even just getting the Ditto in and out of the field.
In this really delicate position where Miraidon needs to start finding more than 1 target. A lot of times Discharge is helpful because it hits 2 targets. Sometimes Discharge is helpful because it hits 3 targets. Here, Joe, very excited to see it, despite a double protect on the other side, that he's discharging to KO his own Calyrex Ice Rider, because of course that leads to a free entry for Incineroar, which is able to fake out and stop Calyrex and then, you know, just go down to discharge itself, but job done, well done.
Yeah, and taking those 2 knockouts on his own side of the field denied the KOs for Justin's own Calyrex Ice Rider, which meant it could not get those attack boosts and really helped him maintain the momentum.
For sure. And Miraidon still is such a beast when it comes down to its damage output. The discharge is not necessarily one of the strongest attacks in terms of base power, but the spread damage that it provides, as well as the fact you get stabbed from being Miraidon, the Electric Terra, you got Hadron Engine boosting up, and you're on Electric Terrain. There's a lot of modifiers that go into making that Pokemon really strong.
Yeah, so these are the players who are remaining in the field right now, competing for that chance at Top Cut, competing for the chance of that champion prize, and we still have the opportunity for a repeat victor here this weekend. There's still 5, I think, players in contention for that championship title who have already won a tournament this year.
But there's a lot of players on this list that you will recognize from being featured on stream throughout the entire North America season in 2024. And a lot of players that are also still just like hoping to make their mark in history in what has been one of the hardest seasons we've had in Pokemon so far.
There's so much consistency now from players with these long tournaments and really full tournament regulations that let you see the other team sheet, play best out of 3, play lots of rounds, and let the top players consistently rise to the top. And there's still a few players who want to make their mark as one of those top players who can achieve that consistency.
Genesect is our mascot this weekend, for what it's worth, but he's not going to be up there for long, as somebody is going to take that spot. What was it that you said during rehearsal, Rose?
Oh, I said that Genesect's going to take one of the player drives.
There we go.
And become the player itself.
So we'll have to see which one of these trainers who we just saw on the previous slides brought their Indigo Disc with them to feed to Genesect to take that spot. Because that's how that works, right?
And who brought their game for the photo?
Oh, yeah.
They've gotten better and better over the season, I must say.
Lots of these players still in the field. James, Michael, Gio, Alex, all trying to vie for that second regional championship of the season, and really demonstrating that consistency.
Yeah, well, it's been a truly remarkable season here. And while we aren't quite done yet, yesterday I asked y'all for your favorite moments from the 2024 regional season. I'm asking y'all again, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, share your favorite memories. We had Worlds qualification posts, we had friends talking about their friends' achievements. I saw plushies everywhere. I'd love to see more of your favorite memories from this season. And if you're lucky, we may feature your tweet on stream. So check out our social media channels, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. And if you're watching the stream right now, your eyes are mine, caught in the electro web, to press that subscribe button, to ring that bell, and to follow us on social media and on YouTube and on Twitch, because that's where you can catch all the Pokemon action, right?
For sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And
See.
I see. Okay, anyways, I'm going to go look up a Spanish to English dictionary, I think. And while I do that, we'll head over to our casters to kick us into the first round of Swiss on stream today. So y'all take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby, Rosemary, and Len. We are so excited to start our Day 2 coverage here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Sierra Dawn. And, you know, we had 7 great matches yesterday. They got in super early at the crack of dawn, essentially, to continue Day 2 coverage. And now we're here in round 11. There's a lot less players remaining in the tournament.
Yeah, we kicked it off today with the biggest Day 2 VGC event technically ever. But now at this point, since we are on to a later round, of course, you did still need to be getting that 7-2 or higher to continue playing on in the day. And we've now whittled it down to a lot less players than before, but still super, super exciting stuff. Of course, when we're looking at the regionals, this is the final NA1, and how Regulation G has been coming along for this has been so much fun. I mean, even looking at some of the teams that have made their way into our real Day 2, it's honestly, it's all over the place. It's awesome.
Yeah, and as our trainers getting set up for our round 11 on stage, we can actually look at how the metagame has developed, comparing how the restricted Pokemon, you know, percentage-wise, usage-wise, showed up in Day 1. These were the stats yesterday. So this this encompasses the entire field, all of the Masters here in Los Angeles, and Miraidon was the top spot at essentially 17%.
We got to see a lot of that, and a couple of different Pokemon as well, notably too, when you're looking at the Koraidon on here, that has been kind of in the shadow of its Miraidon Pokemon Violet counterpart, and of course, Groudon Kyogre making the graphic in the Participation Award. But when you swap this over to Day 2, this shifts in some really dramatic ways. First off, the Zacian making the graphic. When you're looking at the Zamazenta that won Stockholm, got top 8 at Indy, Zacian was definitely like, oh no, it kind of got nerfed heading into this generation. It's got less attack. Intrepid Sword has changed. You can no longer be firing off these huge behemoth blades into Dynamax Pokemon, because we don't have that anymore. But trainers finding ways to be working around that, and a 7% here in Day 2, I think it's quite significant.
Also, if you're wondering what happened to Kyogre, I'm also asking the same question, as it was 8% usage on Day 1, and now it's obviously less than 3.6%. That Groudon, kind of funnily enough, pretty much stayed at the exact same usage rate and that 8th slot on the graphic here. But yeah, it is cool to see Zacian. I think Terapagos falling from 3 to 5 as well, or to 6, excuse me, is interesting.
And of course, Miraidon is going to be losing that top spot here. Over 20% of the field is going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider. I mean, when you're talking about the horses going into Regulation G, even if a little bit more of the conversation was around that Shadow Rider, the Ice Rider is the one that has really been galloping off there. And hey, it's been placing really, really well across the board, even if it hasn't quite gotten that win here when we're looking at our regional. So 21%, that is a great conversion going on here. So excited to see that, a little bit more of that going on forward. But of course, we do also have to talk about our non-restricted Pokemon and how about that has been shaking up. So Day 1, as a reminder, the biggest highlights we had, look at the Chi-Yu, look at the Whimsicott, look at the grass Pokemon here.
Yeah, I think that was the thing you had to pay attention to and how that's going to change over the days. But just, you know, to recap how Day 1 went, Pelipper, significantly less usage here in Los Angeles than it was at its rate in Stockholm. So North American trainers maybe not appreciating the value that the Y-Guard and Drizzle give to the teams there, especially on those Calyrex Ice Rider teams. But Incineroar and Rillaboom being in those top slots. Let's see how the numbers have adjusted, how the teams have updated in day 2 here. 43 or essentially 44% of the field having Incineroar, so that number is saying pretty much the same. But Raging Bolt goes
Raging
from,
Goat?
Yeah, Raging Goat. It's not Tarappa Goat. Sorry, Rose. Raging Bolt goes from 6th on the graphic to 2nd at 33%.
I think it's so interesting when you're specifically looking at the Incineroar, still in that top spot, but back at Indy, it was on like 70% of teams. So 43% of teams, I mean, that is still a good chunk of teams, but it's just under half there. And it's been really cool to see how people have been kind of building around things instead. Iron Hands making the reappearance was definitely not where I thought things would be shifting here in Regulation G, but I think that is really, really cool. Chiyu, of course, taking off, and Qianpao nowhere to be seen, taking over that Treasure of Ruin coveted spot here, which makes sense when there's really, really powerful Pokemon like that Terrapagos and Fluttermane to be paired up next to it. As well, the Whimsicott was the big call out as, all right, well, it is a Prankster Tailwind Pokemon that's been doing fairly well, and now for day 2, more representation than the Tornadus that has been here since, well, it seems like forever and has been kind of running things.
And a new grass type has entered the fray with Ogerpon Wellspring, essentially replacing Pelipper Fall straight off the graphic here in day 2 usage. But Ogerpon Wellspring having that water typing pretty nice into all of these grass types that are in the metagame, but also being a grass type yourself, so you're immune to Spore and things like that. I think that's what is pretty interesting. That essentially Iron Hands went from went from hero to 0 to viable again in this format, because we kind of didn't see it for 4 months straight, and now 14% of the field thinks it's pretty viable. That's, I would imagine, with Miraidon very often.
Yeah, of course. These are just the notable Pokemon here that we're looking at for day 2, but we got to talk about our notable trainers as well ahead of our round 11, who we're going to be keeping an eye on, and who, if you're out there in the field, you could and should be watching. So it's going to be Audie going up against Ryan Haig next for our stream match, which would be really fun to see. Audie going 9-0 on our technical first day of competition here before finally dropping a match in our last round.
Yeah, Audie's been on a tear. Him and his friends, they're always team building together. They're always trying to push the metagame forward and coming up with the most dominant strategies you can have in BGC. And Audie seems like it might be his day to be successful with the team in first place. Ryan Haig also, we've got 2nd place at the Hartford Regional Championships last season. So Ryan is another great player here in North America. It's not going to be an easy task for Audie to get that 10th win.
And there's so much here when you're looking at the notable matches too. I mean, Colin was also on a tear. I've almost went to that 9-0 before, I believe, dropping a match too, actually, Audie, earlier on. And then Rajan, of course, winning Indianapolis. Michael Zhang was hailed as a great team builder here in Reg G, doing super, super well. And of course, Zachary Thornburg with Talonflame, out of all things, at that 9-1 record. So there's going to be a lot of great stuff ahead of us here for our day 2 official competition.
I mean, just thinking about that Zach match with Talonflame and Screentail, the Talonflame just continued to get knocked out. Turn 1 every game. It was like Zach was playing with 3 Pokemon, and he's like, I like my odds. As long as I get Tailwind up, I don't really need Talonflame anymore. And then the Screamtail and Zamazenta took care of the rest,
I mean, maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of that Talonflame, more than for 20 seconds on the screen at a time. But we got to talk about our current matchup heading into round 11.
So Aditya Subramanian versus Ryan Haig, 2 great players here in North America. The last regional champion will be crowned by the end of today in NA. The Urshifu Rapid Strike on his side is probably the team leader besides Calyrex Shadow Rider. That'd be probably the 2 most important members of Adi's team.
And for the last NA regional, we might have headed out to the west, but these trainers heading out to the Wild West, both with a different Oris restricted Pokemon that we're seeing. And when we're looking at Adi's end, this Shadow Rider, people haven't necessarily quite figured out. It's had a decent amount of usage, but it hasn't been getting the top placements or running the format that was originally kind of expected coming on out. So being able to see this paired up with something like this Clefairy to kind of keep it a little bit more safe with that Friend Guard and the Follow Me is fantastic. I love this addition as well, getting that Covert Cloak. Of course, since you are the Ghost typing, not necessarily worried about the fake outs unless you are dropping that for that Fairy type for the immunities, but instead as well, making sure that you're not going to get any speed drop from something like Electro Web, an Icy Wind, or Snarl to be reducing the special attack. And being able to Calm Mind to set up is fantastic.
Yeah, that's probably the huge reason that Adi is performing so well, is that once you set up 1 or 2 Calm Minds, it helps your special defense stats, so you're not taking as much damage from those Pokemon, and you cannot lower that special attack thanks to the Cobra Cloak. Went 9-0 after rooming with the 2 9-0s from Indie Regionals. Yeah, so if you're following the season-long storyline, we had Adi and his friends, they continue to perform well here at Regulation G. They started off 9-0 a couple weeks ago, and now it is Adi's turn, but we'll see if Ryan has anything to stop his momentum with Pelipper, who might not be on the top usage anymore, but is at least on Ryan's team here.
Looking to lend a helping hand to the rest of the team, as Ryan is going to have that Ice Rider Calyrex, something that is a little bit more atypical that we're seeing out here in Regulation G. And looking pretty standard there for that, but a couple of the more unstandard things that we get to see on the team, or at least not quite as often you would see, we do have this Urshifu Rapid Strike, normal Pokemon, but with the coaching. This gives yourself and what you're next to an attack and a defense boost, so when you're standing next to this Ice Rider Calyrex that has the clear amulet, being able to bulk it up is super nice. You are committed to that at that point, since you do have that choice scarf, but be super nice. And Incineroar as well, the ability to try and shut things down can be really great to see. And Pelipper, even if it's necessarily fallen off a little bit in our day 2, it was really strong for a reason. That wide guard would help immensely going up against the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing end to make sure those Oscar Barrages aren't going to be heading off.
Oh, excuse me, this is a fun fact. Ryan Haig's favorite Pokemon is Obstagoon. That's a fun Pokemon. More on the newer end, right? In Sword and Shield, so a more recent Pokemon there. But I think a cool Pokemon nonetheless. I use Obstagoon in the Go Battle League actually all the time in Pokemon Go. Not so much in VGC, but I do think it's a cool Pokemon.
It's okay.
Oh,
everybody has their favorite. It's not my favorite personally,
it's
but
not my favorite. It's Ryan's favorite.
I mean, no disrespect to you or Ryan. I mean, everyone has their favorite. I don't think many people are Slytherin is the number one.
Top 10. It's on Ryan's side.
Honestly, I'm waiting for the day that maybe that Ryan can use his favorite and have the Obstagoon out here, but instead we got the powerhouse Pokemon of that Ice Rider instead, and I'm excited for the battle of horses that we have ahead of us.
Yeah, and I think there's also some interesting interactions with the support Pokemon on each end, as Adi, the Clefairy is going to be so huge, not only for Calyrex using Calm Mind to boost its special defense, but Clefairy's Friend Guard helping it as well. Let's get into game 1 of round 11. Ryan Haig and Aditya Subramanian. They're both 9-1. The winner of this set is going to get their 10th victory of the weekend.
Right away, we got the Raging Bolt, Raging Goat, you might say, sent across the field from each other as Adi going for that Incineroar to kick things off, of course, with the clear amulet over on the opposing end. It is going to be a Calyrex Ice Rider that is not going to be taking that. Now, Photosynthesis, that's the special attack for Ryan's Raging Bolt, so something a little bit more on the offensive to be boosting things up. Of course, the Calyrex over on the opposing end, it is something that can be stopped in its tracks with something like a Fake Out on this turn. So you do have to be careful over on Ryan's end. You don't want to be taking unnecessary damage to be kicking things off, especially if you're... This Calyrex can be a huge point in this match.
And it's so difficult in this position with 2 Raging Bolts on the field, because you can only terrestrialize 1 Pokemon, right? If you want to get out of this kind of mirrored situation where you can hit each other super effectively, then that means maybe your Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back is not able to terrestrialize later on.
And looking at this and eyeing up a Draco Meteor from the one over on Adi's end, there wouldn't be too many good switch-ins here. So Protect to be keeping the Raging Bolt safe. Just the double Protect. Good past the Fake Out. Definitely super, super nice. Fake that turn, get that out of the way, and also be eyeing up what Adi had in mind. The Draco Meteor not going to be able to do anything this time around.
Yeah, good information gained from Ryan on this turn to see what Adi was prioritizing. He was going for that mirror hit, going for the Draco Meteor into the opposing Raging Bolt. So now that Ryan is aware that, you know, Adi kind of is valuing the Raging Bolt as a higher threat in the moment, how should he adjust?
And now that Protect has been burned on both of these slots as well, I mean, even with Ryan having that information that the Draco Meteor was clicked over on Adi's end, still nothing is really too safe from that. You can be pressuring back with a hit from your own Raging Bolt, since you do have access to the Draco Meteor as well. But if we do see something like the Terrestrialization coming out from Adi's end, he does have the Assault Vest as well, so we'd be able to take the hit a little bit better than the Booster Energy version over on Ryan's end of the board. Terrestrialization is going to be kicking it off in this turn number 2, and that is going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider going into that Fire type. making sure that it's not going to be taking too much damage.
Yeah, now if Adi targets a Flare Blitz into that slot, it will be resisted damage instead of super effective. But Draco hits onto Ryan's Raging Bolt, and he does not have enough special defense to take that with the critical hit. You will gladly trade 2 stages of special attack for the 1-hit KO.
Adi has the Raging Goat, Ryan the Raging Woat. They're going to be KO'd. Knockoff going to be hitting into the Calyrex. The Terra Fire would have been great to be making sure something like a Will-O-Wisp doesn't go off, but the knockoff to get rid of that clear amulet. Now you can't be limiting the stats, but look at that huge hit onto the Raging Bolt over on the opposing end.
Yeah, both Raging Bolts getting knocked out from full HP here on this turn, and that's a big trade for Ryan because he hardly takes any damage and gets the attack boost.
This point, you do get the attack boost, but losing that clear amulet, there is the potential of a Arcane Shot into that slot or any pivots coming back out. And the Raging Bolt going down over on Ryan's end of the board gives way for this Pelipper to be hitting the field here. This is a Pokemon that has access to that wide guard, making sure that something like this Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adi's end of the board, you have to start playing these games because Astral Barrage would be able to deal a good amount of damage into both of these Pokemon. But if that Pelipper goes ahead and clicks that wide guard, well, all of a sudden, that horse gets to do absolutely nothing. Draining Kiss is your other move of choice here, and that's going to be significantly less damage coming on out, and that's not really a position that you want for your restricted. But if you're also clicking a move that doesn't do much, and this Pelipper wants to go for, well, literally anything else, since a Weather Ball or a Hurricane definitely does its fair share as well into that match, it's also where you can start falling behind.
Yeah, I think it's a really tough turn for Adi to decide because you know you can't really set up. You don't have the time available to click Calm Mind multiple times and boost the damage, and you can't safely click Astral Barrage as you mentioned because Pelipper at any time couldn't click Wide Guard and negate all of your damage. But the friendly Clefairy will be on the field for Adi now, revealing his 4th Pokemon in this matchup. Thanks to the Friend Guard, he's going to take a little bit less damage on the Calyrex.
And that's definitely a nice way to be negating some of the damage coming on out. Your Incineroar's in the back, so you can pivot it in for an Intimidate. Bring that back down to neutral, and the Friend Guard will help you out on this turn. Draining Kiss will be the move of choice, and with the Terastallization will be boosted. The first hit into the Pelipper.
And that looks like that will certainly be a 2-hit KO, so the Pelipper is in a tough spot. If you want to click Wide Guard the following turn, you would get knocked out from a Draining Kiss. Weather Ball brings Clefairy down under half HP, and now the +1 from Calyrex Ice Rider is enough to take out Clefairy, get another Chilling May boost.
No spread damage move coming on out, but still going to be able to reap the benefits of it as Pelipper goes for the attack instead and the double up into the Clefairy. I mean, you're a friend to your partner Pokemon, but you're definitely not a friend to the Pokemon on the other end, and they dealt with that endedly. Now, you do get an Intimidate down on the Calyrex, but since it did get that Glacial Lance KO, it is still at a +1. You have Fake Out over on this turn. Pelipper doesn't have Protect, so you can be targeting into that Pokemon if you are expecting that Calyrex to be protecting. And Pelipper, I think, should be something that you get rid of ASAP if you want to be going for something that's a little bit more damage boosting down this. A setup on this turn, sure, you're not really eyeing up getting a special defense boost that would help against the Calyrex, but it can help your damage output since you are going to be naturally speedier than the rest of the Pokemon on Ryan's end to set you up with success for the rest of the game.
Right, and the more damage that you output on this move like Draining Kiss, the more health you would be able to recover. But Pelipper clicking Wide Guard, so Ryan anticipating an Astral Barrage on this turn. Fake Out goes towards the Calyrex slot, not doing any damage for Calyrex for Ryan this turn. Now Calm Mind boosting the Shadow Rider special attack and special defense by 1 stage. There's the flinch from the Fake Out, and now you're +1 on special attack and special defense. You're still super fast, so you can get that KO on Pelipper before it can attack.
The thing is your Shadow Rider has already taken so much damage, and if you're attacking into the Pelipper with it on this turn, you are still at risk of getting KO'd by the Calyrex over onto the opposing end. Since Draining Kiss into that Fire-type Terastallized Calyrex, even with a +1, isn't going to be the significant damage that you would need. And knowing that there is the threat of the Wide Guard on the other end, I feel like that just loses you the game on the spot as well. If you do protect and take care of the Pelipper, that is a dangerous position where hey, this Pelipper can fire off a Weather Ball and take care of the Incineroar. So it's a really difficult line where you have to go down, and we're going right down to the wire with making this decision.
Pelipper decides Wide Guard is the choice. Second turn in a row, stopping a potential Astral Barrage, but Adi is not going to fall for it. Instead, we'll click the Terra Fairy boosted Draining Kiss, knocking out Pelipper here on this turn. You won't recover too much HP since Pelipper was already down to about 40%, so it's not a lot of HP remaining to recover. So we'll see if this Glacial Lance is going to be enough. You get another special attack increase on your end. Parting Shot from Incineroar, lowering the attack, because remember earlier on, Knockoff got rid of the Clear Amulet, so that's huge to try to lower it. But Calyrex clicks Trick Room, twisting the dimensions instead.
With that Parting Shot, you're now just at a neutral, but being able to make sure that your final Pokemon, the Amoonguss coming out from the back, can wreak havoc in this Trick Room as well. This now +2 special attack Calyrex Shadow Rider won't be able to offput all of that pressure, because it is something with the Pelipper being gone. If it was the fastest thing, these Astral Barrages surely can just run through the rest of this game. Now, you did get to recover a little bit of health because of that Draining Kiss, but even at neutral, the Calyrex is going to be doing a decent amount of damage, and Amoonguss does have the ability to kind of redirect. We are looking at an Incineroar on the other end with the safety goggles, so you can eye up maybe trying to protect and Parting Shot into the Calyrex again, but that is still a lot of damage that you can be taking, especially since it can just decide to fire off a high horsepower into the Incineroar and start trying to deal damage in that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, there are some Calyrex Ice Riders that don't have high horsepower as their second attack, so it'd be a worse spot for Ryan if he didn't have that attack available to hit Incineroar super effectively, but you have to feel super strong on Ryan's end. You have Amoonguss at full HP, 4 more turns of Trick Room for your 2 slow Pokemon. There's the high horsepower, super effective into Incineroar, and it gets knocked out before you get any more Parting Shots. That's another Chilling boost for this Calyrex.
Yeah, it's safe to say why this Calyrex Ice Rider has been the one of choice, as Adi is going to be throwing into the towel for the game 1 and has to figure out where in this game 2 he can go. Honestly, great end game coming out from Ryan there.
Yeah, and Ryan just having, I think the turn that really changed it for Ryan's favor when both Raging Bolts were knocked out and Ryan he predicted that Shadow Rider would be coming in on the free switch, so he brought Pelipper immediately. That meant he didn't have to switch it in on a turn and take any damage. He could immediately start the mind games of, will I click Wide Guard? Will I click the Weather Ball and do a lot of damage to your Incineroar? I think Ryan, the second half of this game 1, just had all the momentum on his side.
Even regardless of a call or not, it's something that pairs up into the Pokemon over on Adi's end really well once you are done with that Raging Bolt. If the Rillaboom was brought, this is a Choice Band one. It's not the Assault Vest. It's not going to appreciate a Hurricane. Oh, you're staring down this Incineroar? Well, it's not going to appreciate a Weather Ball either. It swapped out of that into the Clefairy, and the Clefairy didn't take the hit well either. So really showing why this Pelipper was a Pokemon that was really something that players did kind of build towards, especially paired up with this Ice Rider. I think as well, the late game Trick Room coming out from Ryan, what a wonderful choice. When you have these Trick Rooms coming out on these teams, sometimes setting up for it right away, or if you have a little bit more of a one-dimensional team, it's something you can be trapped towards. But having this survivability at the end, setting it up so that Adi was kind of just run out of options was really well played.
Now, Adi is no stranger to restricted formats, Sierra. He did top cut Vancouver Regional Championships back in Sword and Shield when we had that double restricted format. And one of the huge techs that got him along that road was Hypnosis Gothitelle. So something similar to that on his team, a Pokemon that's pretty slow, has the chance to put things to sleep. Yeah, I'm talking about that Sing Clefairy. That's a Trick Room counter.
This Clefairy, I think having Sing on it is really, really nice, because 55% of the time you can just get bailed from a situation. And if you're in a situation where your opponent's already hitting a spread damage move, you might as well click it, because it's not like really a follow me is going to help you out there. If your game plan is leaning on hitting this 55% accurate move, though, I don't know if I can get on board.
Hey, he's probably clicked it once or twice this weekend through 10 rounds of Swiss. We'll see if he can click it one more. There is the Clefairy to lead this time around right next to Calyrex Shadow Rider for Adi, compared to Raging Bolt and Calyrex Ice Rider on Ryan's side.
Something that I definitely like it kind of leading as opposed to the swap-in. The swap-in, I got KO'd by the Weather Ball, the Glacial Lance, and that just started activating the Snowball coming out from the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other end. Photosynthesis coming on through again. again, the special attack. There is a way that you can be pressuring a little bit with that Raging Bolt since you do have access to priority, but if there is the follow me over on the opposing end, then the Pokemon, they can be taking a lot of very unnecessary damage. As well, if you're staring down these Pokemon and you don't feel too threatened on this turn, you can just try and go set up, but no way.
He hasn't clicked it in, so we're not going to get too excited yet, but it might be pretty.
Oh,
he locked it in. Okay, Ryan has no idea what's about to come in his direction. So
if he hits this?
Yeah, so as Sierra mentioned, Sing is a 55% accurate move, but it puts your Pokemon to sleep. It's like Spore, but way worse. And Ryan will terrestrialize his Calyrex yet again into that fire typing, getting rid of that ghost weakness that would come from an Astral Barrage hit. Adi on his end will click Calm Mind, so this is really nice for him since Raging Bolt does so much damage. Boosts his special defense up one stage. Clefairy gets paralyzed though, so you have to break through paralysis and hit a 55% accurate move. You might not even get the chance because Glacial Lance is so strong. Clefairy gets knocked out here on turn 1. He doesn't even get to sing his swan song.
Again, with the Sing, as cool as it would have been able to see that fire off, and as unfortunate as it is to be taken down by that chilling Neigh, you had that Calm Mind boost over onto your Calyrex Shadow Rider, and there was no point in clicking that Follow Me, because we saw the Raging Bolt naturally targeted into it anyways, and if you could redirect both of the Glacial Lances your way, that would be a little too broken. Now you have an option of bringing in a Pokemon that can pressure a lot more, in the Urshifu Rapid Strike. Now that you've gotten the Terrestrialization out of the Calyrex, there is no redirection over on the opposing end, and that can be dangerous. Even if they're already up a Thunderclap on the opposing end, it is Focus Sash over onto this Urshifu, so you would be able to at least survive that hit on that 1 HP, and the amount of damage that you could be dealing back out with the Surging Strikes as well as the Astral Barrage is huge, so no wonder that Calyrex is getting out of there.
Yeah, does not want to take any damage from Urshifu. These are two really powerful Pokemon on the field right now for Adi. So Amoonguss is a nice switch in because of that Rocky Helmet. So if Urshifu targets that slot, if Amoonguss was even around on the field, it's going to get O-Code from the Calm Mind boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that's another Grim Neigh boost. So it's going to be 2+2 special attack. Surging Strikes, you're critting every time. Sure, it's resisted, but Raging Bolt's at such low HP that Ryan has lost his Pokemon here. And oh, that's such a rough turn for Ryan. That's a massive amount of damage from Calyrex.
That turn just completely turns the tides of the battle. The Amoonguss coming on in to try and keep that Calyrex safe, and now Pelipper coming back out. I mean, sure, you can shut down the Astral Barrage with the Wide Guard, but you've now set the Rain, and the Urshifu on the opposing end is so much damage. You're just going to be boosting that. We're going to just do a heap load of damage into the Calyrex, and you can't take care of this Urshifu in one hit because of that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and the other thing with Pelipper, it has to choose one move, right? You either have to Wide Guard or go for a supportive move, try to help Glacial Lance out. It's in a really tough spot.
And at this point, we are just going to be straight flexing in this game too. Terrestrialization coming out, the Stellar Urshifu.
Usually you see the single strike Urshifu using Stellar Terra and the Rapid Strike using Terra Poison, Terra Steel, something defensive. No, all out damage from Stellar Terra. Is it even going to get the chance to attack? Yes, obviously Pelipper hangs on. Calyrex no longer weak to the Astral Barrage, so he doesn't get KO'd either.
Making sure that you're doing the most amount of damage since you are the Sash. Instead of the Mystic Water, you got the Rain, you got the Stellar Terra. Calyrex on so low health, taken down immediately. The only thing now left in Ryan's corner is that Pelipper. 1 HP and a dream that I think is about to come really crashing to an end.
Yeah, it definitely might be a nightmare compared to 1 HP and a dream, but he does bring the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash, so that's nice. A little bit of damage, but obviously Adi has even without Clefairy singing, right, getting that opportunity, the battle's going to be canceled, and we're going to move on to Game 3 here in round 11. What a set so far.
I mean, you lose your Clefairy on turn 1, but I mean, when you're looking at this Clefairy isn't meant to be dealing the damage and being the star of the show. It's the supporting cast to help the star that is this Astral Barrage, this Calyrex Shadow Rider. And sure, you lose a Pokemon for it, but that Calm Mind and being able to just have this positioning was absolutely wonderful, and already pressuring so much onto the opposing end because of that early game terrestrialization coming out from Ryan. The Urshifu was a great adjustment coming out from Adi. As soon as that terrestrialization button was clicked, well, all of a sudden, this Calyrex was not looking to be in a great position. And the damage that you were doing to the Calyrex Shadow Rider with that Fenguard was just not significant enough onto that first turn. And even if the Clefairy didn't get to sing its song, I think getting KO'd on the first turn was the best thing that could have happened to it.
Yeah, and Adi made the adjustment here in game 2 to not bring Raging Bolt since it was so volatile. You might miss Draco Meteor, or maybe theirs is going to knock yours out for you. But Ryan decided to keep Raging Bolt in, gets the paralysis, but gets KO'd as well on this turn. So I think it's a tough call for Ryan if you want to stick with your Raging Bolt, because it can kind of be in a difficult spot, especially if Shadow Rider gets Calm Mind boost, then you're doing even less damage.
And the constant pressure over onto the Ice Rider, there was no opportunity whatsoever for any sort of trick room, something that twisting the dimensions that this Shadow Rider could not survive in. Not even an option here in this game 2. And now Ryan really has to think about this game 3 and where exactly that he wants to be going on this, because when you're taking a KO on the first turn, but your opponent's able to snowball from that position on, you need to make some sort of adjustment. Even if it's a, if the Clefairy clicked Sing, but even just that lead coming out from Adi, if it clicks the Follow Me, you're still not pressuring enough with this Raging Bolt or with the Glacial Lance, so.
Let's get into game 3 here between Adi and Ryan. Raging Bolt, Calyrex, Ice Rider for Ryan's lead, and Calyrex Shadow Rider, Incineroar for Adi.
At this point, not going to be a Clefairy to be kicking things off. Instead, this Incineroar, even though it doesn't have the ability to help its partner quite as well, it can in a different sort of way, which is now having to fake out pressure over onto the opposing end of the field here. Stop one of these Pokemon in its tracks. Again, Intimidate not going to be able to affect the Ice Rider on the opposing end thanks to that Clear Amulet. And with the ability to lock down one of these Pokemon, it can just be another Calm Mind over on Adi's end. You aren't going to have that same amounts of sponging up damage thanks to the Clefairy not being there, but at least making sure that one of these Pokemon can't attack could be great.
Yeah, and we saw in game 1 that Incineroar does have the knockoff to get rid of the Clear Amulet eventually. Maybe try to preserve Incineroar later on in the match. Use those Intimidates, use those parting shots if you can get rid of that crucial held item on Ryan's end. But all 3 games, Ryan has understood the assignment. I'm here, I'm 9-1 because of my Calyrex Ice Rider. Gonna terastallize it into a Fire type. Calm Mind boosting Shadow Rider special attack and special defense on this turn. So if Raging Bolt goes into that slot, it's gonna do less damage. But no, it's towards the Incineroar. Pretty much exactly half HP. No paralysis this time, so Incineroar gets to swap out.
Parting shot into the Raging Bolt, so it does less going on as a Calm Mind set up from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and a chance now to pivot out into something else. If you do have that the Clefairy in the back, you could bring it out to sponge up damage from a Glacial Lance. Since Ryan didn't go and protect on that turn, Urshifu would also take the hit pretty well, but you wouldn't want to be breaking that sash for free, especially when you're staring down a Raging Bolt. So Clefairy the great friend to make a reappearance. Glacial Lance coming on out. Now you'll be able to soak up this hit a little bit better than before, and Clefairy hangs on through the turn.
Yeah, the other times Clefairy got double targeted every turn, so now this time when you only get hit by one attack, your Clefairy's looking a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, this is super nice. And now that you have this Calm Mind boost and you're not really staring down a threat over on the opposing end, this is where you can again play a mind game with the, hey, am I going to be following me? Or even just something like this Helping Hand. If you're a +1 Calyrex Shadow Rider, you already do so much damage. A Helping Hand here, this is something that can start to obliterate the opposing end of the board, and here we go.
Calm Mind boost, Helping Hand boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider on this turn. A massive amount of damage that it can output if Ryan allows it. No protect from the Ice Rider, so Raging Bolt's not going to take any damage, but here is the Astral Barrage into Calyrex on the other side. The opposing horse, not enough for a one-hit KO, brings it down into the red. Now the Glacial Lance in response. Clefairy's at half HP. Friend Guard is so strong, keeps both of them around.
The Raging Bolt would have been taking so much damage to protect through the turn to make sure that it can actually survive through the turn. And the Calyrex, since that was a spread damage move, of course, isn't going to be KO'd on this turn, but you're still in a really tricky situation. And normally when you have a priority move on something like the Raging Bolt, the threat of a Thunderclap is absolutely immense. But if there is a Follow Me over on the opposing end, you would be redirected, and since you wouldn't then be attacking into an attacking Pokemon, all of a sudden the move is going to be for naught. So the speed over on this Pokemon is going to be great. So seeing the Protect coming out from the other end, not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, Calyrex does not want to get knocked out. Ryan understands it's so important for him and his win condition here in Game 3. Clefairy does become the center of attention with that Follow Me, which would redirect an attack away from Calyrex, and Raging Bolt, even if it had a chance to attack, wouldn't be able to hit Calyrex Instead, Raging Bolt will be down to, around 25-30% of its HP remaining. Here is the Thunderbolt. Of course, Clefairy's so low on HP, more than enough for the KO, but this does allow Adi to bring either his Incineroar in on this turn or that Focus Sash Stellar Tower or Shifu.
And if you bring out the Incineroar here, you do have that fake out then pressure over on the opposing end. So again, a way to be stopping the Thunderclap that could be targeting into your Calyrex Shadow Rider on this turn. And if you get the chance to just hit an Astral Barrage, especially knowing that this Calyrex Shadow, the Ice Rider, too many horses out here.
Yeah, too many.
The other one, the slower one, the Ice one, has just protected. That could be a really good hit into it with the Astral Barrage. And even if you want to be bringing out the Urshifu, this is something that still pressures a lot over onto the opposing end, but it does mean that you are opening up the possibility for the priority move over on the opposing end of the field.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot because you can understand it with the security Focus Sash gives Urshifu. Thunderclap is not going to be able to one-hit KO you, but it still is super effective. So opting for the safer play with Intimidate and a fake out option.
Where it is a safer play is that you do get to stop one Pokemon on this turn. Where it's maybe not so much is the Raging Bolt here, since it isn't the Assault Vest, can just protect through this turn. All of a sudden you have burnt your fake out, and you can just go for the Thunderclap on the next turn, and that is still just going to be pretty safe across the board here since the Calyrex is so low on its health. The eyeing up for the Draining Kiss, that's not going to be really too much damage that you're going to be doing because the Calyrex is already so low, which means it's also the most that you are healing up. But considering you do have that special defense boost, any way to try and be mounting and bringing up that special defense. So it is going to be difficult considering the booster energy on the opposing end. That's going to be kicking off the turn.
Yeah, this is a crucial turn for Ryan if he wants to come back in this match. Fake out goes into the Protect, so Incineroar does not stop any attacks on this turn. But now Shadow Rider into Calyrex because he's a fire type. He resists the Draining Kiss and just barely hangs on with just enough HP to get a Glacial Lance in response, KOing Shadow Rider and bringing Incineroar down really low.
You needed that KO to be kicking things off in such a low base power move. Well, that is the Chilling Knee. That is your restricted gone, and that is now limited to 2 final Pokemon over on Adi's end. Hasn't even made his way through the lead coming out from Ryan. If there was something like that Terra into the Fairy type, you could have picked it up, but you'd still just then be using your Terra just for that sliver of health. But even looking at it, it could have been an option to maybe try and be stopping that. This Urshifu does still have the Focus Sash. You can still pressure some damage, but considering we've known that the Amoonguss was a Pokemon over on Ryan's end, that could even be a swap in here. The Thunderclap still steals so much. It's still just a tough blow coming out.
Yeah, what a crucial survival from Ryan's Calyrex Ice Rider on that turn. The Terra Fire hasn't really been too relevant for most of the set. He's used it all 3 games. It really is to stop Will-O-Wisp on Incineroar's end so you can't get burned. But really, the fire typing from the low base power Draining Kiss was so crucial. Thunderclap brings Urshifu down to his Focus Sash. Just 1 HP remaining on Adi's end. Not a lot of hit points to work with between the 2 Pokemon combined. Close combat towards Raging Bolt to get that KO. Definitely fine lowering your defenses when you only have 1 HP remaining.
And at this point, the restricted over on the opposing end of field, it is going to be taken down as well. The knockoff, a sliver of health, is going to be evening the Pokemon count to a piece for these trainers here in this game too. This will be the first opportunity to see what is in the back for Ryan. Historically, it has been this Amoonguss, which I think is just very problematic here, and even something like this Pelipper. But we'll get the confirmation in half a second. There is an adjustment. There is Shifu, his own Rapid Strike coming on out.
And yeah, it might be even in the Pokemon count, but not all things are created equal when Adi's Pokemon are so low HP already.
And even just the speed tiers of these Pokemon, Choice Scarf with the Urshifu over on the opposing end, staring down these 2 full health Pokemon, no surprise here.
Yeah, Ryan Haig with a convincing comeback in this series, and the Fire Terra proves crucial in the end to win this set 2-1.
Absolutely so well done here. The adjustments coming on out, I think, really, really well done. And obviously, that is just such a pivotal turn. That 1 turn with that Draining Kiss not being able to do nearly enough damage.
Yeah, what a great set. I mean, Adi started the day, I should say, He started at 9-0, so obviously that is very impressive, but these are 2 losses in a row. We hope that Adi's able to bounce back, find his way into top cut, maybe having an important round 14 as well. I wouldn't be sad. Obviously, you don't like losing. Nobody likes losing, but I still feel very confident that Adi can perform well and maybe still top cut here this weekend.
It's all a hindsight 2020 thing looking back on this match, so it's going to be a little bit of a tough one to swallow there, but this was definitely a really good match between these 2 players, and definitely both showing that they have the skill going on in this. Ice Rider just proving too that it's been this top one for a while, but Adi definitely doing the Shadow Rider Calyrex a lot of justice here in this match. The damage output was incredible, but great Pokemon coming out from Ryan's, and just this constant threat of this Thunderclap coming out from this Raging Bolt was huge. It was something that Adi had to play so much around, and again, not picking up this KO was instrumental.
You see the frustration on Adi's face. Went for the low base power move. It definitely makes a lot of sense because every amount of HP you can recover is important. And also, if Ryan decided to swap out for any reason, then the Draining Kiss also would recover even more damage from whatever swapped in. So I definitely understand the play from Adi compared to the Astral Barrage, especially because Raging Bolt protected anyway. But so crucial that he hung on with the Ice Rider.
100%. I mean, that was the game-winning turn on that one. So it's one of those, that Draining Kiss had that little bit of extra because the terrestrialization could have been really different. But if you were saving it for something else, you thought you were picking up that KO, it's definitely a little bit of a tough situation. But you can only live, laugh, learn going on forward, and win out the next ones. Hopefully, still get to see him again.
Yeah, you can only eat, pray, love so much in life, and live, laugh, and learn. But I mean, Ryan's a great player. Like we see him just kind of go on a tear sometime at different regionals, being able to make it to multiple top cuts throughout the last couple of seasons here in Scarlet and Violet. And that was, I don't know if that was our first battle of the horses this weekend. Obviously, they kind of match up. Terrestrializing makes that matchup different because usually it would just be Shadow Rider favored because you just Astral Barrage into the Psychic type. But by being able to turn into Fire type, it kind of neutralizes the matchup.
Love the Terrifier coming out on the Calyrex Ice Rider. But of course, that's our thoughts. We want to hear from Ryan. So Gabby is standing by with our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Ryan, who is our first stream winner of the day. How does it feel?
Feels great. It kind of sucks because I had like my lunch just completely ready to eat. I start eating it, and they're like, "Oh, you're going on." So double-edged sword, but.
I mean, as long as a Koraidon or a Miraidon doesn't eat your sandwich, I'm sure it's fine, right?
Yeah, it probably won't happen. I'm on Cali Ice. So.
Yeah, I don't think Calyrex is a sandwich person, but or Pokemon. So. But let's talk about that match. As your team, as we were just talking about, you've been working with Justin Burns, who has done very well with that. You made a couple of adjustments. Can you talk us through them?
Yeah, so the main one that might stand out is I dropped Protect on Pelipper for Helping Hand.
Yeah.
I kept running into my buddy Kareem on the ladder, and he beat me like 3 times in a row, and I'm just looking through every single move, like how can I just change it a little to win this Lunala matchup? And I'm running some calcs, and I see Helping Hand Surging Strikes in range just barely gets the knockout. So then I play him with that, surprise him, and I win. I'm like, I'm just keep running this. Got some other cool calcs like Close Combat on Miraidons, usually a knockout. So Helping Hand's been really good. I've clicked it a few times this tournament.
Cool, and I imagine that also probably helps with the Zamazenta matchup a little bit too, right?
Yeah, it's an option.
Yeah.
Helping Hand Surging Strikes to ignore the Iron Defenses, it's an option.
Cool. Well, let's talk about that last matchup, as I feel like Calyrex Ice Rider versus Calyrex Shadow Rider is very fitting for the Sword and Shield matchups. What was your plan going into that?
So generally, I've played that team a few times, and I find Fire Calyrex Ice kind of just gets to click buttons.
Yeah.
There's not that much immediate threat on it. He had a really cool adjustment with the Sash Water Ursh.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Raging Bolt would just thunderclap it, but that kind of kept me at bay. So game 3, I pivoted to Peli Ursh in the back after I realized he's dropping Raging Bolt. I just need to all in on the fact that he's not going to bring Raging Bolt, so I'll just bring my Waters. He ended up clicking Draining Kiss on the turn that Calyrex should have gotten knocked out.
Yeah.
But because he didn't have bolts in the back, I think I still had it locked up with Weather Ball Surging Strikes. So I felt really good making that last second pivot in my head. Like, I'll make the call, there's no Raging Bolt coming, and I'll be on my way.
Nice. Well, you're certainly on your way here in Los Angeles. Have there been any matchups this weekend in particular that you've really struggled against?
No matchups, honestly. Like maybe the Gothitelle Koraidon stuff. I haven't lost to it, but it's a fight every time.
Yeah, well, I imagine you have to be a little bit creative with Gothitelle, given that it makes things a little bit complicated when you can't switch around.
Yeah, it kind of makes the game really more mind gamey, which I don't like. I like to be more static in what I do. I know I just talked about like calling the lack of a Raging Bolt, but I only play that way when I have to, I feel like. And Goth makes me play that way, not by my choice.
For sure, for sure. Now, Ryan, one thing I've been asking a lot of people is that because this is our last regional of the year, what has been your favorite memory from the 2024 regional circuit?
Honestly, I went to EUIC. I didn't get to play because of the registration. You know, everyone kind of knows about the fiasco, but it was the hangout on Saturday night, followed by having like 60 VGC guys in like the most famous club in London till like 5 a.m. after that. That was the highlight for sure. Just seeing like the world champion dancing, and that was awesome, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, shout outs Burns, Z, Coach Victor, all the people that helped with the Cali Ice prep and are running it with me, Hector too. And big shout out to Shrey, who's also running it, and then also got me my lunch. I haven't been able to eat it yet, but I appreciate you picking it up for me, so.
All right, well, I'll let you go find that sandwich, and fingers crossed no stray Miraidon or Koraidon got to it first.
I sure hope so.
Casters, back to you.
Yeah, shout outs to Ryan for that victory, and you know, I totally agree, Sierra. I think the big conversation with Cowerx Ice Rider, or we have 22% of the field, I wonder what the split of terrestrializing is he's kind of is Terra Fire versus Terra Grass, and Ryan was like, Terra Fire, Cowerx Ice Rider just gets to click buttons, and he's kind of right.
It depends on which scenario you're trying to pick buttons in, because having that constant threat of the Terra Fire, first off, not taking a fire move, but as well not being Will-O-Wisp, you're not getting your attacks pressed. Super cool. If you're in a Trick-Room situation, I mean, the Terra Grass is going to be coming out because you don't want the Amoonguss to stop you from clicking buttons. So it's which one you're more scared of. I think with a lot of people adapting over to like a Will-O-Wisp and Sin as well, Amoonguss kind of a little bit more on the decline because of all the Miraidon Electric Train out there, deciding this is the situation we want to click buttons, and it's obviously working out really well for him.
Yeah, and Sarah, I just have a quick sidetrack question here. Do you like apples?
What is okay, yeah.
Because there's 4 Ogerpon Cornerstone in day 2. How you like them apples? Let's go to caster predictions. Let's see which of these casters on this crew has been the best at predicting the metagame at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. And
how long have you been like? Have you spent the whole week working on that joke just for this moment?
I've been control plus F on my phone, Cornerstone Ogerpon every single round to see how many are remaining in the tournament. Yes, Sierra.
All right, hey, it's only round 11, and we'll see how that one shakes up. All right, we'll talk again once we get to top 8 here. And looking across the board, definitely is a pretty decent representation. I'll give you that, but you're kind of slacking on the rest. You picked a strong restricted because you're boring as well. I don't think Ladio's doing the greatest out here.
I'm boring, says the lady that chose Ice Rider and Shadow Rider in Indy for her prediction. But okay. Anyway, I definitely whiffed on Latios. I thought some people would be inspired by, you know, Michael Zhang, Keanu, Michael Kelch, like all the performances that Zamazenta Latios team has had over the last couple of weeks. I was wrong in that spot. But the Ruinous Pokemon, sans the Ting, like Chiyu's had a really strong showing. Chien Pao's been pretty strong on stream too.
Yeah, except they kind of didn't make the top 12 day 2 graphic because they didn't have the greatest conversion rate. So,
it's been on stream.
So you picked a boring Pokemon and you still lost out. So congratulations on that. You're 1 for 3 so far.
Well, no.
I guess 2 for 4.
No, but it counts if it wins on stream. It counts as a good prediction. I think that's the barometer.
I don't know, because then Slitherwing would be the greatest out there. Still 100% win rate on broadcast. Just wanted to be throwing that on out there. But, hey.
Well, your Landorus has 100% win rate so far. Your Landorus selection.
That's true. That is true. I guess, would it be 50 because, like, it was dittoed and postured, and then
no,
so technically we got to see 2 of them,
yeah.
and then unfortunately only one of them could win out? Is that not how it works?
No, I do, but I do like what everyone's going with. I would love to see a Smeargle, the closing rounds on the Len's end. But Golden Go, I believe there's a 10-in-1 Golden Go in the field right now. So that's another really strong special attacker in this really special attack heavy format.
There is a 10-in-1 Groudon as well out on the field. So 3% participation award Groudon actually maybe making a move up that ladder. So I'm super psyched to be seeing that. Of course, we want to know what you're thinking about the restricteds as well. We have our community vote. We have been voting all weekend long for the most underrated restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, underrated has been certainly a topic of discussion amongst us. I don't know how Twitch chat has been enjoying that conversation, but among the casters here in LA, we've been trying to figure out how we all interpret that word underrated. Let's see what the community is voting on. We have Ho-Oh and Zacian here in the semifinals. Lunala has made it to the finals. That's going to be a tough battle for whoever wins this matchup.
Yeah, I think Lunala is so deserving to be in the grand finals here. The most underrated restricted community bracket as voted by our super wonderful, always right Twitch chat. But they are, I definitely think, right on that one. Lunala has shown that it can be built in a variety of different ways and still have this utility. There's a couple of Lunalas that are still out there on the field. There was one that was at 9-1 before taking a loss, actually to Groudon in just our last round there. Ho-Oh and Zacian, I'd be curious about that. I think Zacian has definitely been very underrated going on in this. And considering it now has an 8% usage here in our day 2 and a couple of the people that are making runs with it, and Ho-Oh's still kind of a little MIA, I feel like I would predict Zacian. I would vote for Zacian here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I wouldn't discredit, as the poll is up in chat right now, anyone who wants to vote on it between Ho-Oh and Zacian, who I wouldn't discredit the Zacian as an underrated because it went up to 8%, because it was very much not predicted to be performing well. And over the beginning of Regulation G, I think a lot of people have been sleeping on it, like, oh, it's just Incineroar bait, and Intrepid Sword only activates one time. So I think it is understandable that you can view Zacian as underrated. But Ho-Oh is the people's champ. Len has been really lobbying for Ho-Oh to move on in the bracket, and they might be listening.
I mean, if we could make it work, but Zacian is out here doing the things, and Ho-Oh unfortunately just isn't quite for this weekend.
Ho-Oh is theorizing when Zacian's actually implementing successful strategies,
100%. But even if there's not a Ho-Oh for this event, I'm sure there's some other great Pokemon that we'll get to see out there. So one day.
And I think we're going to get set up for our round 12 coverage, but quickly, we need a little bit of a break. Get our players on stage. Everybody, just take a breather. We'll be right back here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships with round 12 coverage here for VGC.
Good games.
Specializing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastallization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastallization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastallizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where Terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to Embody Aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qian Pao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of Terastallization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here at the Los Angeles Convention Center for the final regional championship of the North American circuit here on this season. We'll be heading to New Orleans in 2 weeks, which should be really exciting for the last international championship. Before this summer, we all head to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships. One trainer will be champion that weekend, but we'll all be excited. I'm excited right now because I'm Joe Brown, joined with Sierra Dawn. We're going to have our round 12 coverage here at the LA Regionals, but Sierra, the VGC is not the only thing we show here on the Pokemon channel on Twitch. We have there's a lot of things going on during the week, so make sure you hit that follow button so you can always see what's going down on Pokemon.com/Twitch. Or I said it the wrong way, twitch.tv/Pokemon, I'm the worst.
Yeah, you're out here making up URLs.
You can watch this on Pokemon's website. I just said it completely wrong.
There's a lot of different things, but if you are just interested in the competitive side of things, there is, of course, going to be a special event that's happening over the duration of next weekend. As well, on the Friday, it'll be our NAIC preview show, with that just being right around the corner. So an opportunity to be breaking down what you'd expect to see ahead of the conversation, as well as meta developments going into that by not just VGC, but for all of the games included. So a lot if you are just strictly a competitive fan, and if you like all the different parts of Pokemon here, there is the movies or even flashbacks to older competitions we had.
Yeah, I really do enjoy the flashbacks because it's like you're reminiscing, you got some nostalgia, like I remember that match. I remember, re-seeing how crazy the crowd reacted during some of those international events or world championship level events is always such fun nostalgia. And who doesn't love watching the Pokemon anime along there? But the preview show should be definitely an exciting time. But that's enough about what's going to happen in the future. Let's talk about right now, and let's talk about the players that are playing very well through 11 rounds of Swiss so far.
The right now and the journeys that they've taken through to get to this point are Swiss standings. No undefeated players at this point. Everyone has taken at least one loss. But impressive records here. Michael Zhang was someone that we've been keeping our eye on through the weekend after winning the Sacramento Regional Championships, but being accredited with this really strong Zamazenta team heading into this weekend. He has swapped it up now, but being able to go 10-1 with a different team archetype after making something that was so successful. It got top 8 at Indianapolis as well as winning Stockholm. I mean, very impressive team building going on so far into Regulation G. And a lot of names on this list that we have been following even just this weekend and even past events. Rajan Ball, again, 9-2 after just taking down Indy with a Miraidon team.
Yeah, and Grant Weldon with the Reggie Drago that we talked about yesterday, sitting at 9-2 right now, so having some pretty solid chances of moving on into the top cut if they perform well in these latter rounds. But there's some great names in here. There's some names that we also don't see as often on the stream compared to others, so that's always an exciting thing to see too.
Yeah, stars in the making, you know, and people that we can only showcase a certain amount of games out here, but people that have been attending events and, hey, have been up there and grinding in the standings. So it would also be awesome to see everybody that we could at an event, but of course have to pick and choose. But these 9-2, 10-1, definitely in a really good spot going on forward. Next up for our match, we're going to be looking at Michael Zhang, who we were just talking about. Look at that coincidence. Wow, so cool. Going up against Joseph Selmer, and that's going to be a really fun showdown of restricted Pokemon, and even just Pokemon in general when you're looking at this.
Yeah, that should be a really exciting match, but we'll start to preview that a little bit. We'll talk a little more about some of the other players, like Justin Burns, who was on stream yesterday against Joe Garte. He's facing another fantastic player in Jay Zhang. Joe Garte is at 9-2. I'm really excited about this West Coast matchup with Alex Underhill and Giovanni Costa. They're both trying to rep the same region now that Alex is a West Coast player. So that's going to be that's going to be like a team knockout essentially at 8-3. That fourth loss would get you would mean that you can't top cut anymore.
That's always the painful part too. These Pokemon events have gotten so big, and the records that you need to be getting these top cuts. It's nice when your entire group can be doing super, super well on the stage, but when you get to the later parts, having to potentially knock out your teammates hurts.
Yeah, and obviously many trainers across the whole country. It's not like just it's not like it's just the region that you're in is the players you root for. Because I have friends from from Seattle. I have friends from Orlando. I'm in New Jersey. This is one of the beautiful things about competitive Pokemon is that you can become friends with a player in Missouri or a player in Oklahoma, and that's a great friend that you can team build with, talk about strategies, and there's no restrictions here in Pokemon.
Then you don't have to compete with them at your locals as well if you're coming over from all around the country, right? 2 for 1 right there.
Yeah, for sure. But as we are in we have 3 rounds of Swiss remaining here in LA, and it's kind of an unconventional day, right? We can't really get around that it is more rounds of Swiss than usual. So, from your perspective, you used to play the trading card game all the time, where you guys have a lot of very long rounds and very arduous days. Maybe you would be performing well today because you have that mental mindset for those long rounds.
That would be assuming that I performed well at the TCG, right? So I DT'd my 1 regional. I've done my time, but there's a reason I'm sitting behind the desk talking about games as opposed to being out there winning. If I was winning, I would still be out there competing.
I mean, that's what some of our casters do, right? Some of them are able to go, Len can go from casting here to top cutting a regional.
I am not Len, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, none of us are Len, if you think about it.
It's tragic, honestly.
Actually, oh my God. I don't know, what behind the scenes when we get here, but we actually had a conversation earlier on today. By the way, we're accidentally matching. A lot of the other casters are accidentally matching. It's kind of a blue day in LA because I think 75% of the casters are wearing blue.
I like how you're going to talk about us talking about how many casters have actually had regional wins and top cuts, and you're like, wow, we're all wearing blue, guys. This is
more
so
important
cool.
to me than winning.
This is so cool. We're all wearing blue. Let's not talk about all the regional championships that some of the other casters have amongst them. That's whatever.
I mean, if you add all of our titles, Len still has 2 more regional championships than we do.
Yeah, but that's why we're including him in the caster group. So as a collective.
If me, Sierra, and Len combine all of our regional titles, then we all have 2 titles.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Turing works.
That's how the math works. But now it's time to see how the match is going to work. So we can head over to the stage for this matchup of 2 10-1 trainers. Joseph Selmer with Groudon as his restricted of choice versus regional champion Michael Zhang sticking with the Zamazenta.
And there's so so much to get into here when we're looking at the Pokemon choices. Joseph Selmer is going to be bringing the Groudon out, the Pokemon that not too many people are opting for here for the restricted so far, even though it has definitely had its time in the sun and setting the sun in the past. But it's a Pokemon that definitely has high potential and definitely showing that off right now at that 10-1. One of the things that has really been holding it back on top of its typing and the fact to be intimidated, which does get negated because of that clear amulet, is the Precipice Blades. When it hits, oh, well, it hits. Unfortunately, it is not the most accurate of moves out there, and when you are dealing in a format that there's really strong restricted Pokemon with more accurate spread damage moves, that can hurt a little bit. But the Drought being able to set up Pokemon like this Fluttermane, or even just boosting the damage output of something like this Chi-Yu is great. And I love the build of this Chi-Yu. Burning Jealousy is a move that we don't necessarily get to see the most often. But if there is a stat change, a stat boost specifically, over onto the opposing end that turn, well, the Chi-Yu then burns that Pokemon. So when you are looking at a lot of really high damage Pokemon out there in the format, especially a lot of boosting Pokemon, it's a really good way to slow them down and suppress them.
This is a fun fact from Joseph Selmer's end. You see the Tatsugiri plushie on the stage. This is the first tournament that he has not used Dondozo. So we love an evolving player. We love to see a trainer decide, no, I'm not going to be 1-0. I'm not going to use Dondozo for every event for the rest of my life. Let's switch it up. I'll bring a Groudon and some Tornadus and friends this time.
Honestly, respect. And not bringing the Dondozo definitely been faring him well. Now we have to talk about Michael Zhang. Already a regional champ this season, still running the Zamazenta, but a little bit of a twist. Instead of that Latios that we've gotten to see on the previous iteration of the team, swapping over to the Chandelure, which is not a Pokemon that I really necessarily expected nowadays to be at that 10-1. So I'm really intrigued to see how that is going on forward. This Zamazenta has been a really difficult Pokemon to stop here in this meta, considering its body presses. Well, you're calculating off of your defense, and that defense is chonky. This Pokemon definitely hits hard. But where I'm really intrigued with this matchup and something to keep an eye out for is that Chi-Yu can actually be stopping that with something like the Burning Jealousy, since the burn will negate the damage from the body press. If you get that turn right, the Zamazenta swaps in, gets that defense raise from its Dauntless Shield, you can burn it on that turn. Something that Michael definitely has to be a little bit careful about in this match.
Yeah, and as we're looking, you see the Galarian Moltres is still on the team. That very cool set with Foul Play to punish the strong physical attackers for Michael. But he is the 2024 Sacramento Regional Champion, which feels like just like yesterday and forever ago at the same time. But that Chandelure that is on Michael's end, it's using one of the most iconic terrestrialization interactions, which is Terra Grass Flash Fire. You're now no longer you got rid of Grass's biggest weakness.
100%, which I think is a really, really cool part of the team building. Before we get too far along in this match, too, I want to go back to Michael's regional win that he had, because this is where we saw the Como come out from him with this Terra Psychic Tyranitar. So always been a really skilled team builder, but really used to these high defensive Pokemon. And the Como, I mean, Zamazenta kind of just one-ups it in every single way. So this is definitely something that he's not uncomfortable with whatsoever. And being able to expand off of it now with this powerful restricted, something that he has already paved the way for with the team building going on. I'd love to see that he is having the same success here with that Pokemon at the 10-1.
Yeah, definitely. Michael is a really innovative trainer, but he can also use the same strategy where other people, maybe they feel like there's a certain shelf life for some of their strategies. It's like, no, I'm just going to switch Kamolo's body press into Zamazenta body press and, change some of the other things, but kind of keeping the core idea around. And it's working out well for Michael as he's 10-1 here in LA. Let's start game one between Michael Zhang and Joseph Selmer. Chi-Yu, Tornadus, and Tornadus for Joseph compared to Chien Pao, Zamazenta on Michael's end.
Zamazenta right away. That is going to be the defense boost with that Dauntless Shield, a way to already be able to put a lot of pressure over onto the opposing end of the field. That has already happened, but can still damage some spread damage attack here, considering neither of the Pokemon would appreciate a hit going off on this turn. both super effective. Definitely it feels good and a little bit more accurate than you would be eyeing up for a heat wave in this situation. Being able to resist something and be immune to something like a body press could be great, but at the same time, you would then be susceptible to something like a sucker punch coming out from that Chien Pao. So you have to be so careful on where you're going on forward.
And as I'm looking at Joseph's team, you can really understand how fire-centric or sun-centric it really is. The Tornadus has Sunny Day, Chi-Yu and Incineroar are two fire types that would love the drought, and that's really why Groudon is on the team. So we'll find out in this matchup how crucial Groudon can be, but not now, because Chi-Yu is going to Terastallize into a Ghost type here on turn 1. Going to be really important. Depends on what Michael went for. Zamazenta is just going to play it safe, though.
Yeah, make sure that you're not going to be taking this Burning Jealousy, not taking this burn, and not taking any damage on this turn. Only Pokemon that opts to protect as Tailwind comes on out. Burning Jealousy, not a fan of what's going on here. I am jealous, and I am going to hit you so hard for that, bringing Chien Pao down to Focus Sash.
Yeah, that is 99% of Chien Pao's HP gone in a flash, but Icicle Crash does connect onto Tornadus. It's super effective. That is a one-hit KO. Tornadus does set the speed up there for the rest of the team, which Groudon, of course, is going to appreciate, but he has lost his Pokemon.
That's okay. It's a Tornadus. You set the tailwind.
It's used to get knocked out.
I'm eyeing up the Fluttermane and the Groundon in the back, and these look so powerful going on forward. The Fluttermane, you do have to be a smidge careful, since it definitely doesn't look the greatest going up against something like the Zamazenta, if the Zamazenta is able to be holding on through that turn, through the barrage of hits coming out. But at the same time, the Fluttermane can be off-putting a lot of offensive pressure into the opposing end. And this one, it is going to be the Choice Specs variant, so it has access to a variety of moves, including a Dazzling Gleam that can actually just take care of the Chien Pao and do a good amount of damage into the Zamazenta. And since the Chi-Yu doesn't having the specs, it can be changing into a different move. You can eye up that Overheat for the extra damage coming on out, and it's risky, but it might be the damage that you need.
Yeah, the Fluttermane deciding what he wants to lock into on Joseph's end. But Zamazenta in a really difficult spot facing down the Fairy-type Fluttermane, because as you mentioned, Fairy into Zamazenta is going to be pretty strong, and you can't Terastallize out of the weakness because Michael Zhang's Zamazenta is Terra Dragon, so you'd still be very much threatened by the Fluttermane. Michael understands how precarious of a position the Zamazenta is in, so now it's time for Chandelure to swap in.
I love this. The Fire Day move coming out. Well, it's going to take that so well. Chi-Yu gets hit with a Sucker Punch, and that sucker's being brought down to 1 HP. Focus Sash going to be activating. Moonblast into Chien Pao is going to be that final little bit of HP to take that down, making first AO there over onto Michael's end of the board. Now with the Chandelure hitting the field, the Overheat targeted into the slot, that will be a Flash Fire.
Yeah, that is actually going to mean that Chandelure takes no damage whatsoever, and it boosts his fire attacks in the following turn. So now the Chandelure, if it decides to click a Heat Wave, it's going to be doing even more damage. Chi-Yu, down to 1 HP. Fluttermane's not going to appreciate that boosted fire damage either, and he gets Chandelure on the field without taking damage. So that was an excellent switch.
And at this point, too, the Chi-Yu just down to the 1. There is still 2 more turns of Tailwind over on Joseph's end of the board. Fluttermane over on Michael's is the booster energy variety, and it is going to be that speed boost. It's something to watch out for going on forward. The Chi-Yu does have the option of protecting past this turn, but the Fluttermane's going to be susceptible to anything that's going to be happening. And you've already used your Terastallization, so you can't get out of that Ghost-type weakness that you're going to have, which doesn't look good against either of these Ghost-type Pokemon over on Michael's end.
Yeah, Moonblast though from Joseph's Fluttermane hits the opposing Fluttermane, bring it down to around 10% HP, and it's going to be 0 as the double target into that slot knocks out Fluttermane before Michael can even get an attack this turn. It's up to the Heat Wave from Chandelure, but she dodges 1 HP, and it's going to remain that way. Fluttermane gets 1-hit KO'd, but Chi-Yu does not care about Heat Wave.
The Life Orb Chandelure, so much damage, but the one little hit point of damage it needed into the Chi-Yu, and that is going to be a huge miss. Still 2 Pokemon now for Joseph, and a swap coming out from Michael's end, also down. And to these Pokemon, that's going to be the Sun coming on out, and that's going to be Heat Waves that are now boosted from this Chandelure. 1 more turn of Tailwind remaining too.
Yeah, and I think Michael kind of is fine with when the Flutter Mane took all that damage and got knocked out, because you can likely anticipate Groudon was the 4th Pokemon. So if you have your opponent kind of helping boost your damage on your side with the Drought, you're okay with that trade.
Yeah, there is still the one turn, though. There is Protect over on the Chandelure as well as the Zamazenta. So you can just be protecting past this turn and then deal with things going on forward, since there isn't really setup potential coming out from Joseph's end. This feels pretty safe. Zamazenta, it'll go ahead and protect. There's the double.
Yeah, Chandelure saying, no, I don't want to take any damage on this turn. Chiyu saying, count your days, Chiyu, because you're just lucky to be here after the Heat Wave missed on the prior turn. Groudon opting for the Thunder Punch, but no damage. That's something that you don't see on every Groudon set, right? The Thunder Punch might be able to change certain matchups, but with the Tailwind petering out, now that Zamazenta is going to be moving faster.
Yeah, the Thunder Punch, maybe not going to be stealing the same amount of damage, but it's going to be heaps more accurate than something like a Precipice Blades here at this point. Now Tailwind is done, and this Chiyu, you got to figure out what you want to be doing with it going on forward. And this is definitely a tough one coming on out, and the Groudon definitely doesn't have too much speed over on its end, and since you have spent Terastallization, it still will be taking a lot of damage going on forward.
Groudon is still full HP for Joseph, and it's obviously this team composition, as we mentioned, how much it revolves around getting the sun up and trying to utilize Groudon. It's such an important Pokemon on his team. We'll see if Chiyu and Groudon can pull this one back against the regional champion, but it's going to be tough now that Michael can Terastallize.
And that is going to be the Chandelure dropping that fire type, going into the grass type, making sure that, hey, if there is something that could Precipice Blades headed my way, well, it's going to be absolutely no problem, since this one definitely isn't the speedy Pokemon coming on out. Groudon, protect this time around.
And the Dark Pulse weakness as well as a Ghost type, you're able to get rid of that, which you didn't take any damage anyway, since Zamazenta is easily able to clean up that Terraghost Chiyu with the 1 HP thanks to Heavy Slam. Now it's Groudon taking no damage this turn, but still 2 full health Pokemon on Michael's end in a really strong spot, and the Drought kind of to his detriment, because it could be boosting the damage from Chandelure.
Yeah, Groudon in this position definitely looks worthy of that participation award, since coming out on here, the Chiyu has definitely impressed me with the damage it was doing. The Flutter Mane did a lot, but the Groudon hasn't really had an opportunity to do too much, and accredited to how Michael was playing the protects on the turn, making sure that this Groudon wasn't really enabled to be doing too much. And now that the Chandelure has Terastallized, the Precipice Blade's not really the most threatening, and you can't go with a Heat Crash into it because of that Flash Fire.
Joseph kind of reading the room here, understanding this matchup is over. Let's start moving on to Game 2, and Michael Zhang with a pretty solid victory in Game 1.
Yeah, the Chiyu, the amount of damage it did was really, really nice. But when I'm looking back at that match as well, it was a Chiyu that maybe shouldn't have been sticking around, since it was because of that instrumental Heat Wave miss from the Chandelure over on Michael's end. Something that you would normally expect to see actually coming out from a Chiyu. So going now into this next game, Tailwind was nice when you had it, but unfortunately you weren't just doing enough damage, and because you didn't have the sun with the Flutter Mane, when we did see this Choice Specs Moonblast coming on out, it wasn't enough to KO the Flutter Mane over onto the opposing end. So you would really like to have that sun boost, assuming with the Choice Specs it could maybe be a photosynthesis for that special attack. That's something that would have really been helping that damage. Won't have confirmation until we get to see that in a baby game 2, but at the same time, not picking up that KO in that turn, you could have been targeted into the other slot with the Dark Pulse from the Chandelure.
Yeah, and you could argue the accuracy evened out, since Icicle Crash did connect and knock out Tornadus, so Heat Wave missing, kind of the trade-off you have there. But I do think what's important for Joseph's team in the Groudon, you talk about the Flutter Mane also not getting the photosynthesis boost, is it seems like you get Tailwind up, fine, you're sacrificing Tornadus, it's totally a part of the strategy, but then it took too long for Groudon to get on the field because Tailwind had already essentially almost expired by the time it got there. So Joseph needs to find a way to, this team is very much protect the president composition, right? Protect Groudon, it's all to utilize this sun to its best capabilities. He needs to find a way to get more out of that in the beginning of the match.
I think there's definitely a lot of different damage potential threats over on Joseph's end. It's just when you're looking at the Groudon, first off, being able to protect it so it can be firing off very powerful Precipice Blades. definitely would be nice, don't get me wrong. But it's also the ability of bringing that drought and setting that sun. So the Chi-Yu does more, the Flutter Mane gets its photosynthesis, and kind of enabling the rest of the Pokemon. So when you lost your Tornadus over on the first turn, and it was the Flutter Mane that swapped in, you weren't necessarily then doing all the damage you wanted. You were still doing a lot, but not being able to quite pick up KOs here. The Groudon then coming in could have been a potential change because you would have gotten the sun on that turn.
Well, Joseph's going to try to adjust here in game 2, and it's going to be a tough task with Zamazenta Flutter Mane on Michael's end compared to a double fire-type lead with Chi-Yu and Incineroar.
And looking at this, you do have the potential fake out into the Zamazenta. Intimidate, sure, it's going to negate something like a Heavy Slam, but the Body Press not really going to matter. And offhand, I am just seeing 2 Pokemon over on Michael's end of the board that can go ahead and protect and get rid of that fake out. You do have pressure going on forward from that turn though, since even if there is the protect just on this turn coming on out, this Incineroar, something we didn't necessarily talk about, does have the Will-O-Wisp, and that is something that you could try and fire off into the Zamazenta to be cutting the amount of damage it does output for the rest of the match.
And I'm looking at, Michael's Pokemon are crazy fast right now. Zamazenta, a very traditionally very speedy Pokemon. Flutter Mane has the speed boost from the booster energy activating. So Tornadus is not on the field. We get the ability to see it's in the back for Joseph. So for at least this turn and until Joseph can get Tornadus on the field safely, Michael Zhang's Pokemon are going to be moving really fast.
All right, well, we're going to be going for a swap to be kicking things off, and it's going to be Chi-Yu taking away the Beads of Ruin, so the Flutter Mane over on Michael's end does a little bit of less, and this will be a Groudon that comes in and sets the sun. Since it was a booster energy over on the other end, you're not further setting up the Flutter Mane over on Michael's end, which is definitely nice. But here's Terastallization into the Grass type for the Incineroar.
Terra Grass here on Incineroar. Let's see if Michael was prepared for this option. There's a lot of damage. You can think about the fake outs, you can think about parting shot switches or anything, but Michael is just playing it safe with a protect on this turn. Flutter Mane does not protect though. It's the Thunder Wave into Groudon, who, as the name would suggest, is a ground type, immune to Thunder Wave. There's the sun boosted Flare Blitz. One hit KO. Flutter Mane is down.
What a Pokemon to get rid of off the bat here in this game too. A nice little chunk of recoil, but being able to set up the sun, we had talked about the Flutter Mane, we had talked about the Chi-Yu, but the damage from the Flare Blitz as well. Another Pokemon that can be enabled. Now the Chandelure, that will be a swap in, so no more fire type attacks into that slot. Just so nice. And the Groudon swap in as well to make sure the Thunder Wave couldn't be affecting anything, slowing anything from Joseph's end down even further was really, really nice to see. Notably, Joseph still doesn't have speed going on in this turn since the Groudon isn't necessarily the fastest, though it should be outspeeding the Chandelure here. But you do have to worry about the Zamazenta from Michael's end. That's the one that I'm eyeing up as a way to potentially be dealing a lot of damage. So the Incineroar can definitely threaten that in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah, especially with the sun, you're essentially giving Incineroar extra damage. Imagine it has a higher attack stat than it already does because the sun is up, boosting the damage of Flare Blitz. Body Press from Zamazenta will go towards Groudon's Protect here. So Joseph decided to keep that Groudon nice and healthy. Here's the sun boosted Heat Wave from the Chandelure. It's not going to hit the Groudon, but will it connect into the Grass type Incineroar? Yes, it does.
Wow.
You don't see that too often. Incineroar getting knocked out from a fire attack, but when he turned into a Grass type, that's a lot of damage.
And that is going to be saving the Zamazenta from being the victim of a very powerful Flare Blitz on this. Now, Chi-Yu coming on out to swap in and can still be pressuring with a powerful fire type attack into this Zamazenta. We haven't seen Terastallization come out, Michael. This Zamazenta does have an ability to be resisting that since it is the Dragon type Terastallization here. So if you are worried about fire types being targeted into that slot, that is definitely a way you can be getting around it, since looking at a couple of these different moves, it wouldn't be super effective damage, and you would be avoiding being hit super effective by Precipice Blades as well.
The other option, Chandelure, Terra Grass with Flash Fire, it's kind of a perfect option for him because you resist Precipice Blades if you turn into Grass type, you're immune to Fire Punch, and you would resist the Thunder Punch as well. That means Groudon really can't damage Chandelure if you Terastallize.
It's what Pokemon you're prioritizing on your own end of the field to get through the rest of this match. And Zamazenta has been eared out as the key or something you want to be staying safe through these next couple of turns. Dragon type Terastallization you are now going to be resisting the Fire, Water, Grass core. Chandelure, protect in a different way with an actual protect.
And it does make a lot of sense to go to the Dragon typing while the sun is up. You're going to be taking boosted damage from it there. Brings Chiyu down to its focus sash. So Chiyu did stick around for quite a number of turns last game at 1 HP, so who knows how long Joseph can keep it on the field here. Dark Pulse goes into the protect there. And the Precipice Blades is not the most accurate move in the world, so we'll see if it does connect. Yes, Joseph gets it to hit into the Zamazenta, but he's so tanky on that defensive side, it hardly does anything.
This being just a normal hit as well, the defense raise, the natural defense the Zamazenta has. I mean, it's just making this ground not look too great.
And you can't go Fire Punch or Thunder Punch either, so Precipice Blades is your best option.
And at this point, too, the Zamazenta still just offers so much pressure, already hitting a body press into the Chiyu to bring it down to Sash. And Joseph, I think we eyed up that it was the Tornadus in the back, which, if that is going to be the final Pokemon left in this, is not really something that offers too much damage potential. It's something that would be nicer to hit the field sooner rather than later to get the speed so you can be pressuring. Now, no protects on the turn. Chiyu is done.
Zamazenta gets that KO, just the 1 HP remaining, and he picks it up. So now Joseph's down to his final 2 Pokemon. Groudon with the Precipice Blades does connect onto both, gets the knockout onto Chandelure, so no more shenanigans from the Chandelure this time around, Michael, but Zamazenta is definitely perfectly okay taking as many Precipice Blades as he wants to throw at him.
At least, like, that's more like it. That's still more the damage output that I want to see coming out from the Groudon. And with the Chiyu going down, Tornadus hits the field. You have the option of now setting the Tailwind, getting the speed on your end, and Qianpao over on Michael's end would not appreciate a Precipice Blaze either. It does have Sash, so it will be sticking on through one of these turns, and double hit into the Groudon is definitely something that it would not appreciate too much going on forward anyways. The Qianpao, that is going to be the sort of ruin to lower defenses of other Pokemon, so it would be helping then Joseph trying to chip away a little bit more at the Zamazenta, because the damage output that he's been hitting into that Pokemon so far has not really been doing the most out here.
And we can see from Joseph's POV here that he's kind of wavering back and forth on what to do, because these turns are so crucial. There's not a lot of room for error when you get to moments like this with not a lot of Pokemon remaining in the matchup. Ice Cold Crash goes into Tornadus' Protect on this turn, so now Tornadus is not going to get knocked out. We'll be able to stick around the next turn. Here's a +1 body press into Groudon, just like 75%, but Heat Crash in the sun will bring Qianpao down to its Sash. Michael's okay with that trade, because any turn you target Qianpao, that means Zamazenta is not getting targeted.
The Zamazenta not targeted, Qianpao down to 1, but the amount of damage done into the Groudon, the Qianpao can kind of go for whatever it wants at this point. If you think the Groudon is again going to be going on to the offensive here, a Sucker Punch into that is a definitely way to be cleaning that up. The Tornadus, if it wants to go for a Bleak Wind to pick off that last little bit of HP on the Qianpao, if you do go for the Protect with the Groudon here, if the Qianpao calls it, goes for Icicle Crash, well, all of a sudden you have the Groudon against the world in an unwinnable match when you're facing down against the Shield Dog over on the opposing end of the field. So there's a couple of different mind games going on for this. Surely you do lose without the speed on your end, and it would be a chance to try and hit something, but if it comes down to the Precipice Blade's accuracy, that also feels bad.
Yeah, this is certainly the turn that Joseph is going to need to come back in his favor. Wide guard, Michael is anticipating a Precipice Blades, but as we saw, Thunder Punch was locked in. It doesn't matter anyway, because Qianpao Sucker Punches the Groudon. Michael kind of covering both of his bases that turn. Tornadus clicks Tailwind, but to what end, as none of the Pokemon are remaining. The teammates for Tornadus are all gone.
And at this point, too, with the Bleak Wind Storm being the only attacking move from the Tornadus and a wide guard over on the other end, there is nothing this thing can do at this point.
Yeah, you see the forfeit locked in, and Michael Zhang and his trusty Zamazenta get their 11th victory of the weekend here in LA.
What a match as well coming out. The Zamazenta, the Chandelure, which I still did not think that I would be saying, hey, is now 11-1 here, and current Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but really, really well done. The Terastallization on it was super unique, and Michael as well just playing really, really well. Committing then to Dragon-type Terastallization, something a little newer that we're seeing with the Zamazenta, to make sure that these Fire-type moves were resisted, and then all of a sudden it was always down to, okay, well, you have to hit and do damage with the Precipice Blades, and I mean, it was connecting, but it wasn't really doing the most amount. So really, really well done there. And even just running Joseph kind of out of options.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really great showcase for anybody at home who, why you want to understand why Zamazenta's usage has ticked up so much. Groudon used to be the talk of the town, the terror of the format, and it looked like what a potential 5-hit KO from Precipice Blades onto Zamazenta because his defense is so high, and that defense boost, the Dauntless Shield, makes Zamazenta so strong as just a utility Pokemon, a well-rounded Pokemon in this restricted format.
And it was not just the body presses too, but heavy slams that could be fired off. And if you're trying to deal with the Zamazenta, partner Pokemon are just damaging you, and if you're dealing with the other Pokemon, well then the Zamazenta will take care. So it was definitely a really, really tough match. I do have to give Joseph credit though, 10-2 with Groudon. Maybe this necessarily wasn't the match where we could see the most coming out from that restricted, but there was 10 other matches where this Groudon surely had performed. I couldn't imagine leaving your restricted at home, or else why are you building restricted around that Pokemon? So definitely kudos for that run.
Yeah, absolutely. Joseph deserves a lot of credit for this team composition because he had some different ideas, I should say, like Sunny Day on Tornadus. A lot of people don't want to go for the Sunny Day, right? They want to click Rain Dance and make sure Bleak Windstorm is 100% accurate. But no, kind of building his whole team. The Burning Jealousy on Chi-Yu is really cool.
Love that.
Too. I love that Incineroar play with the one-hit KO from Flare Blitz into the Flutter Mane. So Joseph definitely played well, but Michael Zhang, regional champion and a great innovative team builder. Somebody get Adam Doricott on the phone because Chandelure is back in the meta. Maybe it's his time to play.
We'll have to see if it gets adopted by players other than Michael Zhang first, because remember, this is Sacramento champion with Terra Psychic Tyranitar. Won a regional and nobody ever played it again because it's kind of a Michael special. So we'll have to wait a little bit, think about the Chandelure. If other people start picking it up, then I think you can call Dawes. I think until then it's just like a pass-by conversation. Hey, guess what we saw?
It's like, hey, just so you know, don't do anything yet, but there's a chance Chandelure we might be going back to black and white at this point for the meta. But I just think the Flash Fire Terra Grass, it's something we've seen sparingly throughout the last 2 years, but it is so effective when it comes up.
Of course, I want to know how Michael came upon this Chandelure and how his run has been going. So Gabby has him in our lounge for our post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Michael Zhang, who not only built the team that won Stockholm last weekend, or a couple weekends ago, is still running Zamazenta, but you really put your own spin on it this time around. So tell me more about the team you're running this weekend.
Yeah, so I had originally had the Latios and the Pelipper as the members of the team, but I felt that the Koraidon matchup especially, which I expected to be very popular this weekend, was a little weak. And also there were other trends, and also I just wanted to experiment a little bit at this regional. I was really looking forward as like Worlds and NAIC are coming up, and so I wanted to have different experiences with different Pokemon. So I knew that team, the original team, and I still do believe that it's very strong, but wanted to try some different things.
Yeah, and I really do love how you're trying some really unique Pokemon. I mean, I know Galarian Moltres has had a couple of appearances, Latios as well has had a couple of appearances. How do you find confidence in rolling up with a team that has those unique picks, knowing that, you know, maybe it won't find the meta necessarily where you expect it to be?
Yeah, honestly, most of the ideas that I have don't even come to tournament. Like, I have so many ideas, and like my motto on it is that there's no stupid ideas. Everything is worth trying, and so I always want to give everything a try. And then if I have like a pretty good feel for when things like the idea ends up being like something that's worth pursuing. So in this case, like I've used Latios in the past, Galarian Moltres. I really like these Pokemon. Like that's why I originally have the ideas to try to use them. And then when I use them and I think they actually are contributing members to a winning team, then I start to refine it down and think about using it at a regional.
Do you have like a process that you go through when you're evaluating a new Pokemon? Do you try it on ladder? Do you talk to friends?
I do both. Like I talk to friends about it, but a lot of people don't really like to hear my ideas, to be honest. Like, it's just like sometimes it's too crazy for not everyone wants to be cooking all the time. So I think trying it on ladder is ultimately where I make that decision of where if that idea is just something that I should leave at home or if I should actually bring it to a regional.
All right. Well, you mentioned just now that Koraidon was one of your biggest fears coming into this tournament. I'm curious how your run has been relative to that expectation.
Yeah, I've played 3 Koraidons, actually the most of any restricted. I played 2 Groudons as well, which was a little bit of a surprise, but actually the overlapping counterplay helps there, and I've won all 5 of those games against the Sun restricted, so I mean, the changes were very positive. I think some people might look at the team and be like, oh, you took off Pelipper, is that really going to help the Koraidon matchup? But or like the Sun matchup, I guess. But it is actually just being less reliant on Pelipper was important for me to improve the matchup.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, you dropped Pelipper. Was Chandelure like the direct replacement for it?
In some ways.
Okay.
So like the approach I wanted to have is that I wanted to try a different Terra on Zamazenta. Before with Grass, you needed Pelipper because otherwise you have no way to reduce the fire type damage. So now with Dragon, it means that I don't have as much reliance on changing the weather, reducing fire type moves, and so there's a lot less counterplay in that sense. And so I can explore other options for that slot. And so Chandelure was a Pokemon that I saw Jamie Boyd try, and Aurelian also in Stockholm was using Ceruledge, which is a very similar idea, and so I wanted to pursue that idea because it seemed very interesting to me. And I like Chandelure a lot as a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's kind of wild seeing Chandelure doing well this weekend, Whimsicott doing well this weekend. It feels like we're back in the black and white days, to be honest with you. Let's talk about that last matchup. So what was your plan going into Team Preview Game 1?
I knew I had a great matchup. Chandelure was going to be great at walling out a lot of his pieces, and then also I had great speed control, and it's almost impossible for him to easily remove the Terra Dragon on Zamazenta. Basically, I knew that since he had Burning Jealousy on Chi-Yu, all I needed to be careful about was not getting burned on my first turn with Zamazenta, and then other than that, Terra Dragon Zamazenta was going to really take me home. So as long as I played it cleanly and I make very few risks, which ended up happening, I was pretty confident in the matchup.
As one of the more, I'm going to say, inspired team builders of 2024, you had your regional win earlier on in the season with a very unique team. What is your advice to anybody at home who's trying to get into team building maybe for the first time?
Yeah, like I said, my motto is like, there's no stupid ideas. Like, the only way that you can find something that is really like off meta or like other people aren't exploring is that you have to try it yourself. And so like, if you just go with the established meta, like you'll probably do pretty well, and you can improve your playing ability. But if you really want to build an innovative team that nobody else is thinking of right now, you have to try it yourself. Like you can't just follow other people in that sense.
For sure. And do you have a favorite memory from the 2024 regionals season that you'd like to share?
This season, actually earlier this weekend, today, I played against one of my good friends, Alex Underhill, and we were just laughing about it a little after because we both had Flutter Mains and we just went for the speed tie on turn 1. We both opted into it. We talked about it earlier this weekend about whenever there's a speed tie, we just go for it. And so we just turn 1, went for it, and then I ended up getting the luckier side of the flip that time. So big shout outs to Alex and all the other people who have helped me throughout this process. For
sure. And is there any other shout outs you want to give as well?
Yeah, shout out to my family and Tub Nation and people in seeding, and there's a lot of people who've supported me across the time I've been competing. So all those people, they know who they are. So big shout out to all of them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate your time, and casters, throwing it back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Michael. Congrats on the victory. Really cool to see how he's kind of using the same core, right? You have Zamazenta, but it's with a different terrestrialization type, and Moltres is still there, but then you have Chandelure take the Pelipper place. Like, I love when top level trainers are able to explain that thought process of how they evolve their teams.
I love the thought process of yeah, I always go for the speed tie. You go for the speed. All right, we're going for the speed tie. That one's just more funny. But no, being able to hear the thought process behind these more so unconventional Pokemon that are obviously doing really, really good, I think is really, really cool. And it kind of pushes it doesn't have to be the same top 12 Pokemon. Those Pokemon are top for a reason, but you can be rounding out with something that's a little bit lower on that usage chart, basically almost not existent, but if it works with the team, it can still be a good Pokemon and a good choice.
Yeah, and it's like it's good because of the utility the Pokemon brings to your team inherently, right? But then also the lack of preparation your opponents are going to have. They're going to be playing hundreds and hundreds of matches, you know, on their way to LA this weekend. And how many of those matches were facing a Chandelure compared to a Pelipper? They're way more prepared for Pelipper.
Yeah, all of the testing that I've seen players do, they were not testing against Chandelure. So, Michael definitely got them beat on that one. But as we're waiting for our next round to get ready, as the parents are up now, we have a couple of tweets. Of course, we always love hearing from our community. What is happening here?
Well, John went 0-5. It be like that sometimes, Sierra.
That is rough. I mean, sometimes it just really do be like that.
And of course, it's Charizard and Pikachu, like the two faces of Pokemon, right? It's like, I have failed you. I'm sorry, I went 0-5, Charizard and Pikachu.
The way he's laying on the ground, it literally looks like it was drawn from the scene of like some animated show or whatnot after someone just gets like comically punched and they instantly hit the ground, and it's like, yeah, that got hit in the face, but like their legs are just like broken on the ground, splayed out his arm behind his back. I mean, he committed. Honestly, I respect it.
Hey, you know, cheer up, John. There's always next time. You'll get him next time.
Get him next time.
Don't worry about it. 0-5, that's a thing of the past. We better next time. Here we have our tweet from Pokemon Lab showing the daycare. Look at all these cute little plushes hanging out at the daycare, waiting for their trainers to pick them up later.
Honestly, disappointed that it's a little Larvesta as opposed to the, not even life size, it's like bigger than life size. It's like horror size Larvesta plush that they have announced, but still super, super cute. So I just need a little bit more context. Do we you just have a plushie and you go drop it by so they can take care of it, and you go back in a little bit and all of a sudden it's gained some experience, you pay some pocket money and you get it back?
And if any of the Pokemon are, you know, in the same family or whatever, did a new plushie spawn as you walk? You got to walk around for the plushie to hatch there. But I do see the Mousehole family, Tandem Mousehole, whatever. Production told us that there's actually a Mousehole doing really well this weekend. I think at 10-2. So that's kind of cool. That's a flash from the past in last year's season.
It definitely is. We're seeing a lot of kind of, okay, well, our meta was built out before and we've adopted this Pokemon back in. Mousehold was kind of one from the get-go. So the fact it's still kicking around, respect the mouse. The mouse never goes anywhere, I guess. Another one coming out. Hope everyone has an electrifying day too at the LA Regionals. I wonder if they inspired Gabby's intro of like the, you know, caught your eyes in my electric, like, because she introed the stream going on an Iono quote. Maybe she got inspired and saw this wonderful cosplay while she was walking in.
There you go. Yeah, shout outs to Toki MP3. What's about it or whatever. I know Rosemary always loves saying Iono's catchphrases, and in the anime, Iono actually has some pretty cool animations and stuff. But this is a really cool cosplay. Great job by them. We have one more social media post to showcase here in this moment, and it's from Nimbasa City Post. Congratulations to Dorian, the Lima special event champion. Dorian, a great player. We saw Dorian at LAIC as well, performing well. So earlier on in this year and keeping the momentum here all the way in May.
We just got to focus on this. First off, congratulations, because that's wonderful. But we get to see the 4 Pokemon brought to each match, and I'm seeing Volcarona on both sides of the field here. I think that is also amazing. Another one of those Pokemon that maybe if we haven't gotten featured as much, has been kind of kicking out there around in the field. It has been something that has been talked about, and obviously being able to take down a special event. A couple of people that are on this, not as cool as Slithering, but still a really, really powerful Pokemon, so kudos.
Well, I mean, kind of a weird conversation here, because Slithering wouldn't exist without the Volcarona, but then also Slitherling existed before Volcarona, so it's kind of a weird moment.
You can call it a paradox. Pokemon.
Yes, you definitely can. And you can tweet us your thoughts on social media using the hashtag #PlayPokemon, just like those people did.
What we want to see is the hashtag #PlayPokemon with your favorite Slitherwing art. Let's bring the Slitherwing to the LA Regional Champion stream and give the people what they want. And then get our Twitch emote.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is the real story here, friends. Sierra has been
on this hill for I don't even know how long at this point. I hope one day she finally Slitherling pulls through. Maybe that's the rule you make with Pikachu. You like sign a contract. If Slitherling wins a regional, we'll give you an emote.
I'd be so down for it. But no, for real. If you're watching, we want to know how you're enjoying as well. Click the notification button so you know when we're going live on all the channels. Be sure to follow.
after. It's always fun when we hear from the community and see cool cosplays and seeing the plushes and everything like that. But it's been an exciting first 2 matches of the day. And as we get set up for our next match, we actually had Gabby catching up with the junior champion earlier on today, winning the first regional championship claim today. So Gabby, take it away.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with now 4-time junior regional champion Leyland, who just won the Los Angeles regional championships. How's it going this morning?
Good.
Good? You happy?
I am.
What team did you run this weekend?
Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Calyrex Shadow Rider, and what other Pokemon were on that team?
Mienshao, Raging Bolt, Whimsicott, Rillaboom. My brain's blanking. I can't remember the last one.
It's okay. It's very early in the morning, and I'm feeling that too. You were just telling me that your friend helped you build your team on Friday. So coming into this tournament, did you feel prepared?
I did. He didn't, but I did.
All right. And how did you feel prepared, even though it was a new team?
I used the same archetype in Indianapolis, and I won with it.
All right. So if it isn't broken, don't fix it, right?
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
So tell me about some of your battles that you had today. What was your favorite battle of the weekend?
My favorite battle of the weekend was against Kevin Hahn in finals because he always beats me, and I beat him in 2 games.
Nice. And do you feel like he's your rival at these tournaments?
He is.
Nice. Well, NAIC is just a couple of weeks away. Are you ready?
I am.
You think you're going to run Calyrex Shadow Rider again?
I don't feel comfortable saying.
All right. Well, we'll just have to watch and see how you do at the North American International Championships. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody?
Charlie.
All right. And Charlie helped you build your team, right?
Yeah. Kevin Hahn, my parents, and my grandparents.
Nice. Well, congratulations on your 4th regional win, and best of luck at NAIC in a couple weeks. We'll be back soon with more Pokemon action.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and have been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose. Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid. The most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Trato de anticiparme al meta tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
back, everybody. It is day number 2 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I am Rosemary Kelly, and joined by Len Duel, and we are so excited to be on the desk for some more Pokemon action. We're already well on our way through our day 2 second round of Swiss rounds, and it's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, we're deep into day 2 now. Things have really picked up since last time we were here during day 1. A lot of impressive matches already underway. A lot of players with 10-2 records ready to try to punch their ticket into the top cut pretty soon.
Oh yeah, and that top cut is going to be really difficult to get through when it does become that top 8 single elimination bracket. But here are a couple of players that are well within that arm's reach. We just saw Michael Zhang with that incredibly unique team be able to continue that record of X1. Ryan Haig as well in that last round, also continuing that impressive run. But all of these players that are at that 10-2 record, as you said, very close to being able to reach that top cut.
Yeah, lots of familiar names here, lots of players who have had success already this season or in the past, but a few players also trying to make their first top cut of the season.
And I'm really excited to see how far those players can go. But as we look at our notable matchups, this is where the going gets so tough for all of these players. You can see all the 10-2s stacked up against each other. Joseph Ugarte versus Justin Burns, that gets a chance to be a rematch from our round 7 yesterday. That is so hype.
Another day of development on the Ditto shenanigans. You have to imagine they have some imposters in mind for sure.
And then Zachary Thornburg versus Adi. Those are players that do have a deep history with VG. They get a chance to go up against each other, but we are going to be focusing in on Grant Weldon versus Dominic Gliadis, 2 players also that have very deep history with VGC from several years ago.
Yeah, Dominic's been playing since the Black and White era, was a successful player in those days, and is trying to earn his spot into this year's World Championships. And then Grant, very successful player from over the last year, and famous for using this Regidrago, which we see on the table and on his team here.
Grant is actually also one of my old locals from Michigan, and so I remember him like even 6 or 7 years ago just doing so well in VGC and coming back with such a unique take on the meta. We see the Regidrago here, but it's also surrounded by this Zacian, who we feel like has been very quiet in the regulation so far.
Yeah, we've seen more of them today than we have in past tournaments, and all played a little bit differently. This one is folded into a pretty heavily offensive team. You have the Whimsicott with Focus Sash ready to set up Tailwind and support the Regidrago, and Chiyu with these big special attackers, and then Zacian complements that as a big physical attacker. When you have the speed control and then also have the Rusted Sword +1 attack boost as it switches in, it can deal a ton of damage. And there's no Intimidate on the other side or anything to mitigate that either, so it's going to be kind of unconstrained. But to deal damage, you have to first have a chance to attack. And this game is going to feature probably Tailwinds on both sides consistently and lots of fast special attackers. So I think the name of the game is going to be finding windows for Pokemon like Regidrago, Zacian, and Chiyu to get attacks off.
Well, Grant certainly has the experience when it comes down to that Pokemon. It is his 6th regional with Regidrago this year. And kind of no surprise why Regidrago might be towards the forefront of some of these players' minds. It does have the spread damage with that Dragon Energy, and it scales with the amount of HP that Pokemon has. But can it maintain that, especially as you said, looking at Dominic's team, it does have the Tornadus as well to set that Tailwind.
Speaking of big special attackers, there aren't many bigger than Choice Specs Shadow Rider Calyrex. We saw Adi with Shadow Rider Calyrex a couple of rounds ago with a much more slowly paced one, if you can call any Shadow Rider Calyrex slow paced, boosting up with Calm Mind and going out on the offense. This one has instant offense with Choice Specs and like 4 supportive options around it. Smeargle is there to Spore and Feint to break Protects, and Wide Guard to protect the Shadow Rider. Volcarona, supportive Volcarona. This isn't Quiver Dance. It's got Rage Powder and Struggle Bug to try to protect that Shadow Rider. Iron Hands is Fake Out support and can also trade damage well. And of course, the always necessary Prankster Tailwind from Tornadus to keep up with the speed on the other side. Urshifu, the only other Pokemon here that's kind of primarily attacker. And Urshifu could play an important role. The Chiyu on the other side is holding a Choice Scarf, meaning it's going to be faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider, will be a consistent thorn in Dominic's side. But the Urshifu could try to rival that, resisting Chiyu's same type attack boosted moves and trying to outspeed and Surging Strikes KO, but Grant has plenty of support to try to prevent that. There's Ogerpon, Whimsicott, and Amoonguss, triple grass types on the other side ready to try to stop Surging Strikes.
Similarly though, I think we have to draw our attention to the Volcarona. One of the reasons why it's picked up so much in this meta is because of that Flame Body ability. We talked about there not being Intimidate here for the Zacian on Grant's side, but what if you just burn it? That redirection is so powerful, and you could just get the burn too.
Volcarona is going to be a very difficult Pokemon for Zacian to play into because the attacks that Zacian would like to use are going to be resisted by Volcarona, both the Iron Head and Sacred Sword, and Volcarona, it can redirect those moves into it and then threaten the burn of Flame Body. Or, if you're not attacking on that turn, Volcarona can just go out and overheat and one-hit KO Zacian. So you have to be weary of both directions from this Volcarona.
Yeah, and so something that both players are going to need to keep in mind is speeds. Do we see the Tornadus versus the Whimsicott? How do those Tailwinds actually match up against each other? And we're about to get our answer because we have both of the Tailwind users on for either player, and it's all about the offense here as Grant has the Regidrago and Dominic has the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Same thought process for both players. Get the Tailwind setter on the field combined with the big spread attacking special attacker. The challenge for Grant here is that Calyrex is faster. A Dragon Energy that comes after a Choice Specs Astral Barrage is not going to do that much damage. Now, you can still try to trade it away. Regidrago might be able to take an Astral Barrage, could be iffy, and then Draco Meteor back for a ton of damage into Calyrex, or you can pivot around and find something like the Chi-Yu out of the back that can possibly switch into an Astral Barrage and then be naturally faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider if you're assuming Tailwinds from both sides. But first, it's a Crystallization for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. No worries about the damage into Regidrago if you add the offensive Ghost Crystallization on top of that Astral Barrage damage.
Yeah, at least with the Regidrago protecting, you can scout out what this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to lock into with those choice specs. But Grant gets a chance to get this Tailwind up and running first. So does Dominic decide to match that or just stagger it? It is going to be the match of the Tailwind, so you know that these speeds are going to be evened out, and these Tailwinds will expire at the same time. But this Calyrex going for the Astral Barrage, this Whimsicott does have a Focus Sash to be able to hold on, but for not much longer after this Astral Barrage does hit the Whimsicott.
Yeah, that Focus Sash is now going to be spent. Both of these Pokemon are going to be in KO range of that next Astral Barrage, and Dominic has the speed advantage fully in his favor. There's no really disruptive Prankster option here for Whimsicott. Just has Moonblast and Cotton Spore to try to slow down the other side. Regidrago could find a window in that way. Gonna be tricky though.
It is going to be tricky, and it's a hard call to make because Dominic still has so many other offensive pieces in the back, but I am super intrigued to see how Grant might play around this Cotton Spore to see if that could give him some type of advantage. This Regidrago, though, still has the same problem as you were talking about before. Good news, though, is that there is no Wide Guard available right now because Smeargle is not shown itself quite yet. But Calyrex Shadow Rider kind of got what it wanted. And it's going to be the Iron Hands that ends up taking its place as the Cotton Spore comes through. So both the Tornadus and this Iron Hands are going to have their speeds harshly dropped. So that's 2 stages here, allowing this Regidrago to outspeed. And that Dragon Energy at full power is going to bring that Tornadus so low. And even the Iron Hands with the Assault Vest is not going to take that super well.
The good news for Dominic is that Whimsicott is gone. Spent 1 turn taking an Astral Barrage, spent another turn taking a Bleak Wind Storm. The speed drop doesn't matter that much on Iron Hands, and with a game that could go this fast and be this based on who has the speed advantage at which situation, having Tornadus outlast Whimsicott, be able to threaten a second Tailwind possibly in the game, or just make sure that Whimsicott cannot get itself a second Tailwind or another Cotton Spore, could mean that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is well positioned in the end game to sweep. But the other big obstacle for the Calyrex Shadow Rider is this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, going to be naturally faster and can throw dark moves at the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We already saw the Terastallization used, and it's not a defensive Terastallization that helps with dark moves coming from Chi-Yu. And so with so much of Iron Hand's health bar, we had another way you could have dealt with Chi-Yu, been able to tank a hit and then try to drain punch the Chi-Yu, but that health bar was spent kind of bailing Calyrex Shadow Rider out of the previous position, which means both of these Pokemon are just totally vulnerable to Dragon Energy. No Protect available from Tornadus on the other side either, means you can't try to stall your way through this turn.
It's so tough as well because I think, like, if you're Dominic, you're really hoping that maybe you get a chance to stall out a little bit here. You do get the fake out into the Regidrago, and you can help set up the Rain Dance. So it's going to mitigate some of these fire-type attacks from this Chi-Yu if it decides to go for that. The Dark Pulse in the Tornadus takes it out, so both Tailwind options are now off the field for our trainers. But Dominic gets a free switch back in. This Calyrex Shadow Rider could come back in and not have that -2 speed drop, or Dominic might have that Rapid Strike Urshifu in the back that you could have set that Tailwind for, or that Rain Dance for.
The unrevealed Pokemon is really going to be critical here for Dominic, because if Shadow Rider comes in now, it's just going to be facing down a Choice Scarf Dark Pulse. So Urshifu, a much better option, is going to resist that Choice Scarf Dark Pulse and threaten a ton of damage to either side. I think a really well-reasoned turn from Grant on the prior turn. throws the Dark Pulse at Tornadus and understands that if Iron Hands goes for a Drain Punch, well then Regidrago will get a chance to KO Iron Hands. And if it doesn't and just fakes out Regidrago, well then Chi-Yu is still safe on the field. So despite Chi-Yu not itself ensuring that Iron Hands can't get a Drain Punch off, that turn was safe that no Drain Punch was coming. But no Drain Punch doesn't mean no Surging Strikes from this Urshifu Rapid Strike. This is going to be another position where Grant's going to have to play carefully to not lose Chi-Yu, because as soon as Chi-Yu goes down, there may be no backstop for that Calyrex Shadow Rider from just sweeping through your team.
Yeah, and with so few priority options as well, once these Tailwinds expire, it's going to be very difficult for anything to be able to keep up with this Calyrex Shadow Rider too. So we see Chi-Yu actually retreat for now. Wants to know that that Choice Scarf is available. You can also lock into something else later, maybe even when the rain expires. And this Zacian going to finally hit the field. Gets its attack boost with the Intrepid Sword. Was it going to be able to actually hold its own? As the close combat into the Regidrago is plenty to be able to knock it out. The good news for Grant is that this Urshifu is going to become a little bit easier to pick off now that it has that defensive drop and the special defense if you're looking at that Chi-Yu. But the Drain Punch into the Zacian, it is going to be neutral damage thanks to its typing, but this Iron Hands is going to get back just a little bit of HP.
Beyond the special defense drop from the close combat, really crucial that Grant now has the knowledge that the Urshifu is locked into close combat. Terastallization hasn't been spent here. That means the Chi-Yu can just spin the Terastallization to become a Ghost type, be immune to close combat, force the Urshifu off the field. The only thing that come in instead is the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We've talked about the problems that has. So this could be a couple turns of kind of unwinding this position if Grant goes for the Ghost Terastallization. Of course, the Ghost Terastallization means that if with any mistake, Astral Barrage just cleans up Chi-Yu. Zacian comes in there, gives a good amount of health up for the Drain Punch from Iron Hands, but definitely worth preserving Chi-Yu in that position. If Chi-Yu had just taken a Drain Punch instead while trying to Dark Pulse one of these targets, things would look a lot more difficult for Grant, and of course Zacian can now threaten great damage into this Iron Hands.
Ooh. Well, is actually going to double into the Urshifu here, so covers for the Urshifu potentially staying in with the drops that it has should be taken out by both of these attacks, but you also know that you cover for the switch if that Calyrex Shadow Rider were to make an appearance, locking into the Dark Pulse. But the Terastallization gets spent, and that is going to be the Chi-Yu going to the Ghost type.
Chi-Yu now immune to the close combat that Urshifu has locked into, and who's going to be the most pivotal piece for Grant in this endgame.
Well, the Dark Pulse is going to go into the Urshifu first. Even though it's not very effective, it does have a chance to flinch, and that it does! So, the Zacian gets to follow up with the Sacred Sword and take it out before this Urshifu gets a chance to move. Huge turn there for Grant, as we do see the Wild Charge into the Zacian, and it's still able to hang on through that. But can this Calyrex Shadow Rider from Dominic come in and actually clean everything up?
Just no, it's going to take a Chi-Yu Dark Pulse. There's no way to avoid that inevitability at this point. Chi-Yu is faster, there's no redirection, there's no protect. The Chi-Yu Dark Pulse is coming out on the next turn. I have to imagine that Calyrex is not bulky enough to take that super effective Dark Pulse, but that is Dom's one chance into this endgame. The Dark Pulse flinch on the previous turn probably prevented a close combat into Zacian. If that had been enough damage to actually pick up a KO on Zacian, then maybe that starts to twist the game. But without a missed KO, I don't think it really, if it misses the KO, I don't think it changes much about this endgame that is all about Chi-Yu.
Especially because the Chi-Yu being the Ghost type means that this Iron Hands can't really hit it very well either. So the Drain Punch is going to get you very little, even if you were able to lock it into the Zacian, but that is going to protect. And this Chi-Yu is free to go for the Dark Pulse into a Choice Specs Calyrex that doesn't have the option to protect itself. So big KO. This Iron Hands is now all by itself and is going to struggle. Even if we see the Wild Charge into the Chi-Yu, which we do, you're still taking recoil damage, and the Chi-Yu doesn't get taken down.
The problem for Iron Hands, if it had a much more health left, it could maybe beat these Pokemon. Chi-Yu locked into Dark Pulse is going to do fairly little damage to Iron Hands, and this Zacian does not have Play Rough to hit into the Iron Hands, but Iron Hands' health bar is just too low. The combination of Dark Pulse and Sacred Sword and all of that recoil from the previous Wild Charge is enough to take out Iron Hands and give Grant that first game.
Really well positioned by both players, though, because you called it, the Tailwinds, they have to get brought to both games. And is it risky to leave the Tailwind at home or even leave it in the back to stagger it out? It feels like a tough call to have to make with that Chi-Yu and the Choice Scarf.
It feels like they have to be matched. If either player lets only their opponent have the Tailwind, they're going to have their team run over so quickly. Unless there's some combination of other supporting options that Dominic can rely on instead to give up the speed advantage, but rely on things like Wide Guard from Smeargle or Rage Powder from Volcarona to find room for attacks that way. It feels like the speeds have to be matched. But the Cotton Spore is really a trump card for Grant, where this game is counted out in so few turns, so quickly momentum is shifting, that just having to switch out to get away from the Cotton Spore, give up a ton of damage because of that single turn, really shifts the complexion of the whole game.
That Cotton Spore came in so clutch because we did see that Calyrex Shadow Rider afraid of what could happen if it was going to stay in to get that -2 speed drop and then just take a full power Dragon Energy. I wonder though, then how, if you're Dominic, do you deal with those big threats? If you have to match the Tailwind, is there anything else that you can do in order to mitigate this Chi-Yu or even just kind of deal with this Whimsicott faster?
I think I'd like to see the Smeargle out on the board. Some of the support options, the Wide Guard, Follow Me, and Spore in some combination can probably buy a turn for Calyrex Shadow Rider. And I think there's also something to be said for having Tornadus. You still have to bring it. You're still going to have to match the Tailwind eventually, but it's less of a costly thing to have to switch in as long as it hangs on through that turn. Giving away half of its health bar to bail yourself out of a position, be able to Tailwind, and then give up Tornadus is not a bad thing. So I think it's a much less risky switch in, much less costly to have to give a bunch of its health than something like Iron Hands that really relies on that health bar to have an impact on the game.
I like this Smeargle too because I think that just Focus Sash in hyper-offensive matchups like this can buy you so much time. We even saw that Whimsicott, having the Focus Sash, allowed it to actually do the Tailwind as well as the Cotton Spore before getting taken down, and that put Grant into such an overwhelming position when it came down to the speed advantage. So maybe that's another thing that Dominic can rely on, not just outside of the Smeargle's move kit.
I think another difference in that previous game would have been if Urshifu had locked into Surging Strikes instead of Close Combat. Things probably look a lot easier for Dominic. The hesitance to click Surging Strikes is because of those triple grass types on the other side. Even with Zacian as the 4th unrevealed Pokemon, Dominic wasn't ready to assume that it wasn't a Moongus or Ogerpon that was about to switch into that slot and take a Surging Strikes.
I think it's tough in this matchup too because I wonder how much impact we actually could see with the Zacian, but we'll have to wait and find out because it is the Smeargle next to that Shadow Rider Calyrex that you were hoping for. And with, once again, Grant leading the Whimsicott and the Regidrago.
This can quickly turn into a very kind of 50-50 situation. Do you think the Regidrago is going to Dragon Energy, and so you Wide Guard and prevent that damage? Or do you think the Regidrago is going to Draco Meteor, so you follow me away that Draco Meteor, just have it bring Smeargle to Focus Sash? Or do you just Spore the Regidrago if you don't think it's about to get speed control, or if you think it's going to be Tailwind, and you can just maybe switch Calyrex out and get a Spore off? There's some path that direction as well, but it's just faint for now, trying to break the Focus Sash and get some extra damage in, but that means only Tailwind on the other side.
Means that the Tailwind for the Whimsicott, it allows this Regidrago to outspeed, and the Draco Meteor does connect into the Calyrex just to get the one-hit knockout. A hard call that Dominic had to make, and a call that he got wrong.
Yeah, a call that was very poorly for him. It could have been even worse with the Dragon Energy instead in that situation, but you can see what he was looking for. If Grant had made the same turn 1 play as in game 1 of protecting Regidrago and Tailwinding, well then a combination of Feint and the Astral Barrage would have taken Whimsicott off the board and set Smeargle up to then protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the next turn. But because Regidrago just goes out on the offense, doesn't get Wide Guarded or Follow Me, it takes Calyrex Shadow Rider off the field and establishes a massive advantage for Grant. Not only does he have the Pokemon advantage, and it's the restricted Pokemon down for Dom, he has one-sided Tailwind here that means that Dominic's going to have to give up even more to try to catch up in this position. And with only one Pokemon left, you can't imagine that that is Tornadus, because it would be too passive of an advantage. If it is Tornadus, it's just far too passive.
And I love this terrestrialization here as well, because this Regidrago does have the Ghost Terra type, and it's going to keep it safe from this Iron Hands that is packing that Fake Out. You can't Fake Out anymore, and it's just going to allow this Regidrago to continue to exert this pressure. The Iron Hands doesn't go for that though, doesn't want to fall victim to that Ghost Terra, but it allows the Smeargle to just go down, knowing that that Dragon Energy is not too long after that.
Grant continuing to find ways to get offense off, using the Whimsicott Moonblast to make sure to get something out of this turn. Smeargle traded for Whimsicott is only to Grant's advantage as he already has the Pokemon lead and now is up 3-2. That's better than 4-3.
It is, but it's tough because even if you have that Tornadus in the back, and you set the Tailwind, does the Iron Hands have the damage output to deal with the rest of the team that Grant has?
No, it really can't be Tornadus for Dominic at this point. If it's Tornadus, then it was the team construction would have meant that it was 3 supportive options, all there to focus on damage output from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which meant that Calyrex Shadow Rider going down on turn 1 was nearly the end of the game. If it's Urshifu instead, then there's a way back, but it's not. It's Tornadus. It was full support around the Calyrex Shadow Rider that was lost on the first turn. Tailwind is not going to help Iron Hands catch up and beat these Pokemon. Tornadus is going to do damage fairly slowly itself. It's not over yet, but it is pretty close to it.
It's tough too, because I think when you look at some of the single target damage that this Regidrago is also able to do, it just makes it more difficult. Even if you do have the Draco Meteor that's going to drop your special attack, I don't know how much you really care about that, knowing that the Regidrago is just consistent damage output at this point.
The Ghost Terastallization also cuts off avenues for Iron Hands to start Drain Punching and healing back up while trying to trade away the Regidrago. Oh, with so limited health left for Dominic's side, every Wild Charge that's also recoil is just further progress for Grant. It's the kind of trade that when you have a big lead like this, for Grant, more trades is just to the better.
Well, the Tailwind at least gives you an opportunity to stagger it out, so after Grant expires, you do get the speed in your control for just a little bit. But the Behemoth Blade and the Tornadus is just going to be a one-hit knockout. So even if you were hoping that the Bleakwind Storms would help to keep this damage output strong, you now have your Tornadus down for the count. The Iron Hands has to take a single target Dragon Energy, and this Assault Vest is not going to keep it safe for too much longer. Even the Wild Charge into the Regidrago provides you with that recoil and not even the reward of the knockout.
This is one of those matches that comes down to an extremely volatile turn 1. It looks so lopsided in the end here. Dominic just getting blown out by the Regidrago on the other side, picking up all the damage that it needs. But it all stems back to that turn 1. There are a million timelines where that turn 1 works out a little bit better, but because Calyrex Shadow Rider just went down to Tailwind plus Draco Meteor before ever attacking, these are all the dominoes that fall after this. It's one Pokemon at a time, ending with Iron Hands going down to Sacred Sword and giving Grant the match.
But it all comes down to that very first turn of that game number 2. Congratulations to Grant and to the pressure that Regidrago put on the decision-making that Dominic had to make. That was not an easy choice, knowing that you had so many different options that Regidrago could go for, and your Smeargle had to pick one of 3.
Ultimately, one of 4. Could have went for the Feint as an extra option there. Really put into a difficult position. There was no safe, easy winning play. Every option Smeargle plus Calyrex had in that position lost to something Grant might have done. With no Protect available from Calyrex, you can't wait and scout out to see what's happening or try to play something a little bit more safely. Yeah. And the game was operating at such a pace that if you try to, okay, I don't like the amount of risk involved in attacking with Calyrex on this turn, so I'm going to switch it into the back. Well, you just lose too much out of that, and it's very difficult to come back. So Dominic is forced to make a call, gets the call wrong, the Draco Meteor lands into the Calyrex Shadow Rider and nearly decides the game on the spot.
I mean, Grant just showed us a masterclass of what this Regidrago can do too. I would expect nothing less of a player that has brought Regidrago to 6 regional championships at this point and probably knows those damage calculations inside and out. But it just was such a lightning-paced match between both the games we saw in these players.
Really impressive to be able to do it with Pokemon that were naturally more slow as well. The Regidrago and the Calyrex Shadow Rider up against each other, you'd imagine the Calyrex Shadow Rider just has the advantage off of its natural speed. But because of the Cotton Spore and Whimsicott, it wasn't easy to match Tailwind. There wasn't an option for Dominic to both have Tailwind and some second level of speed control in the same way that Grant did. So we had to opt to either have the Tailwind or the secondary support, and nothing was safe out of either of those directions.
Yeah, showing us another layer in the dimension of Whimsicott that can be brought to a match. It's been a lot of encore at this point for Whimsicott sets, but Cotton Spore now giving a notch to itself.
Yeah, for games that are going to be decided on such quick 1 or 2 turn momentum shifts, the Cotton Spore can have a massive impact.
And we saw it right away too. And I think that was just a really nice tool to have when you know that there's so much Tailwind, whether it's the Whimsicott or the Tornadus running around in the meta right now. Really strong call to make sure that Regidrago is going to also preserve that HP for those Dragon Energies.
Absolutely. I think the risk with that is the Whimsicott needs 2 turns to get it off, right?
True.
You know, even back to that game 1, turn 1, there are plays Dominic can make that answer that. That's the nature of these kinds of Tailwind matchups, right? If it's Bleak Wind and Astral Barrage as Whimsicott just Tailwinds and then goes down, and then Tornadus gets to Tailwind the next turn, well, Dominic probably just wins the game in a few more turns just as quickly as Grant was able to in game 2. These games are never going to feel that safe when you have these powerful of Pokemon just swinging away at each other.
Yeah, for sure. And Dominic still has a great record right now and could make that top cut. So we're still rooting for him to keep up that momentum heading into our last few rounds of Swiss. But for now, let's go celebrate the winner of this match, Grant Weldon, with an interview with Gabby.
Thank you so much, Grant. Congratulations on winning round 13 of Swiss. You have one more round of Swiss in the day. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I feel good.
I would hope so. I mean, that match honestly was over in a blink of an eye. I'm very curious about what your game plan was going into it and if you expected things to be so fast-paced.
Yeah, I expected things to be fast-paced given that we're both running very aggressive, hyper-offensive teams. My game plan going into it was that I really needed to take care of the Calyrex Shadow Rider because if you don't manage that properly, it can really snowball out of control. And so we both have Tailwind, so I figured, you know, we'd probably match Tailwind to some extent. And then I have like 2 ways of outpacing the Calyrex. I have the Scarf Chi-Yu and I have Cotton Spore. And so I tried to basically either get Cotton Spores down or get the Scarf Chi-Yu into position to take out the Calyrex.
Yeah, and it worked out very well for you, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the dragon in the room, the Regidrago. I know it's your signature Pokemon. What's the story? Was it just a personal favorite from day one?
Yeah, so I've always liked the design ever since it got released, but it wasn't as good in the previous generation as it is now. So I was a big fan of Kyogre way back in 2016 when I last played very seriously. And so back in like Regulation D, I picked up Regidrago because it reminded me of Kyogre with a very powerful spread move. And so I liked it, and I've been using it ever since. And then now here in Regulation G, it got a very nice partner in Zacian, which can, you know, cover for the fairy types that Regidrago doesn't like to see.
It's interesting to see Zacian paired with Regidrago because I think Zacian was just one of those Pokemon that a lot of people weren't expecting to do well, given that, you know, we lost the Dynamax mechanic, Behemoth Blade, just not as good as it used to be. What have been your thoughts starting off with that restricted Pokemon in this format?
Yeah, I've really liked Zacian. As I mentioned, it pairs well with Regidrago. One of the things that is a problem for it is Incineroar, which is everywhere because it can intimidate it down and you don't get that second boost on the attack. But I found that my team plays pretty fast. The games go very quickly, as we saw, and so they don't often have time, especially when they're under Regidrago pressure, to get a lot of intimidates down onto Zacian. And so yeah, I've really liked Zacian.
What are your thoughts on, some people have actually stopped running Rusted Sword and instead of giving Zacian, Zamazenta, Clear Amulet. Did you consider that at all?
I tested it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked not getting intimidated. Something cool you can do is you can run Terra Ground Terra Blast, which I have on my Zacian.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you can't get intimidated, and then you can KO Miraidon, which is pretty cool. And so I was testing that, and I liked it, but I found that I really wanted Behemoth Blade to be able to KO the fairy types that, you know, threaten the Regidrago. So,
of course.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that Iron Head just isn't enough damage to pick up the KO on Flare Mane if there's some defensive investment, right?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. Well, moving forwards, I mean, one more round of Swiss today. NAIC Worlds around the corner. Regidrago, still going to be a partner Pokemon for you?
Probably. I'll keep looking at it. We'll see how the meta evolves, but it's definitely the first thing I'm going to look at. Yeah.
Awesome. So one thing I've been asking everybody, and I'd like to ask you as well, this is the last regional event of the year. I'm curious if you have any memories from the 2014 season that you would like to share. They're just, you know, very treasured memories.
Back from 2016.
Oh, okay.
Or wait, do you mean
I meant this year, but we can throw back to 2016. I'm fine with that.
No, the 2024 season, it's been great. I took a long break from Pokemon and came back this year, and so it's been good to meet a lot of new people, made a lot of new friends, rekindled old friendships, and so it's been really nice. and it's been nice to have Regidrago by my side the whole time too.
All right. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, a few. So I think my mom, dad, aunt, uncle, and cousins are watching at home, so shout out to them. Shout out to my girlfriend Claire. And many people have helped me with the team, but I want to give shout outs to Andrew, Chance, and Gio especially.
All right, Grant, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck to you and Regidrago moving on in the tournament.
Thank you.
Casters, back to you.
Congratulations, Grant. Oh, so nice that Gabby's been able to grab all of these memories of players from their favorite moments of 2024. What would yours be?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for me, it would have to be my first regional on the cast in the fall. Getting to be there in Pittsburgh and see a lot of my friends doing very well was a ton of fun.
Oh, I love being able to do that too when we get the chance to follow all of our friends playing in the field and just cheer for everybody on the sidelines. We do our best to not be biased up here. But you know, it is great to have that, and I'm trying to think of mine. Even though I've heard everybody else give their favorite memories, it's hard. I guess it would be playing at EUIC, actually.
Okay.
I think that would be my favorite. Like, the tournament didn't quite go the way that I wanted it to in terms of the score, but I had so much fun playing against everybody, and it felt good to just be back out in the field to play an event.
Playing an international championship is always so much fun just because of you get to play against players from all over the world and meet people or see people that you haven't seen in a couple of years. It's just a ton of fun to be out there playing.
Yeah. So everybody try it at some point. If you've been watching this whole season and you have not had a chance to go out to a regional or international championship yet, well, we're running out of chances for you to do that now, but what are you waiting for in 2025?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a whole lineup of tournaments to go out and meet your friends at and compete at, so it should be fun.
And check out your locals too, because that's a great way to meet people as well. But we got to check out what's happening here, and that's what's going on in this Day 2 meta right now. As we take a look at our Day 2, what's kind of sticking out to you from the Pokemon that made this top 12 graphic?
One of the things that immediately sticks out is Chiyu jumping all the way into the 4th spot at more than 25% usage. We've consistently seen Chiyu. It seems like it's both there as a meta answer to a lot of Zamazenta usage, where you just want to have the Chiyu that can threaten it, especially when it has the Grassalization, then you're safely threatening it with fire damage before or after, forcing reactions like Michael's Chandelure with Flash Fire to try to switch into Chiyus. But it's also being paired with some of these big special attacking restricted Pokemon like Terapagos and Miraidon to amplify their damage, which just means it's kind of going up on both sides and really increasing in usage.
Yeah, and not to mention, we've also seen how many different sets that Chiyu has had. We just saw one with Burning Jealousy. I thought that was such a cool, unique way to kind of run that Pokemon over just having to run Heat Wave.
Yeah, a great way to stick to some more accurate moves and not rely on misses. I think Iron Hand, so it is here in the very 12th spot, I think is fun to see. It feels like it hasn't been this high in usage since Incineroar came around and kind of took a little bit of its role away. But it finding a spot often next to Miraidon to get a boost from the Quark Drive. But even on teams like Dominic's in the last round that had no Miraidon and just valued the defensive typing of Iron Hands to help against Miraidons on the other side, I'm sure.
That, not to mention, well, if you can't beat him, join him in some type of way, because think about how many Miraidon are actually running around in our Day 2. Not so bad to have an Iron Hands that might be able to get that Quark Drive boost for free as well, if it is facing up against one of those Pokemon.
Yep, that's some free extra damage when you get that opportunity. And really, with this many special attackers around, if you start looking at even what's in our non-restricted group here, things like Raging Bolt and Chiyu, it's great to have Iron Hands available against them.
Ogerpon Wellspring is actually one of the Pokemon that sticks out to me as kind of returning to one of these top 12 spots. I feel like that's a Pokemon that fell off for a while. Cornerstone Ogerpon at one point was the best Ogerpon form that we had. It's kind of coming full circle to a couple of players running the base Defiant form version.
I think it's really interesting to see because Ogerpon Wellspring felt like a Pokemon that was going to have a consistent, kind of permanent effect on the metagame, was so high usage for so long, but in this restricted format had a little bit less role to play. The one stage of special defense often meant it still couldn't deal with Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, definitely not with Miraidon when it turns into a pure water type. And single strike Urshifu usage has actually been trending down. You can see all the way down to number 8 on the list here at just over 20%, which is one of the things that Ogerpon Wellspring is often used to answer. But just a Pokemon with a lot of general utility, a great typing, follow me, can always find a place onto teams, and so no surprise to see it consistently still being used.
No Pelipper though. Just just mentioning that there's no Pelipper on this top 12 graphic anymore, even though that was one of the biggest range setters. Also, like, very little Kyogre, but you'll also see that when we take a look at our Day 2 restricted Pokemon usage, because surprise, surprise, or maybe no surprise at all, Miraidon is taking that second spot next to Ice Rider Calyrex.
I think we've seen a couple of shifts from yesterday. The Calyrex Ice Rider up a little bit. I think it's no surprise a lot of very strong players prefer this Pokemon. It plays very consistently, has, I think, less poor matchups. Zalmazinta actually down a little bit. Not a great conversion rate from day one, but Koraidon looks like it had a pretty strong conversion rate. I think was in the second row yesterday and is up to just under 11% of usage. Still a pretty balanced sheet. Tropico's, I think, also down to 9%. It seems like Calyrex Shadow Rider is stuck around the same place, but the biggest thing jumping up is Zacian. I think was barely on the graphic, if it was on at all yesterday, but all the way up to 7% today. Quite a few of them out in the field, including Grants that we saw last round.
Yep, there are 4. So there are 4 players. We saw Joshua Diamond yesterday that also has it, and there's also Ben Flitcroft and Keon Campbell that are running the Zacian as well. But what I'm really interested in is what this graphic doesn't show us. That is the fact that there is a Kyogre in the field, courtesy of Andrew Ding, who was able to make a second Day 2 with that archetype and continuing to keep that strong. But we also have a Ho-Oh. How are you feeling about that one, Len?
Yeah, Ho-Oh sounds like a good Pokemon. Glad to see one into the Day 2 field.
Ho-Oh is a hustler, as we all know. But we also have a Lugia that's out there as well, and that was a Pokemon that we've talked a little bit about having to play a little bit more selfishly, but still out there.
There's a pretty good spectrum of these Pokemon. On that usage graphic, nothing is at an especially high percentage, right? Just over 20% is where it peaks, which means there's pretty even distribution among all of these Pokemon. Lots of things viable. Definitely some restricted Pokemon that we don't hardly see at all, but I think a pretty nice distribution of them in the Day 2 field.
I remember the Day 2 field of Indianapolis did include a white Kyurem.
Okay.
And there was maybe a Zekrom in there.
Oh.
Spicy stuff. I'm just saying, maybe the first couple of days of a format, really cool to see what's cooking over there. But
all these Pokemon have similar total stats, and so any of them built into the right team, some of them have some extra strong abilities that help go on top of that, but any of them on the right team can probably find a composition where they work or to answer the right meta, so wouldn't be too shocked by almost anything.
Maybe we'll get shocked by something at NAIC. Well, we'll see where the wheels keep turning, but we've got Gabby with an interview with our senior division champions. Let's go ahead and hear from them, and congratulations.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with your 2024 Los Angeles Regional Champion, Adam. How's it going this morning?
Good.
Congratulations on your win. How does it feel? This was your first regional championship.
Feels good, yeah.
Yeah, so you previously have done well in Vancouver and other regionals. What did you do differently for this event that you feel gave you the edge?
Preparation with balance. Just you can beat everything if you're good enough.
That's fair. And I mean, we were just talking, you were using a Calyrex Ice balance team. How did you find playing that with the field in the seniors division?
It's pretty easy into every restricted as long as you can player difference everybody and just know your lines and stuff.
Cool. Now, you were telling me before that in top 4, you and your friend were running the same team, and your finals opponent beat you and your friend in Swiss, and then you also had to face them, or not you, your friend had to face them in top 4. What was your strategy going into finals?
I just knew that if I was the better player and made the better plays, then I would win. And I won in 2 because I was able to read him pretty much every turn and know the right Pokemon to bring and the right moves to do.
Nice. Well, now that you've won the LA Regional Championship, what's next? You headed to NAIC?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, any secrets on what you're going to run there? Or are you thinking more Calyrex Ice or nah?
We'll see.
We'll see. All right. Well, you'll just have to watch and see how you do. Congratulations again on your win. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Shout out to Alex Underhill for sending me the team and helping with some of my matchups today. Shout out to my friend Chris for using the team with me and supporting me. And shout out to my friend PK as well. And shout out to my mom for taking me here.
Well, Adam, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
With just a few events left on our road to Worlds 2024, Indianapolis was our next stop for our very first regional in the new Regulation G format. Let's take a look back at all the Pokemon action. With a brand new format, trainers are bringing a variety of new ideas with the newly available restricted Pokemon. Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider were two of the most talked about, but we quickly found out it was not only about the horses in the Wild West of Regulation G. With 5 different restricted Pokemon in Top Cut, we got to see a little bit of everything. Terapagos was one of those Pokemon well discussed going into the event, and Andrew Zhang took down top trainers with the Turtle, proving the believers right to take the first finalist spot. On the other side of the bracket, Rajan Ball put his trust in Miraidon, which was taking electrifying wins all tournament long to earn him a shot at the championship title. That electric momentum continued into the finals for our first game, as a strong Game 1 from Rajan claimed him a quick victory. Andrew is not one to turtle up, and Game 2 saw Terapagos come out of its shell with some powerful Terra Star Storms to put Andrew on the board. One final game remained, and right away, Rajan's Miraidon set the pace, taking a big KO on Andrew's Tornadus to take the lead. Despite Andrew's best efforts, he couldn't escape the fate of Miraidon, which clutched the endgame with some powerful electric Terrasilize boosted discharges to make Rajan our Indianapolis regional champion. What a way to kick off our first Regulation G event, but there's still so much more to discover with these new restricted Pokemon. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Eh, 私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Everybody, it is day 2 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I am Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Len Duell, and we are almost done with our day 2 round 2 Swiss rounds.
Yeah,
we're workshopping that.
One round left. Only one player has clinched their spot into the top 8. There's 21 others with the record that could go in or could go out depending on how their last round goes and the tiebreakers go. So a lot of nervous players out there.
Yeah, and it's already been such a wild tournament, such a strong fight for everybody. And then to think about the fact that you've already played 7 rounds of Swiss today, and then there's that daunting single elimination top 8 cut. You still have to play perfect from there.
Yeah, have to earn that last round win and into the top 8, and then pick right up from there with another match against a player who's also earned a top 8 spot.
It's going to be really tough going for our trainers, but they're giving it everything they've got. And we've got a ton of variety when we look at what is left in the field sitting at that 10-3 record, because that is roughly where we're looking at for the players to have a chance to make it into that top 8. And I feel like we have so much to talk about. I mean, Zachary Thornburg is sitting at 10-3, still has that Scream Tail and that Talon play that were so impressive yesterday.
Such an interesting team, and so many of these teams feature Pokemon that almost no one else in the field has, especially in the non-restricted spot. Right? There are some unique picks in the restricted spot, Pokemon like Zacian or Color Shadow Rider, that only have a couple of representations. But in the non-restricted zone, there are so many Pokemon out there where there's some player vying for the top 8, and they're the only one with that Pokemon in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, talk about maybe another player that fits that bill. Eric Holmstrom actually has Annihilate and also Iron Treads.
Okay.
That's wild. Iron Treads as one of those future or past future.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Future Paradox Pokemon. I'm still thinking of Great Tusk. I wanted Great Tusk to be great again. I really did.
Great Tusk, we actually saw some usage from, was pretty predominant in Regulation B, had its day in the sun, but Iron Treads really never did. It was never especially viable in Regulation B or from any point past that, as we had more and more power introduced to the format. But now here it is. Miraidon, maybe just what it needed to have a moment and an opportunity.
I know, we were talking about Iron Hands and Iron Bundle, but where's the Iron Treads? Apparently there's a couple Brute on it that are out in the field too, so if Amoonguss wasn't enough for you, well then you can make it like really Amoonguss, you know?
Angry Amoonguss. Amoonguss who's ready to fight.
Amoonguss that is, yeah, it's definitely ready to fight. Maybe with a loaded dice and a couple of other bullet seeds lined up or something. Yeah, we're feeling good about that one. I honestly always wanted to see more from Brute on it. And I don't know how you feel about this, but Iron Thorns, I'm so sad it never got a chance to be good.
It's unfortunately just a very bad Pokemon, I think. But
it's not Tyranitar.
No. I think it's a bad sign when its best set was always like turning into a bug type and missling for some reason. So I don't think we'll see that one. But Iron Treads.
Shame. Yes, Iron Treads, there may be some hope for you yet. But what about for our underrated restricted Pokemon that are still vying for the vote of the best and most underrated restricted Pokemon? Our final is Lunala versus Ho-Oh. Sell me, Len, on the Ho-Oh. You said is such a hustler.
Oh man, I feel like these are the two Pokemon that we've been talking up on this underrated bracket all weekend, and now they're here in the finals. And I'm not sure I'm sold on which one it should be. Lunala definitely having more success in this tournament, has way more variety in the kind of set that it can run. There are ones out there with Meteor Beam, with Calm Mind, with Trick Room and Wide Guard. Whereas Ho-Oh does what it does. There's one player in day 2, and I don't think they're vying for a top spot in the top 8. So not having a ton of success this weekend, but still feels like it could, on the right team, provide a ton of value because of Regenerator, especially if the metagame slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's pretty hyper offensive right now. So it's a little tough, I think, to ask that Ho-Oh to stay on the field for so long.
I think that's exactly right. Trying to pivot Ho-Oh in and out to get Regenerator boosts, you are often going to take more damage than the 1/3 health recovery that you get by switching out.
Well, the Lunala, I think, has made a strong case for itself, but I think I'm going to give that credit to all of the players that have brought the Lunala to this tournament and have made it look so good. Definitely a restricted Pokemon. I think that will be more on people's radars, seeing even the small amount of success that it has had. There are 2 Lunala remaining in day number 2, and that is Andrew Briseno and Henry Rich. Henry, who we got a chance to see yesterday with that Lunala, and Andrew, who we're going to see now.
I feel like that might bias the end of the bracket here a little bit, to have Lunala coming up on stream to play into the top 8.
It's the storyline. We didn't actually do that on purpose, but the storylines wrote itself for this one. So chat, do your best or worst with the vote. It's all on you now. Is it Ho-Oh or is it Lunala's time to shine? You can either follow the propaganda we put in front of you by giving you one last example of Lunala, or you can defy all expectations and just pick Ho-Oh because it's a great looking legendary.
nostalgia for Gen 2, come on.
Exactly.
Plenty of reasons to vote for Ho-Oh.
I know, I agree. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. We're still going to sing its praises, but let's take a look at those standings and we can talk a little bit more about the players that are in that arm's reach. Anybody that is at that 10-3 record has a shot, and they all have some really amazing teams as well. I mean, I just even want to point out Mostafa, that is going to be in that 13th place right now, has the Mousehold, Sableye, and Comfy surrounding a Miraidon. I think that's super cool.
So many interesting choices. Almost all of these players represent some Pokemon that you didn't really expect to see in day 2. Very few just kind of teams that go along preconceived expectations. Like you mentioned, all the 11-2 players with a win will lock their spot into the top 8 and are vying for a spot with even with a loss based on tiebreakers. And any of the players with 10 wins and 3 losses need a win to give themselves a chance, and then it's up to their tiebreaker based on their strength of schedule on the day.
I think it's really crazy that the top 16 includes 3 of the 4 Zacian players in day 2.
Zacian really having a day. Feels like maybe it should have won that bracket after all, despite that we talked it down. But yeah, having a really unexpected success here, maybe benefiting from significantly less Incineroar usage than there had been in the couple of tournaments before, or just players finding the right way to use it. We heard in Grant's interview him mention the tech of having the Terra Ground Terra Blast to try to just blow up the Incineroar if given an opportunity. Lots of interesting options.
Or the Miraidon. What are you going to hit that Zacian with if your Miraidon just can't hit it with like a Draco Meteor?
Well, with an Electro Drift.
If it Terras?
Oh, if it Terra Grounds,
yeah.
There we go. Then you can try a Draco Meteor.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe it misses, and then maybe your Zacian is feeling even better about itself in that matchup.
Luckyzation's all I need.
But yeah, I think when we take a look at our notable matchups as well, we are focusing on Andrew Braceno versus Joseph Ugarte, but there are so many players right now that, like, the winner of Keon Campbell versus Adi should make it into our top 8. Similarly with Michael Zhang versus Rajan Ball, and Ryan is well and good locked his spot in that top 8 cut.
Yeah, with 12 wins already, he's established his spot in the top 8 and is going to be playing against Grant, who's desperate to do the same. Just as we saw yesterday on stream with the Ditto, we know that just last round had a rematch against Justin in the Ditto off. Wasn't able to take that one, it doesn't look like, and so now has to try to win this round to try to stamp that spot into the top 8.
Ended up learning a lot from that set, I'm sure, because we see that a couple of times where players will get the rematch either twice within the 2 different sets of Swiss rounds that we have, and sometimes even again in the top cut. And there's so much you get to garner from being able to have that experience not once but twice, and maybe even going into the 3rd time, that can really dictate that set.
Yeah, any game plays based on how the previous ones went. You start to learn from each other how you play, how you'll value the matchup, and so they're all going to play differently. But I think these 2 players, it'll be the first time. It'll be the first time for Joe seeing this Meteor Beam Lunala, and the first time for Andrew having to come up against exactly these 6.
Let's talk about the power really fast, or maybe even just Lunala as a single restricted, because we've seen so many different sets at this point. How does Power Herb on a Lunala really set it apart in terms of the Lunala builds we've seen?
I think it does 2 things for you. First is just that Meteor Beam itself is a powerful move that's pretty useful type coverage. When Incineroar is at the level of usage it has, and Knockoff is threatening 4 times super effective damage into Lunala and your item being taken off, it's really great for Lunala to be able to just threaten a Meteor Beam and deal with the Incineroar itself instead of relying on partners. But beyond that, whether you get the KO with it or not, you get a special attack boost. We saw that when the Lunala yesterday got the Calm Mind and then started just firing off consistent +1 boosted damage, that was really difficult for Geo to deal with. Well, the same thing can happen with the Meteor Beam. Of course, when you have Meteor Beam and the Trick Room Wide Guard like Andrew has, you're just down to Moongeist Beam to fire off the damage with that boost.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like we still see a lot of Pokemon that are normal types that would be difficult in order to actually break through. A lot of Indeedee, more so I think than we have seen in the past few weekends. And even for Rigoraph, Ditto doesn't keep its normal typing, but I think it kind of counts as we take a look at Andrew versus Joe for this Swiss round number 14 to close out our Swiss rounds today.
Should be a really interesting match. I think, like you mentioned, Lunala, not a restricted Pokemon that can do it all itself. Definitely relies on teamwork and relies on helping the team. 2 supportive options here with Trick Room and Wide Guard. But like you mentioned, not able to burst through a lot of Pokemon itself is going to rely on additional damage from Pokemon like Ursaluna and Urshifu Rapid Strike and Raging Bolt. Way more attacking, non-restricted Pokemon on this team than a lot of teams that we see because Lunala isn't going to be able to carry that weight itself. It means the Trick Room could be pretty important for Andrew here. With the speed advantage from Trick Room, the Spore can be used to try to control Joe's team as long as the electric terrain isn't down and preventing all of that sleep, but can also open up space for Ursaluna, which would love to just start earthquaking and moving quickly through a lot of Joe's Pokemon.
I mean, talk about that ground Terra on something like a Zacian to deal with a Miraidon. You just have a natural ground-type Pokemon to be able to deal with that instead when you have the Miraidon on Joe's team.
Absolutely, and with a big speed advantage, Joe's team is not that bulky. Almost all of them are going to be threatened with a one-hit KO by Ursaluna if it has the guts and has the Trick Room advantage. Now, there are a couple of immunities that can help. Landorus Incarnate on this side is immune to Earthquake, and so it can try to buy Joe a turn, but it's really going to be, I think, tricky to keep it from getting set up. I think another piece that could be really valuable, and if Trick Room goes up, trying to mitigate the advantage of that, could be Ditto. A Ditto that turns into an Ursaluna can try to fight back with the Ursaluna. Of course, it's a difficult transform target because while you copy stat boosts and on lots of other things during transform, you won't copy status, and so you won't become burnt from the Flame Orb on the other side. And a Choice Scarf on Ditto means that it will be faster than your Ursaluna, not to your benefit in Trick Room, and not burnt, so dealing a lot less damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's another way, though, to be able to play around some of the synergy that this Miraidon with the Discharge has. If you are able to get that set up, and maybe if Trick Room isn't active, then you know that you're going to be the faster Ursaluna regardless. But how do you feel like Ditto plays a role in this, if any, even just outside of being able to copy something like that Ursaluna?
Beyond Ursaluna, it could transform into Lunala and get a lot of value that way, is be a Ghost that's immune to Ursaluna offense, if that becomes a big factor in this match. But it can also Ghost Terastallize itself and try to get away from damage. So I think could play a role, but I don't think it's a necessary piece for Joe. I think there's definitely game plans here that just revolve around the Landorus Incarnate Miraidon offense and things like Furgraf and Incineroar to support it.
I'm really curious to see how Trick Room is going to play an effect here, because Joe does have the Furgraf as well in case you want to try to reverse that with the Lunala. And something else about the Furgraf is knowing that it also is going to be able to have the Armor Tail ability, so it can shut off things like Thunderclap when this Raging Bolt might get a huge boost on the electric terrain.
Furgraf should be a fairly important Pokemon. Beyond, we touched on the fact that as a normal type, it can't be hit by Moongeist Beam from Lunala. Meteor Beam will do a lot of damage, but if the Power Herb has already been spent, is not a consistent way to try to attack Furgraf. It also has the Electric Seed, meaning that it's going to get a defense boost that will help it take attacks from Ursaluna like Earthquake much better. And so it could find itself in positions where it can reverse Trick Room. If Andrew has to pour a ton of resources into getting a Trick Room up to try to have a sweeping opportunity in this game, and Furgraf gets the opportunity to just switch that back and spend less resources to undo the Trick Room than Andrew spent to set up the Trick Room, that's going to play a massive factor in this match.
It's also tough for Andrew too, because I think that's the only way that you can limit these Miraidon's options, since you don't have a way to actually shut off the terrain. A lot of the time when we see these Miraidon teams, one of the biggest key answers is switching in something like the Rillaboom and taking away that boost that Miraidon is getting from its ability Hadron Engine. And Andrew does not have an option like that.
Andrew's going to have to rely much more on the type chart to deal with the electric offense. Luckily for him, does have ground type, the Raging Bolt that 4 times resists electric, and then a Moongeist that can resist as well. And then Lunala with Shadow Shield gets that pseudo resistance for 1 turn. And so there is enough bulk to withstand a couple of Miraidon attacks here, but if things get whittled down or Terras are forced for other reasons, then Miraidon could really quickly start looking like an imposing and unstoppable offensive threat.
Well, let's see if Trick Room is going to play a big role as we head into game number 1 of this best of 3 at round 14 of Swiss. It's going to be Lunala and a Moongeist to kick things off here for Andrew, and Joseph is going to start with the Miraidon and the Incineroar.
The Trick Room is threatened immediately here. Lunala should be able to take a hit from Miraidon and set up Trick Room if it needs to, and a Moongeist can try to redirect, and it's something like a knockoff away from Incineroar, or if not faked out, can redirect a Miraidon attack away. So if Andrew wants the Rage Powder plus Trick Room play, it's here. But then would still have to deal with both of these Pokemon in Trick Room. The other option is just to have Lunala immediately go out on the offense with Meteor Beam and try to pluck off the Incineroar like we talked about earlier.
Well, it's going to be a Rage Powder. Because there's no safety goggles, both of the attacks from Joe's Pokemon are going to get redirected, one of which is going to be this huge Draco Meteor. It's just going to be able to get the one shot on this Amoonguss. Even though it drops the special attack of this Miraidon, what a small price to pay to get rid of such a pesky Pokemon. And the U-turn into Lunala as well allows this Incineroar to break the Shadow Shield of this Lunala and also allow Joe to pivot in something else that could be able to take advantage of the Trick Room if he's expecting it to go up. One of which is the Farigiraf that we were talking about, having the opportunity to reverse the Trick Room and also get this defense boost from the Electric Seed. Yep, Trick Room going up too. I mean, Farigiraf just feels like it's in such a good position here.
Farigiraf does feel like it's come in at just the right moment. There were a lot of opportunities for Joe in that first turn. The Draco Meteor to KO Amoonguss is huge, takes away a redirection option, takes away a thorn in the side. Anytime you're having to fight in Trick Room against Amoonguss, it's difficult, even if you have Electric Terrain preventing the spores. Getting the KO with that meant there was also the option for knockoff into Lunala that would have done a ton of damage and gotten rid of the Power Herb, but electing just for the U-turn to break the Shadow Shield and land the Farigiraf here where it's able to quickly reverse this Trick Room.
And not to mention, now you have the opportunity to just kind of, maybe even sacrifice this Whimsicott here if you want to, knowing it's going to potentially take 2 attacks. But the foul play from this Farigiraf, just being comfortable to deal with these Trick Room conditions and getting a decent chunk of damage down now that that Shadow Shield is broken. And this Lunala does have that Power Herb, so it can go for this Meteor Beam, get that special attack boost. But is it going to hit the target? This is not a 100% accurate move, but it does this time around. And so the Farigiraf, dealing some good chip, but getting taken out in the process.
Ultimately, Farigiraf was not able to reverse the Trick Room there, even if it had tried, because there was enough damage coming in from Andrew's side. The Amoonguss going down gave free entry for the Raging Bolt, with which the Electric Terrain had a ton of damage threatened by Thunderbolt, and with 2 special attackers on the field, the Electric Seed wasn't helping Farigiraf at all. It does cost Lunala the Power Herb to make it happen, which makes this Incineroar a lot more difficult to deal with. But ultimately, now the Trick Room is locked in. We have the turn of it going up, the turn where Farigiraf goes down. That means there's 3 more turns that just is going to have to play inside of Trick Room, and there's not a way to reverse it at this point.
Right now, too, with the Whimsicott on the other side, Joe got a chance to get this in free. It still has the Focus Sash intact, so it could take an attack here. And it's nice that it has the opportunity to just go for something like the Moonblast into this Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt's Terra type is going to be electric, so it can get some pretty powerful electric type attacks down. And it can Thunderclap, knowing that that Farigiraf is not available anymore to block those priority attacks with the Armor Tail.
The Electric Terrain helps Raging Bolt really threaten a lot of damage and will have the speed advantage. Of course, also if Miraidon gets back on the field, Raging Bolt can just switch it up to Draco Meteor and threaten a KO onto Raging Bolt.
Well, here is the Terra. It is going to go on to Joe's Incineroar. So it does get the Grass typing. It's going to allow itself to resist some of these attacks in from the Raging Bolt, and it's just going to allow it to get a bit more utility on the field.
Both Terastallizations used this turn. The Lunala also going to be using its Terastallization to turn into a Grass type and make sure it doesn't take massive damage from the knockoff that the Incineroar was threatening, for example.
That is a much smaller Terra Hat. I just have to point out. It's a much smaller Terra Hat, but it's actually going to get locked into an Encore. So one way that you can get a little bit more staying power in Trick Room is just if you have the ability to go for something with that Prankster, and Thunderbolt now just going to clap back a little bit, but you are stuck now as Lunala having to go for Meteor Beam, and with that power being spent, you're stuck for at least another turn before you're able to actually land that Meteor Beam.
This is a really interesting play. You have to imagine Andrew was expecting to just get 2 hits into Whimsicott, try to get a KO there, force Miraidon onto the field to try to deal with it before Trick Room was expired. But the Encore to Meteor Beam delays that for another couple turns. But you're also giving more boosts over to Lunala. As a Grass type, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. If Incineroar tries to U-turn and chip in damage that way, that's also going to force Miraidon on the field still with time left in Trick Room and Choice Specs, and so no chance to protect.
Well, Whimsicott's going to protect this turn, is in a bit of danger of getting taken out by this Raging Bolt, but it's the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. You don't even need the super effective knockoff if that Grass Terra type is going to make you vulnerable to this Flare Blitz. So a huge KO here for Joe to grab while this Trick Room is nearing its end. Even though this Incineroar does have to take a little bit of chip damage, you can see how this Grass Terra on the Incineroar is going to be really handy to deal with this Raging Bolt, except it has that secondary effect of paralyzing that Incineroar.
Ursaluna now comes in with very little time left in this Trick Room. Probably Andrew would have had a stronger offensive presence in this Trick Room had Ursaluna been there earlier, but now it's gone on a very short timer because once Miraidon comes out on the field, it's going to be threatening a Draco Meteor that should just KO. And meanwhile, Whimsicott is still being a nuisance, able to disrupt with Encore and force another Thunderbolt into 2 grass-type attackers.
Oh, and the knockoff as well into the Ursaluna. The Paralyze is not going to affect this Incineroar enough. So Ursaluna losing the Flame Orb does not have an opportunity to actually gain that status effect. Whimsicott, though, even locking that Raging Bolt into the Encore with the Thunderbolt, it's gonna get taken down in the process, but it means that this Miraidon is going to have a fantastic resist, knowing that the Electric Terrain is just expired and it gets to come back in to reset that. But it still has to deal with this Ursaluna, though.
It's really 1 turn too late. If Andrew had been able to force Miraidon on the field 1 turn earlier without the ability to protect itself, it would have been so vulnerable to a Raging Bolt Draco Meteor, especially with the Terastallization already spent on Incineroar. But now Miraidon hits the field with Trick Room already expired. It has its choice of targets. Can just Draco Meteor this Raging Bolt, which also cannot protect itself, is encored into Thunderbolt and holding an Assault Vest. Can just threaten a KO there. You leave Ursaluna to deal with in the future, but Ursaluna has been really weakened by having its Flame Orb knocked off and not able to get burnt and boosted facades off.
Well, it's going to be the Draco Meteor from the Miraidon, and it's into this Ursaluna. It buys Andrew a little bit of time to try to get some chip damage down into this Incineroar, because it is going to be the hardest target to take off of the field. But the knockoff comes through. It is going to remove the Assault Vest from this Raging Bolt. But critically, you're looking at the Ursaluna now, having a juicy opportunity in front of this Electric-type Miraidon to try to go for something like an Earthquake. But as you mentioned, the Raging Bolt can't protect. You're kind of hoping that you're going to take something down with it in the process.
Raging Bolt stuck using Thunderbolt, and Joe able to just rely on that Encore to make sure the Miraidon isn't under threat from that slot. Means you can use Draco Meteor to make sure the Ursaluna isn't a threat. The double protect from Ursaluna buys Andrew a little bit of time to try to get rid of this Incineroar and get out from under the Encore.
But the Draco Meteor, once again, trying to land into that target. So Andrew, with such a critical double protect, buys his Raging Bolt enough time to get the knockout onto the Incineroar. And just like that, it's just the Miraidon. Miraidon still has a lot of power, but losing an opportunity twice to secure a knockout into either the Ursaluna or the Raging Bolt has allowed this Encore to expire.
Crucially, the Encore expiring means that the 2 damaging single target attacks can just come out, and ultimately the Draco Meteor misses. The Ursaluna isn't damaged. Joe doesn't get either of his targets as the Draco Meteor lands into Miraidon, picks up the KO, and Andrew comes back and wins this game 1.
Wow, what a series of unfortunate events there for Joseph at the end of that game number 1. I mean, hats off to Andrew, because you have to play to those types of outs. Not landing the double protect there makes things look a little bit differently, but still got it in the end.
Understood what the outs were. That giving up Ursaluna would have not left a way back in. Eventually, the Incineroar and the Miraidon would have dealt with Raging Bolt, so able to protect that Pokemon over the course of a couple of turns, and knew that there was light at the end of the tunnel once that Encore was expired. And Andrew was able to threaten 2 one-hit KOs onto the Miraidon, either the Headlong Rush or the Draco Meteor. The one of them was going to have to hit, and ultimately it was the Draco Meteor that picked up the KO in the Miraidon.
And nice to have that single target damage as well. And I think, like, too, Joe still played around this super well. Got a chance to get that Whimsicott in for free, had the Prankster Encore, able to lock that Lunala into the Meteor Beam without having access to that Power Herb. And then you also got a chance to lock this Raging Bolt into Thunderbolt. So you weren't doing much damage to either the Incineroar or the Miraidon while the Encore was still intact.
Joe, I think, did a great job, like you mentioned, disrupting the Trick Room. Really caused a lot of turns to be wasted. But because of the 4 Pokemon that he brought in order to try to disrupt that Trick Room, the Whimsicott, Incineroar, and Frigoraph, not big offensive threats. Incineroar did have a valuable offensive role in that game, forced to Terastallization from Lunala and then KO'd anyway with the Flare Blitz. But it left so much of the offensive requirement onto Miraidon. Miraidon had to go for a Draco Meteor for big KO and then get off the field to reset its special attack, because the only offensive path of the game was, for Joe, was getting that Miraidon back in later. And then it needed to go for a couple of more Draco Meteors to close the game, and there was just probably too much to ask of Miraidon at the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, at the 3rd time was the charm. It just missed it completely. And sometimes that's what happens when you have to open yourself up to those types of end games. But as we enter into this 2nd game of this best of 3, Joe is going to lead with the Miraidon and the Incineroar. Incineroar, and for Andrew, it's going to be the Raging Bolt and the Lunala.
A shift up. There's no longer the Amoonguss there, but the Raging Bolt, similarly a viable target for Draco Meteor if Joe just wants to throw one in that direction. But no redirection available also means Lunala looks a lot more vulnerable here. Something like Volt Switch and Knockoff would just KO Lunala if it doesn't go for a Terastallization.
Yeah, and similarly on the other side, like Joe has the opportunity to use Terastallization as well, either for the Incineroar in order to remove its weakness to that Meteor Beam, or to help boost up those attacks from the Miraidon. But a smart defensive choice here from Joe, knowing that that Meteor Beam is an option.
A way to disrupt the Knockoff plus Volt Switch combination, or just punishing the Incineroar after this Draco Meteor that one-hit KOs Raging Bolt would have been the Meteor Beam into Incineroar. That option's not there, and Raging Bolt is down.
Raging Bolt is a huge piece for Joe to have removed so early. Unlike the Amoonguss that we saw in that game number 1, I feel like the Raging Bolt was so much more impactful. And so having that key piece taken out means that you don't get a chance to utilize this electric terrain anymore, and even have that one-shot potential onto the Miraidon. This Meteor Beam actually still does a pretty good amount of damage there to that Incineroar, but in a similar turn of events, Joe gets, in this game, a turn 1 knockout plus a pivot from this Incineroar, and breaks the Shadow Shield.
Shadow Shield is down. Once again, though, there's not much offensive pressure on this following turn from Joe's side. It's Whimsicott on the field to try to be disruptive, and Miraidon already at -2 special attack and locked into Draco Meteor. The Incineroar took actually less than 50% from that Meteor Beam, didn't take that much. I think it's good knowledge for both players that the one-hit KO then isn't available. Meteor Beam will just miss that KO and let Incineroar attack, and Joe doesn't necessarily even have to use a Terastallization to prevent it if we were to go to game 3.
It is nice to know that Assault Vest might be helping with that calculation there, but you can also sort of play around that. As the Incineroar starts to move back in, it does get an Intimidate drop pretty crucially onto this Ursaluna that took that Raging Bolt's place, but Lunala also wants to get out of dodge. So we're gonna see the reveal of that 4th and final Pokemon for Andrew in that Amoonguss on this turn.
So it's the same Pokemon, just in a different order. Amoonguss comes out of the back next to Ursaluna. Whimsicott tries an Encore, but Andrew does not want to get stuck in a Meteor Beam this time.
Oh, and the Headlong Rush though. This is gonna be in some dangerous territory, because as Ursaluna continues to go for the single target attacks with that Headlong Rush, it is going to start taking defense and special defense drops. But this time around, it is going to get the burn from that Flame Orb that the Incineroar knocked off in that first game.
The burn means that Ursaluna will have a lot more consistent offensive power, but like you mentioned, the special defense drop and the lack of Trick Room means that it may be a lot more difficult for Ursaluna to actually get those attacks off. Things are going to start very quickly threatening KOs. Not these two Pokemon, though. Whimsicott and Incineroar can do a lot of damage together. Maybe with a double up could deal with Ursaluna, but definitely not also deal with an Amoonguss on the other side. Of course, both are grass types right now, so they're not able to be redirected by Rage Powder. So the Ursaluna does feel a little bit vulnerable and protects itself on this turn.
Good to at least know that you're going to keep yourself safe from this Moonblast that this Whimsicott was sending in that Ursaluna's direction. But even though this Amoonguss can't do things like Spore, oh, the Flare Blitz as well to stop the double up. That's a huge protect here from Andrew to be able to call both of those targets. And with the Amoonguss being able to go for the Pollen Puff, it puts this Incineroar on a really small timer. Even one more Headlong Rush would for sure be able to pick it off.
But how do you get to the one more Headlong Rush? I think it's a really crucial missed KO for Andrew, because that double up of the Moonblast and the Flare Blitz that goes past Rage Powder is still available in the next turn. Both of those attacks are going to go off before either Ursaluna or Amoonguss moves, which is going to force this switch that you're seeing Andrew lock in of going into the Lunala just to make sure that Ursaluna isn't so easily given up. That's a huge advantage for Joe, to be able to be forcing switches and having a big offensive threat that's disrupting your opponent with just the Whimsicott and the Incineroar. Being able to have that kind of impact before Miraidon hits the field again, when you know you're going to get one more wave of having the offensive ownership of the game and the momentum as soon as Miraidon hits the field another time, it's like being one step ahead.
It was tough though too, because like now you are gonna lock this Ursaluna into an Encore, and so that does not feel great as the knockoff going to knock off the Flame Orb, but it's still gonna do more damage because that Ursaluna was actually holding an item, and now it has to protect. A really weird series of events there, quite honestly, as the Pollen Puff at least breaks the Focus Sash on this Whimsicott.
Joe doesn't go for the knockoff plus Moonblast, maybe not trusting that it would KO, and of course with Protect on the previous turn, Encore into a Protect works just as well to make sure that Andrew can't attack. The Amoonguss doesn't pick up the KO on Incineroar again this turn either. Just tries to get the Sash broken on this Whimsicott and start chipping a little bit more damage, but things look more and more difficult for Andrew. Now Ursaluna locked into Protect, can't do anything but protect itself this turn, and it's going to be so risky to try to get out to Lunala when the Incineroar is just ready and waiting to pounce on that switch.
Yeah, a target into the Ursaluna slot just feels good regardless. You still have to deal with this Amoonguss, but this Amoonguss isn't necessarily the biggest offensive threat. The Pollen Puff would be able to pick it off, but this Protect is not going to happen a second time. And the Whimsicott is going to lock this Amoonguss down with yet another Encore. So the Flare Blitz from this Incineroar is going to do enough to get the KO. It will KO itself in the process thanks to the recoil, but now this Miraidon gets a chance to come in for free in front of this Lunala.
Ursaluna failing the Protect there meant that Incineroar was able to find the damage, get it taken down, and lock Andrew to the final 2 Pokemon.
With the Pollen Puff, though, at least you're still doing a bit of damage, but, you know, I think that would still be a 3-hit knockout. Maybe you're able to help it out a little bit more with this Lunala, but because the Lunala had to leave the field, you're losing that boost that you ended up getting from that Meteor Beam earlier on. You were so scared of the Encore.
Joe is one step ahead with this Encore as well. Having Amoonguss stuck into Pollen Puff right now makes things so much more difficult for Andrew. He'd love to be able to Rage Powder away a giant Electro Drift from this Miraidon and keep Lunala safe, but that option isn't there. Amoonguss is going to be stuck just Pollen Puffing for likely the remainder of this game, which leads Lunala on an island by itself. Lunala, a very bulky Pokemon, but Choice Specs Miraidon Electro Drift is a very powerful attack.
It sure is. Even though you know that the Defensive Terra is available for this Lunala, that you can turn yourself into a Grass type, is that going to be enough to save you?
It shouldn't be enough to prevent the KO. And Pollen Puff, now being used on the partner side to try to heal, might be able to undo a lot of it, but if it's a Draco Meteor coming in instead, it could still be a KO, and Whimsicott can try to just mount damage as well with Moonblast.
Oh, it's just going to be the Electro Drift. May as well lead into the big offensive power that this Miraidon has without decreasing your own special attack. And so that Grass Terra, enough to be able to keep this Lunala safe for now, but the Moonblast just helping to soften up this Lunala, and it gets that special attack drop. So the Moongeist beam that's going to come out of this Lunala is not going to pack nearly as much punch. You can see it with that kind of effect that's going to have on this Miraidon. The Amoonguss with the Pollen Puff into the Lunala is going to help at least restore a bit of HP, but you're still a knockout of Electro Drift range.
I think absolutely. If not the Electro Drift, definitely the Electro Drift plus Moonblast. There's no Protect available from Lunala. It is just vulnerable on this turn. The Pollen Puff isn't enough recovery to get Lunala safe. So even if you hadn't gotten the special attack drop off onto Lunala and you were threatening a KO onto Miraidon, there's no way to get that extra Moongeist Beam off. It's just going to be a KO here from the Electro Drift all by itself.
And that means that this Pollen Puff does not have a good target for it anymore. There was a critical hit there, but I don't know how much that actually matters in the grand scheme of things, knowing that this Whimsicott is still faster than what that Lunala would be able to provide. And with the Moonblast as that secondary follow-up from Joe, this Amoonguss is going to get whittled down a little bit, but it's just too difficult for this Amoonguss to have to get through not only the Miraidon and the Whimsicott, but yet a fourth and final Pokemon for Joe that is yet to be revealed.
Joe played this game expertly, controlled what trades Andrew was willing to make, really used Whimsicott. Despite on Team Preview feeling like you might not need Whimsicott because you don't need the speed advantage, using the Encore to be so disruptive and cause Andrew a ton of problems that let Joe control this game. And so many aspects of the game were so well timed. Miraidon came back in right as Electric Terrain expired, which meant that it could continue to have Electric Terrain boosted moves throughout this in-game. And just expertly played, having to give up so little to work through Andrew's team.
And this is smart, though. I mean, Andrew's still playing to the out that this Electric Terrain could expire. That would take away quite a bit of this Miraidon's output. But this Encore from the Whimsicott is going to lock it into just continuing to have to go for these Protects. It's going to fail this time around, but it's still a timer on this Amoonguss, knowing that it's not able to actually get any damage out with a Pollen Puff of its own. The Rocky Helmet recoil helping a little bit with this Miraidon, but it's only a matter of time before we will see Joe finish up this game, whether it's a Moonblast or yet another Electro Drift.
Whimsicott ready to add one more disruptive, annoying Encore to the mix with the game already well in hand. Just a matter of time now for Joe to land that final hit and KO Amoonguss and move us into a Game 3.
Yep. And even though you do get a chance to see this electric train expire, Amoonguss does not have nearly enough health left, and it's going to fail this second double protect it's gone for. So with the electric drift from the Miraidon, that is the final move in this game number 3, getting the knockout, and let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Really well played.
Really well played game by Joe to make the trades that he needed to and keep kind of control of the game. I think there's 2 really interesting aspects looking into game 3 that I want to focus on. The first is whether Andrew will go for Trick Room again. In the game he won, it was Trick Room went up, but it didn't actually feel like the Trick Room was a huge part of how he won that game. Joe was capably able to disrupt it with a lot of encores, and Andrew ended up taking game-deciding KOs after Trick Room was expired. But the other big factor that's been happening in these games is the turn 1 advantage that Joe is getting. Both games have featured a huge Draco Meteor one-hit KO on turn 1. If Andrew can find a way to lead something a little bit more stable, knowing that there's no reason for Joe to stop leading Miraidon and stop firing off these giant attacks, then he's going to have a much more even ground to play with from there. But having to play every game from down 3-4 is really difficult.
It is hard, and I think in this situation too, maybe even taking a different turn 1 approach for Andrew could have been different. Instead of going for the Meteor Beam into the Incineroar, you now have confirmation that the Incineroar would not get knocked out to the Meteor Beam, even if it was not Terra'd, but you also know that maybe instead you go for something like the Trick Room.
I think a combination where you give up the KO to Draco Meteor, get a Trick Room, and have Ursaluna instantly on the field is probably Andrew's best offensive option. In game 1, it was instead the Raging Bolt that came on the field in that position. It was a little bit harder to deal with the double grass types that Joe presented once it was Raging Bolt and Lunala on the field, because Lunala just doesn't have that same kind of offensive presence as a restricted Pokemon like Miraidon, and he relies on partners like Ursaluna to do it. Game 2, it was Ursaluna immediately hitting the field and getting the Flame Orb and the Guts Burn, but never having the speed advantage. I mean, it had to play much more defensively. It had to protect itself from a double target from Whimsicott and Incineroar, which just meant that Protect could get encored, and a couple turns later, Joe has a decisive lead. And so I think it has to be a little bit more decisive one direction or the other, all in on the offense and the Trick Room, or finding a way to play it a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, so there is an opportunity here where you could potentially just sacrifice the Raging Bolt. It is still going to be slower than this Miraidon, as we see a run back of the same leads we saw in that game number 2 for this third and final game between Joseph Ugarte and Andrew Brasino.
The scary thing is that Joe loves his reads, loves to try to be one step ahead, and that play of breaking Shadow Shield with Miraidon and then going for a knockoff is still there. A Trick Room could still be very dangerous.
It could, but here is a big switch up for Andrew to make, and that is going to be this electric terrestrialization onto the Raging Bolt. You're removing its weakness to a Draco Meteor that could be incoming into that slot and trying to fire one right back. But Joe also has terrestrialization, so that is going to be committed into the Incineroar to give it this Grass Terra once again. Just another fail-safe in case it was a Meteor Beam heading that way.
The Grass Terrestrialization really helps defensively against both of these Pokemon, so it makes a lot of sense, but it is a shift up. There's no Draco Meteor this time. It's Volt Switch coming out and breaking the Shadow Shield.
Wow, and that means that this Incineroar is free to just throw out a knockoff into that slot, knowing that this terrestrialization was committed into the Raging Bolt. It's going to be a Whimsicott that's going to take that Miraidon's place, and that is a Fairy type. The Meteor Beam, though, from this Lunala instead gets a chance to fire off first. So I think you feel pretty good about the fact that you get a chance to get that special attack boost, but you now have to worry about the fact that this Whimsicott is going to sit there and be able to encore you. So even though the Meteor Beam is going to do about half to this Draco Meteor, half to this Incineroar, Draco Meteor isn't going to affect this Whimsicott, and the knockoff is going to be enough to take out this Lunala and a huge turn of events for turn 1.
Joe absolutely one step ahead in this game 3. The possibility of the Volt Switch knockoff play had been there since game 1. Joe finally goes for it, and it gets way more than just the Volt Switch and knockoff, because Andrew is trying to react to the play from the last game, uses the Terrestrialization to make sure that the Raging Bolt wasn't vulnerable to Draco Meteor, and if it had been a Draco Meteor, Raging Bolt would have been able to respond with a Draco Meteor of its own into the Miraidon on the other side. Would have been a really great play into what Joe did last game, but a disastrous play into what Joe does this game. As the Volt Switch lands, breaks the Shadow Shield, gets Miraidon safely off the field to be replaced by Whimsicott, immune to the Draco Meteor, knockoff lands, the restricted Pokemon is gone, no Trick Room, and Andrew feels like he's in a corner after one turn.
Because we're back to this similar position where Whimsicott can just encore something. This Ursaluna is so slow compared to the rest of Joe's team, and there's no trick room yet again for this game number 2. So tough. And you're putting yourself into another position here where Whimsicott gets to encore the Raging Bolt this turn to force you to keep using Draco Meteor, but then threatens the encore into the Ursaluna to lock you into a Protect, and just time after time getting these calls correctly, as this Raging Bolt doesn't even get a chance to actually get the knockout on the Incineroar. It hangs on with just a sliver of HP.
This Incineroar is so bulky to be able to hang on to the Draco Meteor, and the combination of the Encore and knockoff are really pesky for this Ursaluna. It wants to protect for a turn to make sure it gets burnt by Flame Orb and has its full offensive presence, but if you protect for one turn to get that burn, well then the Encore is being threatened, and so this switch is forced, and you're continuing to play on the back foot while Joe already has a lead.
Ooh, and Tailwind as well for the Whimsicott. That is just going to ensure that Joe continues to keep that speed advantage. And the Incineroar calling the Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss. That is going to be able to do a huge chunk of damage.
Joe just stays one turn ahead at every turn. Look how this is going to play out. That Encore Draco Meteor now has to go into Whimsicott for no damage. The Tailwind makes sure that that Flare Blitz goes before the Draco Meteor that would have KO'd Incineroar, and Joe knows what Andrew's options are. Knows that he's not going to be willing to leave Ursaluna in to get Encored into Protect again, and Andrew has brought the same 4 Pokemon to both games. No shift up here, and so the Flare Blitz is called as Amoonguss comes in and gives up so much of its health bar.
And for Farigiraf as well as the 4th and final here for Joe. Might have still been in the back for that second game, but it's going to have that Electric Seed to deal with this Ursaluna that is still waiting in the wings. But Andrew is left with some very few options here.
This game's not over yet, though. Joe has relatively little damage output. Whimsicott can fire some Moonblast, but there's no super effective target with Raging Bolt having dropped its Dragon typing. Farigiraf not much of a damage threat at all here. If the Amoonguss can hang on in time for Raging Bolt to get switched out, or the Amoonguss is just going to switch out, there's still 2 big attackers from Andrew's side. We saw how the end of that game 1 landed, where just one window for Andrew to get an attack into Miraidon can shift the whole game. It's still a possibility in this game 3.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Whimsicott, though, going to help to whittle away, but that Assault Vest really going to be able to keep this Raging Bolt safe as a Draco Meteor fires off into the Farigiraf, the only target that it has on the field, and this Raging Bolt is now down to -4. But because that Amoonguss is still preserved, you have an actual opportunity to make this Raging Bolt switch off the field, get rid of those special attack drops, and bring it back in.
Likely the Ursaluna is still threatened by a KO here. A combination of Moonblast plus Foul Play might be enough damage to pick up the KO into Ursaluna. If you just are switching out into Amoonguss while Ursaluna gets KO'd, that's going to be disastrous. But of course, protecting Ursaluna to try to get in Amoonguss is just setting yourself up for another Encore Protect turn. A really, really dangerous position. I think it's hard to find an avenue that's safe for Andrew, but no Protect, just an Encore back into Draco Meteor.
Yep, and so like Raging Bolt has to keep locking itself into these types of moves, but the Foul Play from this Farigiraf is able to chip away at this Ursaluna just a little bit, but the Farigiraf is going to avoid that Draco Meteor it just got locked into. The Facade, plenty to pick it up, so this Farigiraf is now removed from the field, and Joe down to just the Whimsicott and the Miraidon. But what a powerful duo to have next to each other.
Again, well timing the Electric Terrain, I think actually would have been very bad for Joe if Miraidon had not had Electric Terrain here, if it wants to lock into electric moves. Of course, that's dangerous if you have to deal with this Ursaluna. I don't think Joe has a decisive lead here. The Ursaluna demands attention because it's threatening a KO into Miraidon. The Raging Bolt can reset out and then threaten a Draco Meteor KO into Miraidon, and there's nothing that Whimsicott plus Miraidon can do to disrupt that Draco Meteor, unless you think Moonblast plus Draco Meteor into the neutral target is enough damage to KO the Assault Vest Raging Bolt, but I don't think it is. Now the problem is, if you Draco Meteor the Miraidon and Whimsicott is still there, it can just Encore you into Draco Meteor and then deal with Miraidon itself. So you have to make sure there's a second attacker left, whether it's the Ursaluna still around to threaten damage into Whimsicott, or the Amoonguss threatening to try to close out the game against Whimsicott. There's definitely a path to getting rid of Miraidon here.
There is, and maybe even just getting a Draco Meteor crit. But the Draco Meteor from the Miraidon is going to land into the Ursaluna. So this Miraidon is also going to be dropping its special attack stat. With no more Pokemon in the back, Joe is forced to keep those special attack drops as the Whimsicott follows up that damage with a Moonblast of its own. Raging Bolt still getting chipped away here, but it's about whether or not this Draco Meteor can actually crit the Miraidon, and yes, it does! The super effective one-hit knockout that was Andrew's way back win.
What a gutsy call to not try to find a way to get a neutral special attack Draco Meteor off, but just staying on the field, clicking the button, landing the Draco Meteor into Miraidon, getting the critical hit, and KOing the Miraidon. Now it's just Whimsicott against Amoonguss and Raging Bolt. There just isn't enough time in this game. The Pollen Puffs can heal back up Raging Bolt. The Pollen Puffs can slowly deal with Whimsicott, and Moonblast from Whimsicott is just going to do too little damage to Amoonguss. It's going to take quite a few of them to end this game, and so Joe sees the writing on the wall, concedes it, and Andrew takes the match.
That critical hit just completely changed the whole game. Especially when Raging Bolt was locked into it, had -6 special attack. That was the only out that that Raging Bolt had in order to get Andrew that win, and it came to fruition.
Yeah, Draco Meteor would have still done good amount of damage to Miraidon, but definitely not a KO, which would have given Miraidon time to throw another Draco Meteor into Amoonguss or into the Raging Bolt and try to solve that end game. But with the critical hit and Miraidon gone, Whimsicott was just stuck on an island.
Wow. I mean, you still have to be able to find those outs and play to them, and Andrew did just that. What an electric set, though, between these two players. Joe played that game 2 so well, and even in games 1 and 3, had set himself up for success. Sometimes it's just the way the cards fall.
Yeah, I think a double protect away from winning game 1, a critical hit away from likely winning game 3, but that just means his leads weren't enormous. They were all like one turn, one attack away from Andrew shifting the balance of the game in exactly the way that he did.
Yeah, I mean, just walking through some of these moments again from this game number 3, it felt really bad from Andrew's position to have missed the knockout onto the Incineroar. And then with the Tailwind into the Flare Blitz, you're just doing a huge amount of damage to that Amoonguss. But with that regenerator ability, still had a threat of it in the back to be able to come back in with even more HP.
So many turns in this game that Joe played so expertly, being ahead in the game in turn 1 to get a really decisive lead. The smart play that you mentioned with Tailwind and Flare Blitz, but undone here with the critical hit into Miraidon with Draco Meteor, takes it off the board. This Raging Bolt was led on the field in that spot, terastallized, and stayed there the entire game.
And that terastallization at the very beginning looked pretty suspect. You know, you had the terastallization from that first turn where you say, I know at the very least I'm going to be able to survive a Draco Meteor from this Miraidon, right? But similarly, you're now on the field and you don't have that Terra to keep your Lunala safe, for example, or to be able to have defensive Terra on something else.
Yeah, the Terra looked especially suspect when it didn't work out in the micro of turn 1, right? But I think you can see the value of that Terra in the macro of the game. Having Raging Bolt not be weak to Moonblast or Draco Meteor means that it has a ton of staying power.
Yeah.
It was really difficult for Joe to ever take it off the field. There's a reason so many of those turns were prioritized damage onto the partner next to Raging Bolt, because it was just the more vulnerable thing. As a pure electric attacker, it was not that easy for Joe to deal with, and so it stuck on the field one turn too long.
Yeah, what a close set between these two players. It's just a game of inches and small margins that can be the big difference maker for them. And congratulations to Andrew and commiserations to Joe. We got a chance to see Joe just play so expertly with the Ditto play yesterday versus Justin Burns. You know, that's a player that has always been so successful, so we hope to continue to see more of that from Joe in the future.
Absolutely. Still looking forward to seeing what he's got at NAIC and tournaments in the future. But for now, let's hear from Gabby and Andrew about that last match.
Yesterday, so like that was definitely the luckiest I got.
Hey, sorry to cut you off there,
No
Andrew.
worries.
I know that you're just riding an incredible win, so congratulations. I know you got a little lucky, but that's just the game sometimes, you know?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I definitely got lucky in that set, and like I did the kind of mental calculation. The first game that I won was basically a 1 in 3 chance on the double protect, and then what is that, 1 in 16 chance on game 3. So all I can say is always play to like the most optimal play, and even in like a position that looks like it's completely lost, there's always an out. And so honestly, condolences to Joe. I mean, I know it's like a hard loss to take, but I'm just really excited. This is the best I've ever done at a tournament, so hopefully, I don't know, I'm still happy, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right as we were coming into this interview, you were talking about how this is your first year competing.
Yeah.
You day 2'd Sacramento. Was that your first regional?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I started competing this season. I was, watching VGC last year. I haven't been on stream in a really long time, like since Sacramento, like you said. And I was able to day 2 my first regional, which like is a pretty impressive feat, but it's something that I've been chasing all year, and I haven't been able to day 2 since. So to be able to do it again means a lot to me. And this is the last regional of the season, so day 2ing the first one and the last one, I don't know, it's kind of like a cool poetic ending, I guess, to my first season competing.
Yeah, I like to believe sometimes that there's somebody up there writing little storylines, and they try to look for those little things.
There's somebody that put that crit into the game.
Of course. So let's talk about your team for a bit. What was your inspiration behind running the team that you ran? Because I know the Ursaluna in particular was a really cool choice.
Yeah, so my history with Ursaluna goes back to my previous stream game in Sacramento. I actually played against Gary Chan, and he used Cresselia Ursaluna. And I remember being really scared to play against that particular dynamic without having a lot of experience against it.
Yeah.
And so during Reg E, Reg F, I started using that same composition. And basically once I found this team, which was actually recommended by my friend Brandon Davis, it was built actually originally for Indianapolis.
Okay.
And forgive me, I'm actually forgetting the player who ran it, but it was the same 6 mons, and I kind of just changed a couple Terra types and EV spreads. But basically, I got really comfortable with Ursaluna paired with Cresselia, and Lunala kind of feels like Cresselia, but with a lot more offensive pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I really like that because, it has the Meteor Beam option, but it also has Trick Room, so it's kind of a 50-50, what kind of mode I'm going to go for when I bring it.
Cool, and I don't think you know this because you've been competing all day, but for those of you watching on Twitch at home, we've actually been doing a poll for the most underrated Pokemon, and Lunala and Ho-Oh are in the finals. What do you have to say as somebody who's piloted Lunala to great success to everybody who's voting in that poll?
Obviously, my vote is for Ho-Oh. I'm just kidding. It's obviously for Lunala. And I saw that we were in the finals when I got pulled in for stream, and I told them, I was like, I really want Lunala to win. So hopefully the votes are in. That performance maybe sways the vote a little bit. I'll be happy. I think of Lunala's strongest soldier. I don't know. There's a couple on stream, so I gotta figure out how they did. So
yeah, well, someone will do the math for sure. I gotta just ask real quick. Have you faced a Ho-Oh at all in practice?
I've not faced a single Ho-Oh. Not even honestly in practice games. It's a mon that I really like, but I don't know. It'd be a game time decision, and that decision would probably be to click Meteor Beam into it on turn 1.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how that matchup will fare in the future somewhere far away from here. For now, though, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, definitely shout-outs to my family for always supporting me. I'm sure they're watching from home right now, and definitely all of my friends that I've made in moving. I moved to Northern California last year, and honestly at Sacramento I didn't really know too many people, but this tournament has been a complete 180. Throughout the year I've made a lot of great friendships, and so I have a whole support squad that's been helping me prep out matchups. In particular Simon and Griffin really helped me in one of the matches that I was really worried about because I lost to James Beck day 1, and they really helped me prep it for day 2, and the lines we prepared went almost exactly as planned. But yeah, definitely all my friends back home here in NorCal. And yeah, I think that's it. If I forgot anyone, I'm sorry.
No worries. Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your accomplishments here this weekend. We'll see how Top Cut goes, but until we have that information, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and congratulations, Andrew. It really is a phenomenal performance to have an X3 on your record for a huge regional such as this.
Such a strong performance. It takes so much to win 11 out of 14 matches over 2 days against stronger and stronger opponents every round.
Yeah, and Joe is no slouch of an opponent either, and everybody else playing in day 2, it has been a gauntlet to even get to this point. So it feels even a big accomplishment to say I went 6-3 or I went day 2. It's great to see people really celebrating their successes at these events.
Absolutely. Every step forward is amazing to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have also enjoyed getting a chance to chat with all of you at home using that #PlayPokemon. We have a couple of tweets to share with everybody. V says another regional, another legendary shiny to hunt for. The best nickname will be what I use for Articuno. Any ideas? Okay, everybody go to V's post and give your vote for what this Articuno should be named. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a very good nicknamer. I always stick to the original names of the Pokemon. Is that a bad thing?
No.
Okay.
Ho-Oh. Name a Ho-Oh?
Oh, you're gonna name Articuno
Yeah.
Ho-Oh. Okay.
Maybe?
That's a VGC illegal nickname right there.
Is it? A blue ho-oh?
You're gonna hit blue? Oh, that one might be allowed. That one might be allowed.
Well, it can't be blue, first of all. Second of all, it also, the shiny isn't, the shiny isn't blue. Anyway, V, I'm sorry if that's what ends up getting named your Articuno. Yeah, I don't think it's bad that you actually just keep the nicknames the same as what the Pokemon is either.
Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance.
Giving the people what they ask for. I think Sierra definitely asked for this, but it is a cute little Slitherwing drawing. I love that. Thank you, Cheesecake.
I love the energy it gives.
It's just good energy from Slitherwing. I can't wait till Slitherwing actually maybe has a moment. I thought it would be with Koraidon. Oh. Maybe? Well, it's certainly having a moment now. the big side eye from the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon. Superior says, heard Sierra's call for Slitherwing appreciation, quickly doodled the true champion of LA.
The true champion, huh?
The people's champion.
The people's champion. I think the people's champion might be Lunala based on that bracket.
Ooh, actually true.
Definitely not Slitherwing, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sierra. That might be true. Well, we've got a couple more tweets here, and those are great doodles regardless, so keep them coming. We know that Slitherwing is still very cute. I have seen the life-size Larvesta plush.
That's cool.
I have to have that, personally. It's huge. You know how big Larvesta is?
I don't. I would have imagined it was like a little larva. How
like
big
a little
is it?
bean?
Yeah.
No, it's huge. It's like this big.
That would be kind of terrifying to run into.
Oh, and like, have you, the Asado Desert, have you run into a couple of Larvesta over there? Some of them are just like ginormous. You put your player up against it, and it's like up to like your hip.
That's pretty big.
It's a big bug. It's a very big bug. But Sable says, congrats to LA for having the largest VGA 2 ever. That's so true. Oh my God. Oh, we had a lot of people playing day 2 today. That is for sure. And from Raghav, 7-1 officially made day 2 at every single regional this year. That's 7 in a row. Congratulations, Raghav. Incredible season.
That kind of consistency is so impressive. When every round things like Crit Draco Meteors can happen, you can lose games that you really don't expect to lose. To be able to go 7-2 or better at every day 1, 7 of them in a row is just so impressive.
And we have very few players that can say that they have that level of consistency. I think Raghav is just one of the few that's been able to make day 2 every single event. We look at players like Wolf Glick always making those day 2s as well, and it's great to see what types of players can really reach into that upper echelon.
Yeah, because it is a level of success beyond your occasional top 16 or top 8 to be able to do that week in and week out.
Yes, not just one-hit wonders over here, but a lot of wonder to be had. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready for our top 8 cut, so don't go anywhere because we're about to crown an LA regional champion.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y,
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and evened the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. A lovely shot there of our Go judges this weekend, and of course our lovely competitors, spectators. And hey, there's one of us in there too. Great to see you, Adam. Hope you're doing well. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Len and Rosemary once again. We do have a bit of a break before we get started with Top Cut as everybody gets situated. So I wanted to welcome y'all to one of my favorite side events that happen at the International Championships and World Championships. It is time for some Chaos Cup, baby.
Oh, I'm so excited. What do we got this time?
Do you know what Chaos Cup is?
Walk me through what the Chaos Cup is, Gabby.
You looked very confused. So the Chaos Cup is a side event where you sign up and you are given a team to play with in that tournament every round. So you sit down, there's a team code in front of you, and that's just the team that you play with. In the European regions, they tend to ask content creators to build some teams. I know, Rose, you were asked at one point to build some teams.
I did do a set of those. I did base them off of all of the different gym leaders in Paldea.
Yep.
Some of them were much more powerful than others, and I did a horrible job of balancing some of them. But I'm going to not take all of the responsibility because you gotta work with what you got.
You gotta work with what you got. And if you are attending the North American International Championships, a little Pidgey told me that there will be teams inspired by notable Pokemon trainers throughout all the mediums. So there's some Pokemon Go trainers in there, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Battle Revolution.
Pokemon Masters EX?
Yeah, technically they are in Pokemon Masters EX, yes. So shout outs to the very handsome individual who made that happen. For this tournament though, if we want to go ahead and look at our community bracket, so this is where things get a little bit chaotic. Y'all decided that Lunala was the champion here of the most underrated restricted. But what if I could tell y'all that we're gonna have some chaos here and we're gonna actually see a Lunala versus Ho-Oh battle?
That would be pretty cool. I think that's a pretty good way to decide it. Hopefully we're not overruling the audience out there, though.
We're not. We have the people's choice and we have the champion's choice.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, I like it. Maybe the champion will also be the people's choice.
You never know. And thanks to our lovely casters, Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn, who have graciously volunteered to take these teams that I kind of threw at them in between our segments. They're going to be playing it out on stream to determine who is truly the champion. So
who is Lunala's champion and who is Ho-Oh's champion?
So Joe Brown will be running the Lunala team.
Okay.
And Sierra will be running the Ho-Oh team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's two restricted Pokemon paired up with players that have experience with either of them. We've seen Sierra run Ho-Oh before. It is one of her favorite Pokemon. And then for Joe, he loves Psychic Spam. And I feel like Lunala is one of the best candidates for that right now, if given the opportunity.
Well, I'm pretty sure Lunala will have the opportunity. So if we're ready to head to the stage, we can go ahead and run this as all Pokemon battles are on this stage, with some team previews, with some fun facts.
Okay, they better have some fun facts.
Are we ready to head over there? Here we go. They are ready to go, and it also looks like there's a spare Switch probably acting as a team sheet. So, oh, we can hear them.
But I could have brought a team if I had known, you know?
Yeah, right? Like, I would have built a Fire Slitherwing team.
Right.
Okay,
like,
well.
and I would have also with Ho-Oh. Like, I would have, I would have gone for it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the true love of chaos is.
Are they gonna tell us like when we gotta?
Yeah, am I supposed to connect?
Do stuff now, guys. If you can hear us, it's time to start. All right.
They're figuring it out.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, this is the chaos. Like, you need to be able to look at a team. You need to be able to look at your opponent's team.
and figure out just how to battle.
Joe's team seems a little bit easier to understand. It's a Trick Room team. It's a little bit of size spam, just like he asked for.
Yeah.
Sierra's team looks a little bit harder to get your grasp around. A couple of ancient Pokemon with Screamtail and Slitherwing. Maybe some Sun in there?
Yeah. I believe we will get to that in a moment, but here is the Size Spam team for y'all to look at.
Okay, so Lunala, we've seen a couple of different use cases for it this weekend, but this one is going to have a Trick Room set alongside the Expanding Force. That Psychic Terrain is going to get set up by this Indeedee, and you also have an Expanding Force option with that Armarouge. Joe has a lot of experience playing Trick Room, and what better way to be able to take advantage of that than a really slow Pokemon like the Lunala or that Blood Moon or Saluna.
Yeah, 3 separate Trick Room setters, 2 Expanding Force users, and then complemented by the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike as well, which could be a problem for Ho-Oh, not something that wants to take a Surging Strikes just on the first turn.
That's true. And you gotta pay attention though too about Psychic Terrain and how you might get bamboozled by it. We do have this Incineroar that has the Fake Out as an option, so just don't click it when the Psychic Terrain is active.
Be very careful to not to block your own Fake Out.
Well, on the flip side of things, let's see what Sierra's got. What did you give her, Gabby?
So this is a Ho-Oh team that I built very early on in the format. And the thinking behind it was you have clear Amulet Ho-Oh so that you can just kind of sit on the field. You don't have to worry about parting shots. You have Encore Disable and then Howl on the Screamtail to sort of support your Ho-Oh. And then you just have some good stuff surround it. So, you know, one of the things about Chaos Cup that you have to be mindful of is that you may be given Pokemon that look viable, but they may not be their most optimal forms. It's really about embracing the randomness, and I do think that Slitherwing that Sierra texted really brings out the true chaos of this environment.
Very chaotic Slitherwing can support a little bit with a Sunny Day to boost up Screamtail speed or boost the damage from Sacred Fire. Maybe threaten a little bit of damage with First Impression. I can't imagine it's that much damage.
You never know. I actually think that Slitherwing has a pretty high attack stat. And if you're able to hit into the right targets, maybe you get a chance to get like a super effective attack into something. You could just do enough that something else on the team would be able to pick it off. While we have Sierra as the #1 Slitherwing fan, we've got Joe Brown living his best La La Land life. I gotta out myself here for a second. I have seen La La Land, the movie, and it took me until about 3 days ago to realize why it was called that, because LA, La, ha ha ha.
I actually haven't seen it, honestly.
Okay, well, good. Then maybe I added myself for nothing.
I honestly, I'm probably going to get a little bit of heat for that because I typically love musicals, but we're just going to...
Shame.
Yeah.
For shame.
That's okay. Okay. I have a long flight home. Maybe I can make up for lost time. I know, Len, you'll be able to watch it on your long flight home, right?
Yeah, my long drive home through the traffic. I can stop on the overpass and get out and sing and dance a little bit and feel at home.
Excellent. Well, all right. Well, we're not going to see the restricted here from Sierra just yet, but I have a feeling like the Ho-Oh has to be waiting in the back. But already a Trick Room option for Joe with the Lunala.
Both players opting to immediately get the Choice Scarf Urshifus on the field and up to fight against each other. And both could have a pretty valuable impact on this turn. Urshifu from Joe could go after the Chien Pao, try to either break the Focus Sash or just go after damage. And the Urshifu on the other side could try to break the Shadow Shield and open Lunala up for a KO from Chien Pao. Definitely not a safe position for Lunala to just click Trick Room.
You also have to wonder just how these Urshifu are going to compare speed-wise, as they are both holding that Choice Scarf item, and one would assume if somebody was pressed for time, they may have actually used the same Urshifu on both teams.
Maybe just like a 252 Adamant, you know?
Maybe.
Wow, we're going to see the U-turn first, so Joe's actually just going to remove the Urshifu for now, and also gets a chance to maybe play some shenanigans. Sierra with like the wow. It's Indeedee.
Look at this.
There's a lot of intimidation going on here between both these casters for sure.
Yeah, no Incineroar is on the field, but plenty of intimidation.
We gotta wait a minute.
Yep, exactly. Lots of animations.
No, I should have terrestrialized. Oh.
I mean, even though these are crits, the Shadow Shield helped quite a bit there to at least soften it up so that it's only like half damage to this Lunala. But the fact that there's an Ice Spinner, it's going to remove the terrain. But the Lunala actually survives. That's a lot of bulk on that Lunala.
Lunala managing to hang on to the Surging Strikes and the Ice Spinner to get this Trick Room up. Really pivotal for Joe's strategy here, but losing the Psychic Terrain, not good.
No, I mean, that just opens you up to a Sucker Punch here from the Chien Pao.
Have to watch out for the Follow Me. You don't want to just Sucker Punch and get it redirected. Moon Blast can try to chase a KO onto either of these Pokemon as well. I think there's a lot of push and pull of whether to use the Indeedee to just support the Lunala here or try to get it out and in to get your Psychic Terrain back.
You have to wonder as well if you're really going to have to rely on that Psychic Terrain, as we've already seen the Urshifu and the Chien Pao from Sierra. I'm assuming it's the Slitherwing in back, right?
It has to be,
Yeah.
right? Otherwise, she's not really Slitherwing's #1 fan.
Just in case, you know, just in case.
I respect it.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you don't go for the Follow Me there, that is a KO onto Lunala, but instead, that Urshifu is going to get taken down.
I liked how Joe responded to seeing that play, just like, I respect it. You know, sometimes you just got to look at your opponent and be like, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
The #1 fan ready to come and throw hands. Did you know that Slitherwing actually does get, like, punching moves?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Those are some big hands.
Yes.
Big fluffy Slitherwing, I think, actually lands in a pretty good spot here. Threatens a KO with First Impression into the Lunala. Might force a switch. Or it could just be some more Follow Me and continuing to go out on the offense with Lunala.
Not a bad option, honestly. But it's kind of nice knowing that at least the Ho-Oh would resist a Moonblast.
Yeah.
But I don't think this Slitherwing wants to take that one too much.
It does have leftovers, so you could just try and stall out the remainder of Trick Room, potentially.
True. Oh, but here's a Terastallization.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, the Slitherwing. Gonna get the big crown.
Terra Water, all right.
Good call, good call.
Yeah, you hit a very moving that, didn't you?
Yeah, I sure.
Sierra knew the Moonblast was coming.
It's so interesting to just hear them talk through every... Oh!
What is that about the First Impression not doing very much?
That was a lot of damage, you know, finds a super effective squishy target. Might have opened up for a Sucker Punch as well. No, just the Moonblast coming out next. KO the Chien Pao.
Wow, that's wild.
I am not Slitherwing's #1 fan, so I do not know if that was a roll or not, but that was very impressive.
I don't think so. Oh, I see what you did there. It indeed was.
The bad news for Sierra is that Slitherwing will never First Impression again in this game. It is stuck on the field and that move is used, but also no Psychic Terrain for Joe. It's been, Indeedee has been lost.
But
so both players giving up their favorite things in that moment.
It might not be able to make another First Impression, but it made a good First Impression.
I'm also very curious, so please refresh my memory about how First Impression worked. Was that an indication that the Slitherwing is actually slower than the Lunala?
It has increased priority.
It has increased priority,
Yep.
okay.
Yep, so it only on the first turn that it's used also will fail. Now,
I mean,
I think
I'll be honest with y'all. As someone who may or may not have built these teams, I am not sure what speed stat any of these Pokemon are at this moment in time.
Very helpful. I don't know if anybody has done their Slithering calculations better than Sierra has.
That's true.
Well, it's I mean, Ho-Oh's pretty tanky, but the Expanding Force double up into the Ho-Oh, it's already below half.
And Leech Life for the KO as well. That's going to bring that Slitherwing up back to full.
And I'm going to make sure it takes the
Very close for sure. But it's still tough because I think Sierra's best out at this point is try to get this Trick Room to expire, and then you set up a Sunny Day here to allow this Ho-Oh to just do Sacred Fires.
Probably can't Sacred Fire this Armor Rouge, have to
That's
deal with it
true.
with Brave Birds or with another Leech Life.
Yep.
We did see the Slitherwing is slower than the Armor Rouge based on that last turn. Got the Leech Life off to KO the Lunala before the Expanding Force went off, I believe.
Yeah, again, the speed stats are truly a mystery. Embrace the chaos, Len.
Yeah.
That is actually a way that I've seen some people balance the teams in Chaos Cups for what it's worth. Like, there are sometimes suboptimal moves, there are suboptimal stats. You just got to deal with what you got.
Yeah, I think Sierra's making the most of it for sure. It might actually be more helpful that Trick Room is still up.
You look puzzled, Len.
Very puzzled by the Pokemon, the decisions, but we're gonna have to see.
It's the chaos chaos. Embrace the chaos.
The Urshifu finally uses its Terastallization, doesn't want to be weak to the flying Brave Bird, and can now threaten a ton of damage into either of these slots. We'll have to see what it locked into.
Yeah, I think you just lock it. Well, at least you get the expanding force down onto the hole. It's not enough, though. No way. The leech life is also doing a ton of damage. I mean, already kind of allowed this Urshifu to get in range of just being picked up by a Brave Bird, and I think Sierra's done it.
Well, it's going to be a 1v1, each of them using their favorite Pokemon, trying to take down the other's favorite. Armarouge versus Slitherwing as the final 1v1.
That should have been the end of the community bracket.
Right
Slitherwing
there.
versus Armarouge. This is the true community bracket we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, I think both of them pretended to be the champions for Lunala and Ho-Oh, but we saw their real favorites as the ones they preserved to the end. But Sierra able to get the KO with Leech Life outspeed and pick up the match.
And that is the true trophy for that Slitherwing here. We saw the fan art of it earlier. Slitherwing destined for its championship in this Chaos Cup caster battle. This is just a best of one match, as I have some amazing news for all y'all. We have the bracket ready for top 8. So let's go ahead and give these two trainers a round of applause, though.
Yay.
Managing to get it down to their favorite Pokemon and showcasing us that in the end, Slitherwing is the people's champion and the champion.
Yeah, true champion. I think that's the first time Slitherwing has won on a broadcast. If not the second, because I feel like Sierra's already done this.
Yeah,
You know?
probably so at some point.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask
It remains
Slitherwing's-
undefeated.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Slitherwing's #1 fan later. For now, though, let's reveal our top 8 bracket here in Los Angeles. Ryan Haig, John Miller, Kian Campbell, Colin Heyer, Rajan Ball, Aditya, Justin Burns, and Montana all making our top 8 here. Some incredible names, and also the potential for a back-to-back victory for Rajan, which is insane.
Yeah, Rajan coming off of a win with Miraidon, switches it up to Koraidon, and then right back into the top 8. Colin playing a very similar Koraidon team, so a couple of representations of that. A couple of Calyrex Shadow Riders making it to the top 8 as well, a Pokemon that's been kind of lambasted for its failure to make top 8s in the past. Adi and Montana getting 2 representations for Calyrex Shadow Rider into the top 8.
Justin Burns is also one of the top Calyrex Ice Rider users. This is going to be able to repeat a really strong performance here, getting a top 8 at this event. And Keon Campbell is actually going to be representing the Zacians out in the field, a Zacian and Umbreon, just so everybody can get a little excited about that one. Really kind of speaking volumes to Zacian still being able to get the job done.
I wish that we could actually have the restricted Pokemon of choice alongside of these names in the top 8 bracket, because I think at the end of the day, it really is those restricted picks that determine the matchup. But I'm so excited to see how these trainers are going to play against each other. We've already had a lot of them on stream too, which is super exciting. And I want to say it was Colin Heyer who said he's never finished less than 2nd place with the Gothitelle yesterday.
Correct,
Keeping that dream alive too, which is super exciting.
That's true.
Yeah.
Gothitelle was one of those Pokemon we didn't necessarily keep on our radar as a big meta threat heading into the tournament, but I think has proven a lot that the Shadow Tag can really help out. It also has a really great move kit, and not too bad, not too shabby for itself so far.
Yeah, 2 of them on the top 8 is probably not something many people predicted going into this tournament, but definitely demonstrating still a very powerful Pokemon.
Did anybody have Gothitelle on their caster predictions?
No,
we
all missed
we
that
all
one.
missed it. Cool, cool. I mean, I was swinging with Palmont, so, you know.
That was a choice.
You know, I embrace the chaos.
Yeah, you were very good at that.
Thank you. I try very hard. All right, Len, I'm curious. What is your thoughts about this top 8? What stands out to you from that list?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that jumps out to me, like I mentioned, is the first showing of Calyrex Shadow Rider, maybe demonstrating that the over-answering of Calyrex Shadow Rider in so many teams is fading away, and Calyrex can play more evenly with these other Pokemon, but also just the variety of it. Koraidon having its first big appearance with 2 of the top spots in the top 8, and then Zacian also having a spot like you mentioned.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the variety of these restricted Pokemon. And I feel like when you talk about maybe the overcorrection of these Calyrex Shadow Riders, you're like, well, where did that go? All the focus went to Zamazenta.
Well, yeah, I mean,
actually, yeah.
The focus went to Zamazenta and Terapagos and Miraidon, all Pokemon that are being underrepresented now in the top 8 compared to what a lot of people would have expected based on the past couple weeks of results.
The wheel The wheel,
The wheel is turning.
The wheel is turning.
It does make me wonder where the wheel is going to turn, you know, after this event. As we're going into NAIC, we're going to see the clash of NA players, EU players, Oceania players. Like, are we going to keep that wheel turning, or do you think we're going to see more of the same?
I think in a single restricted format, it just never stops turning. At some point, it turns a full rotation and we get back to the beginning. But I think for a lot of players, it's going to be trying to read where we are in that cycle going into NAIC to give themselves the best chance to win. And signs like what has success in this tournament, maybe those are both Pokemon that you have to counter, but also they are Pokemon that you know everyone is going to be trying to counter. And so you need to be able to be one step ahead and beating those counters as well. So the results of both this weekend and looking ahead to Bologna next weekend will tell a lot of players a lot of information about what to use for NAIC.
There's also a bunch of special events that are happening in the interim as well. And so just to add another way that players need to scout, there's a lot of other regions that are holding those special events. I think you have to look at Latin America as one of those regions that's also going to be a huge force to be reckoned with at the North America International Championships. And they also have their own way to approach the meta and the format. A lot of Calyrex Ice Rider down there, even a couple more Koraidon, and I think that's just going to add a little bit more chaos into the mix.
Perfect.
Gabby's favorite.
Oh, I love chaos.
At this point, I wonder, though, if you are preparing for NAIC, Len, I'm going to throw this question at you in a second, but if you're preparing, what is stopping you from putting all of the single restricteds on the board that you think could have success and just, like, blindly throwing a dart and seeing where it lands?
Well, you might be 2 steps behind on the wheel and in pretty bad shape if you pick wrong. I think it's a really interesting version of a metagame, because in a lot of formats, we see players who just build experience with a specific team and develop comfort have a lot of success. But it's really hard to establish comfort when you have that wheel turning and the metagame always moving and moving pretty quickly. So it favors a different type of player who can rapidly pick up a new team, get experience with it. An example of that is Rajan Ball going from just 2 weeks ago, winning a regional with one team. Most of the time, if you see a player win a regional with a team and there's another tournament 2 weeks later, they'll just be using the same team or some small variation on it, not dropping it completely for a totally new team. But it's a sign of how you have to play in the Regulation G.
Yeah, I was just going to say myself, I mean, as somebody who's really only had the opportunity to practice with Calyrex Ice Rider, my approach to NAIC if I were competing would be to just try and find the 6th Pokemon on that team that could just handle wherever the wheel turns and just hope that the muscle memory carries through for everything else.
That's not a bad idea, though, or a bad example of how some of the single restricted Pokemon actually do have more stable archetypes. With the Ice Rider Calyrex, we've seen a couple of different Pokemon take that 6th slot. Pelipper, Golden Go, we've seen a couple of Wellspring Ogerpon now.
Ditto.
Ditto can also take that spot.
I think even when you look at single restricted Pokemon and feel like they have stable matchups across the board, a lot of times that was how Zamazenta was described. Like even before we started Regulation G, we thought this was the restricted that has no poor matchups, and so it might be able to establish a pretty high usage percentage. And a week ago, it looked like that was the case, but then you have things like Chandelure in the top 16, Chi-Yu as number 4 in usage of non-restricted Pokemon in day 2, showing that you can kind of centralize around any restricted Pokemon and give it a difficult day.
I also wish that we could like almost have like a stock market view of just the usage of Terra types, because I feel like after Zamazenta won over in Stockholm a couple weeks ago, Ghost Terra types just went skyrocketing, you know?
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, even some of the team sheets that we were looking at in day 2 had at least 2 or sometimes 3 ghost options, whether it was just a natural ghost typing on a Pokemon that they had on their team or a Ghost Terra.
Yeah, a really important defensive option to have to make sure that Zamazenta doesn't trade as evenly. And those kinds of small adjustments, that buy on Ghost Terras, is part of how Zamazenta ends up less represented in the top 8 than it was a week ago.
For sure. And I think we've seen a couple of other meta adjustments that have happened as we started to see this rotation through the metagame. I think one of the other things that sticks out is just kind of the lower usage that we have of Amoonguss. And I wonder if that is something that persists. Knowing that Miraidon usage is way higher than what we saw even in Stockholm, do we see this continued trend where Amoonguss starts to drop off if you don't feel like you're ever going to get anything accomplished with that kind of Pokemon?
Yeah, even when Amoonguss has ended up on the field in Trick Room, we saw that in the last stream match, it still couldn't spore anything because Electric Train was down. It really limits the potential of Amoonguss to have the kind of impact you want it to have on a match.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to need a couple more minutes to prepare for our top 8 match that we'll be featuring. But since this is my last time in the lounge with both of you for this regional championship, I want to ask the same question I've been asking our players. What has been your favorite memory from the 2024 regional championship circuit?
Well, Rose asked me this a few minutes ago on the stream. So we spoiled the answer here, but I will happily give it to you again, which was getting to cast the first regional of the season in Pittsburgh, seeing a few of my friends have a lot of success. It was just a really great weekend to be part of that.
Did you ask Rose the question too?
I did, yeah. But she was indecisive about an answer.
Well, now you have to decide.
I was indecisive, but I think I'm going to land on what I did when we talked, which is playing at the European International Championships will always hold a special place in my heart. I think ICs at this point have become huge spectacles. And as you look towards even just having that experience to just play with your friends or even just try to get to know the community a little bit better, I think that was a really great way to just have that competitive experience this year. And I'm excited to potentially have that chance again sometime.
I personally will treasure all of the lovely times I've had behind the desk and in the lounge with you two, and with our other casters as well. So Joe and Sierra have finally returned from their lovely chaos battle. So why don't we go ahead and throw it to them to kick off top 8.
Well, that happened. Congratulations, Sierra Dawn, undefeated Slitherwing champion of the world.
Yeah, Slitherwing is now still undefeated on broadcast, now 2-0. I think that is super impressive for the Paradox bug that everybody, if we're talking about underrated Pokemon, here is the #1 of that list is Slitherwing. So yeah, thank you. I couldn't have done it without the fans, the Slitherwing believers, and of course Slitherwing. Ho-Oh surviving was also kind of cool, but it was a Slitherwing show. The first impression KO onto the Indeed.
That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, thank the fans. Thank me for helping choose a very counter team Slitherwing. So I'm not a sore loser. I'm gonna move on. Congratulations. You know, there's no crying in baseball. You know, so I'm not gonna harp on that loss there because it was Gabby's team that lost. It's not like I lost with my own caster battle team. You know what I mean? So
there you go. See, I was worried because I was like, I have to do Slitherwing proud, and then I get thrown this team, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm taking Sogerpon off, and we're throwing a Slitherwing on, and it's gonna be great. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But like, caster battle aside, there's other things that we have to talk about,
Let's
and that is
get
the
back to
real
the
battle.
professionals.
I thought the players were gonna take a little bit longer, but no, they're here, they're raring to go, and so am I. Let's talk a little bit more about this. Colin is someone who we got to this on broadcast yesterday. Great run so far with this Koraidon and this Gothitelle. Kian with the Zacian and Umbreon. So much to unpack there. Let's talk about Colin first.
yeah, for sure. Look at all of the accomplishments Colin has had in his over decade-plus history of competitive Pokemon. Top 4 at Portland earlier this year, top 8 of Oceanian International Championships last season, World's top 4 back all the way in X and Y in 2014, and a 2 times regional champion looking to get that 3rd one under his belt.
Yeah, definitely a lot of accomplishments. And this team that he's running over this weekend, definitely one that could be taking him to the finals, already getting him to top 8 so far. This Koraidon has been definitely stepping out of the Miraidon shadow here, showing that is definitely a Pokemon with a lot of utility to it, being able to set up things like this Flutter Mane, the Chi-Yu, and the Raging Bolt with that Drought, but cooler ability. Gothitelle, I think, is a really cool adjustment that we've seen here going on in Regulation G. Shadow Tag, trapping any non-Ghost type Pokemon out on the field. Taunt, Helping Hand, and Foul Play. Foul Play can do so much damage when we have a lot of Pokemon with really high attack stats out here, so I love this adjustment.
And I really like the team composition on Colin's end because there's somewhat of an old adage in VGC. It's not always true, but a lot of times when team building, you do want to try to look for 4 offensive Pokemon, 4 Pokemon that can actually win games, and 2 supportive Pokemon to help those other 4 win. And he kind of has that 4-2 split down to a perfect combination. But here's Keon Campbell with multiple top 64s this season. At this point, the top 8 in LA is his strongest finish.
I mean, when you're looking at people who have regional championships under their accomplishments, you always had to have that one run before you could put that there. And Kian making top 8 here at LA. Wow, time's escaping from me. Definitely doing super well and showing that you can make these runs in the tournament. But now this will be the first top cut of a regional event. Let's see if he has what it takes to take this team all the way. The Umbreon plushie, a little bit of hint on what is to come. never would have expected this coming out of Regulation G, but the utility it has, it makes a lot of sense. Snarl can shut down a lot of Pokemon on the opposing end and taunt for any sort of that setup. And the inner focus on the Umbreon, it's not something that can be flinched. So if the Umbreon hits the field, you don't really have a way to be stopping that. It has a really natural bulk to it as well, being able to take a barrage of hits coming on out. And that isn't even the only odd thing about this team. There is as well this Zacian.
Right, Zacian, a Pokemon that's become much higher in the usage in day 2, so that shows the conversion rate shows that a lot of the trainers that played at day 1 were able to effectively make it into day 2 and utilize their restricted Pokemon well. It's more than, it's less than Zamazenta, but obviously its offensive power that you can bring with both Behemoth Blade and Play Rough can be monstrous. But this Umbreon is definitely the talk of the town right now. Wouldn't be the first time Umbreon Fever took over VGC if you go back to Hirofumi's team back in 2019 at the World Championships. We'll see if Keon can get the momentum on his side as well as we start game 1 of top 8. Keon Campbell versus Colin Higher. Colin leading Whimsicott Raging Bolt on his side versus the Zacian Tornadus for Keon.
Right away, we got a Tailwind Setter A piece coming out from both players. Tornadus over on Keon's end of the board, and then the Whimsicott over on Colin's. Zacian is a Pokemon that, even though it did get nerfed heading into Scarlet and Violet, still has a lot of attack, and that is going to be at a +1 now thanks to that Intrepid Sword. And this can threaten a lot of damage into that Raging Bolt over onto the opposing end. The Play Rough, even with the Terastallization, can do heaps. And of course, with the Whimsicott, you would like to be sticking around more than just a turn if there is going to be like a Leakland hit into the other end. You do need to be careful with the Tornadus though, because that would not appreciate any sort of Electro Web to kind of drop some sort of stats, or a Thunderbolt straight into it. And since the Zacian does have the Rusted Sword, there's nothing to stop any of its stats being lowered.
No swaps from either of the trainers here on turn 1, so Raging Bolt is going to Terastallize on Collins and dropping that Dragon typing. Of course, that would have been disastrous for it since the Play Rough and the Zacian is on the other side, so going just a mono electric type, getting rid of that huge weakness. Whimsicott will protect itself from this Behemoth Blade. That would have been really strong, probably bring it down to its focus stats there, so Colin feeling a little bit confident. Bleakwind Storm also not going to hit Whimsicott, so Keon really went aggressive there into the Whimsicott, did not get paid for it. Hardly any damage even with a critical hit to Raging Bolt, and now you're going to have a Terra Electric boosted Electro Web into both of his Pokemon. Keon going down to about 20%, 30% HP remaining on Tornadus.
And that is huge. A huge protect coming out from this Whimsicott to make sure that it doesn't go down. So essentially wasted coming out from the Zacian, and the Torn has taken a lot of damage. And if you are looking to match Tailwinds over on this turn, it is then a Tailwind that you're forced to kind of be clicking over on Keon's end of things, whereas Colin's kind of just in the driver's seat from that. And being able to get that speed drop onto the Zacian already, those kind of stacked up is another way to be winning that speed war. Now another Terastallization coming out. Sphairy on to the Zacian. We're looking for some potential damage.
Yeah, because as it already being a fairy type, when you Terastallize into that fairy type, you gain an additional boost to those same type attack bonuses. So now fairy attacks like Play Rough are going to do double damage, a massive amount of damage that Play Rough can do if it lands, which we know 90% of the time Play Rough does connect, but we'll see what happens here in this set. Tornadus is going to get knocked out, so no more support is available for Keon here in this Tornadus for the rest of game 1. But what will this -2 speed Zacian go for? It's the Play Rough Terra Fairy boost into just the electric type. It doesn't matter. Raging Bolt is down.
With that +1 attack and the Terastallization boost on top of the same type attack bonus, that is going to be a lot of damage coming on through. And the Raging Bolt, sure, you try to Terastallize out of it, but it's not going to matter. At this point, though, Colin does have the advantage with the speed over on his end. Sure, there is Tailwind a piece for both of these trainers, but with the -2 speed stat onto that Zacian, that one's a little bit more hard-pressed to come by. And even something like a swap out on the next turn means you are going to be losing a little bit of momentum as well as that attack raise that you do have currently. Chiyu hitting the field, this is something that can pressure both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, that Sword of Ruin activating for Keon's Qianpao, and the Beads of Ruin activating right now for Chiyu on Collins' end. So both of their sides are going to be doing more damage because of those abilities.
Protect from the Qianpao, not wanting to take any damage this turn around as Heat Wave coming on out. Of course, nothing into that slot. We did drop steal from the other one. Still enough for the KO.
It's not enough. I mean, when you get a Chi-Yu with a half health target, those Beads of Ruin, even as a neutral hit, it's so tough for a Pokemon like Zacian to take that hit. So Kian does lose his restricted Pokemon here in game 1. Chien-Pao will not take any damage because of the Protect.
And now we get to see the 4th and final Pokemon coming out from Kian, and it's going to be the Urshifu. And now at this point, we are looking at 2 turns left to Tailwind for both of these trainers, and of course, no other speed modifiers in play. The Urshifu over on Kian's end is not going to be the Choice Scarf, instead Mystic Water. So when you do get to attack, you get to attack. We are still eyeing up a restricted of choice for Colin. Of course, that Koraidon in the back. We do have a double priority as well for Kian if we are expecting an attack coming on out. But if you hit that improperly into the swap, then the Sucker Punch wouldn't do anything but a miss.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, it misses the crucial target. Wow. It misses Chien-Pao. Or Chifu, you're doing resisted damage. Chien-Pao's going to respond with an Icicle Crash into that slot. It's ineffective, but you can't see it because of the critical hit, just doing massive amounts of damage. And the Moonblast into Urshifu will be enough to knock it out. So fortunately for Colin, he still does get a KO on this turn. He just would have done a lot of damage to the Chien-Pao if Heat Wave connected.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to break the Focus Sash of the Chien-Pao here on this turn. But 1 Pokemon left for Kian with 3 over on Colin's end. Icicle Crash too, if there was a potential swap going in on that turn, would have been devastating damage to the back, but the critical hit still dealing a significant amount, just not enough. Protect over on this turn.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao will just protect this final turn here, trying to stay safe. Colin having a 3-1 Pokemon advantage right now with this low health Chien-Pao. Whimsicott is still there, and then of course we have the benefit of seeing Colin's perspective, knowing Koraidon is in the back form.
Yeah, and this Chi-Yu, I mean, Tailwind's going to be petering out for both opponents here, but Choice Scarf Chi-Yu still being able to go so fast, and Tailwind still option for Colin since he has that Pokemon. I mean, at this point, you just have to be connecting your moves. That we're going to see another Heat Wave. This one will connect this time, down to Sash.
Yeah, bringing it down to that Focus Sash, no Sucker Punch or anything, just trying to get a cheeky KO, but instead Icicle Crash into the full HP Whimsicott, bringing it down to its Focus Sash activating there. So Whimsicott, that's why it's so difficult to deal with as a supportive Pokemon, because you need multiple attacks into that slot, and every time you focus on Whimsicott, you're leaving Chi-Yu or Koraidon or Raging Bolt safe on the field.
At this point, you just gotta click some buttons. Sucker Punch into the Whimsicott will put Colin down to 2 Pokemon on this turn. But Chi-Yu will be connecting. That's Chien-Pao taken care of, and Colin to take game 1.
And even if the Heat Waves were missing forever, you still had a full HP Koraidon in the back to do 1 hit point of damage. So Colin with a very favorable victory in game 1 there. Seeing that just the use of the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu just gives a lot of problems, especially to Ki and Zacian, because you want to Terastallize out of the Steel typing, but any amount of damage makes that Heat Wave do, very much likely to still knock out.
I think when we're looking back at this game 1, a lot of it to me, we're looking back at that turn 1. A great protect coming out from Colin to make sure this Whimsicott did not get hit. Instead of opting for a Tailwind or anything else onto the Tornadus, it was just this option of trying to hit a Bleak Wind Storm, and the Raging Bolt didn't really care about that. Whimsicott, nothing happened, and Colin gets all of the speed control here with those Electro Webs, being able to hit not just 1, but 2 of them into the Zacian, and all of a sudden what should be a pretty speedy, super powerful restricted from Kian's end, all of a sudden only has the super powerful. You get outsped going later on into the match, and when we are looking at something like the Chi-Yu and the Urshifu in the pack for Colin, well, it's not going to be that great. Kian played it out at the end. If there was a really fun amount of misses coming out from this Chi-Yu, since it is locked into Heat Wave, I mean, you could try and get past this Tailwind, have something go your way, but unfortunately just losing too much momentum, relying on that luck, never going to be working out too well. Looking at how this next game is going to go, I'd like to see a little bit more control over that speed, or at least making sure that Colin can't set that pace.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very important for everybody watching to understand how these teams both have prankster Tailwind users, but the team compositions and their strategies are not necessarily the same. So we know speed is going to be so crucial in this set and in this game too. Kian making an adjustment to lead Rillaboom next to Zacian, but then Colin brings it back with Whimsicott Raging Bolt.
All right, so right away with this Rillaboom, you can pressure a fake out into the other side looking at this Raging Bolt. It is the Assault Vest, so there isn't an option to go for any sort of protect on this turn. Making sure that, hey, maybe speed can kind of stay in your wheelhouse, even though we aren't going to see the Tailwind being able to set up from Kian's end with the Tornadus. Not here, at least not in the lead. Terastallization once again. You got to keep honest here. This will help you with your damage output, as well making sure you're not on the wrong end of a play rough from the Zacian.
Yeah, Terra Electric yet again for Colin, 2 games in a row, but the fake out will stop its chance at clicking its moves. Encore is going to force Rillaboom there, so smartly anticipating Raging Bolt to be the one that got hit by the fake out. That is going to force Rillaboom to continue to click fake out, meaning Kian essentially has to switch it out. Play rough does not knock out Raging Bolt this time around, so he's able to stick around at low HP.
No Terastallization coming out from the Zacian, which would have helped boost that damage into it, but now this Raging Bolt gets to be hanging on, and even without the Tailwind set on the first turn, it's something that you can be going on for this turn. And sure, the Zacian then can fire off another attack going on forward, but it feels so bad when you know that this Rillaboom essentially has to be swapping out on this turn, since that is something that from the back is going to be taking a hit on the way in, and you're losing a little bit of pressure going on forward.
Yeah, I think at this point, using your Terastallization understandably on Colin's side to endure that play rough, it's smart because now the Raging Bolt gets to stick around on this turn, but you're such low HP that it's not going to be around for too much longer. However, if you can predict what Kian is deciding to swap that Rillaboom into, you can get a really huge advantage. Whimsicott using Tailwind, doubling his team's speed, and this Raging Bolt has a need for speed. Volt Switch, one-hit KO, gets the KO, and gets to swap out safely.
Well, that definitely does not feel great to lose the Tornadus right on that swap in. I wonder even if there is the possibility you're imagining about whether keeping it in to just tank a hit, because you know that,
right.
Hey, the Assault
Vest. Right, because what are Whimsicott and Volt Switch going to do to the grass type?
You don't do much, and you would also have taken care of the Pokemon on the other end. Shiyu just gets sent right into its downfall. One-hit KO. That is definitely a way to be exacting a little bit of revenge going on into this.
was pretty frustrated. He took his
How dare you
vengeance
take
out.
down this Tornadus?
Yeah.
You will pay for that.
He took his vengeance out on the Chiyu. Now Rillaboom swaps back onto the field. Grassy Terrain was already set up. So you're looking from Kian's perspective, the fake out, as we saw, it's not free to click because you can get punished by Encore.
The thing is, though, you have to be making the call into that if you're Colin, because if you're all of a sudden hitting Encore into a Rillaboom that does opt to go on the offensive on this turn, well, that's then locking a Rillaboom into an attack that's probably A-okay at this situation, especially, too, if you're eyeing up this Rillaboom and want to go for even just a high horsepower or something into the Crydon over on the other end. So you have to be so careful when you're making heads-up plays like that. Terastallization now from Kian into the Zacian. Now, this is a way to be dropping some of that weakness and getting a little bit more offensive pressure.
Yeah, gonna do this second game in a row for Kian, of course. Zacian is so crucial to his success this weekend. 12-2, making it farther than Kian has ever gone at a VGC event with this Zacian. We'll see if it'll prove him useful. Fake out goes to the Whimsicott, breaking the focus sash and stopping it from going for an attack on this turn. Crydon did protect as well, so really no damage there from anything. But now the Rillaboom, I guess you can call it like you were talking about, Sierra. You either stay in and get Encored, or you have to swap.
Again, if Colin wants to be eyeing up that Encore, it is going to be something that is losing a little bit of momentum and that damage over on his end. And if you're eyeing up the Zacian and needing to try and take care of it before the Tailwind turns on your team are done, it can be a little bit more difficult. Grassy Glide into the Whimsicott, a little bit of chip, but here is the Flare Blitz. Even with the Sun, thanks to the Terastallization, takes it a lot better.
Yeah, no longer a Steel type, meaning no longer super effective, but can Whimsicott's double up take it? No! Zacian hanging on with a sliver of HP remaining, and this play rough is so huge. It connects onto Crydon, 4 times super effective. You could have given Crydon like 800 HP and it would have still knocked out 4 times super effective.
That survival with the Zacian was absolutely everything. Colin with the double up, you need to take care of that big bad restricted. But no, being able to just stay around. Now the Raging Bolt re-hits the field. The damage, it's already so little. And now, since you've dropped your Dragon typing, you are going to be taking more from something like a Grassy Glide on the other end of the field. So you can get punished by a priority move.
Yeah, that's the struggle for Colin right now, because the Whimsicott, it does have Moonblast. You know, obviously that would be enough to knock out the Zacian at this point, but what can you do against a Grassy Glide Rillaboom? The answer so far is nothing, as Raging Bolt does get taken out on this turn. Colin down to just the poor little Whimsicott by itself. Here is the Moonblast, though, to get rid of Zacian, so there is some benefit, because now you will be forced to, or Kian will be forced to reveal his 4th Pokemon in this matchup, but he still has a 2-to-1 advantage.
Yeah, and this Whimsicott, sure, the Moonblast, it's definitely does a decent little chunk of damage. The Whimsicott has definitely surprised me on more than one occasion here, but when you're staring down a Assault Vest Rillaboom, at this point, a Qianpao that does have a Focus Sash and Tailwind expiring, it is a Whimsicott that unfortunately cannot do it all. So with that, the run button right there.
Yeah, Colin is going to forfeit here in Game 2, and Kian forces the always pivotal Game 3 here in top 8. We haven't seen the Umbreon yet, of course. Maybe it's not too great into this matchup. The safety goggles means it's probably an Amoonguss counter, and there is no Amoonguss on the other side. I think the other thing that's really benefiting Zacian right now is one of the things that holds it down in the metagame is the Incineroars and all the Intimidates, and Colin doesn't really have too many ways to get rid of that Intrepid Sword boost.
Yeah, looking back at this match, I'm looking back at that Volt Switch into the Tornadus, and yeah, you lost your Pokemon that can start to, you know, equalize the speed over on your end. But since Colin had the speed on his end, thanks to the Tailwind that he had, it was a switch that you were forced into really early, meaning that when the Chi-Yu hit the field, it was susceptible to getting hit, and a one-hit KO to lose a Pokemon that puts on so much pressure in that first game. You definitely felt that going on forward. And of course, that all pivotal survival over on the Zacian with that double up. You had to go for the double up. You couldn't try and deal with the Rillaboom. That's second thought. The Zacian needs to go now, but being able to just stick around Moonblast not being enough. And of course, the ever so important connect. Play rough's not the greatest, but it gets it done when it needs to.
Yeah, it feels like at the worst times, Play Rough doesn't show up, but it is showing up big for Kian right now in top 8. The Raging Bolt had such low HP from that Volt Switch trade that, yes, you got knockout on Tornadus, but it cost you pretty much your entire HP bar. Let's talk about Game 3, Zacian Tornadus versus Koraidon Whimsicott. Colin leaving Raging Bolt in the back in Game 3.
We didn't hesitate getting into this next game. The trainers picked so fast, but we got a double Tailwind over on both ends of the field, and both the restricteds hitting field hard. When you're looking at this, of course, the Whimsicott would be able to right away be able to set one up, though the Prankster on the other one can match. Already too, we're getting terrestrializations coming on out. You have to make sure that you're not going to be on the wrong end of a Play Rough here. We already know that that deals way too much damage.
Yeah,
not surprised to see the
Spoiler
fire
alert
type.
from last game. Go from 4 times weak to now resisting Play Rough. You also resist Behemoth Blade as a fire type, so that's really important for the amount of damage Zacian can do. But Rain Dance from Tornadus is going to lessen the damage that fire attacks do by 50%, meaning Tornadus tanks that like a champ. This is, remember, Koraidon, that's the box legendary. That's one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, and it hardly did anything. Behemoth Blade brings Whimsicott down to 1 HP, activating its Focus Sash.
And now, on this next turn, even if you want to be going for something like a Bleak Windstorm or something, you could be picking off this Whimsicott. You have 100% accuracy with that Pokemon from here on out. The Zacian Behemoth Blade into the Whimsicott that has been so problematic was really, really nice. Of course, when you are facing down this Koraidon on the other end, with now the terrestrialization, it's not going to be something that you're hitting as much damage into. So you would have to invest a little bit more into that, of course, since your moves of choice are going to be Steel and a Fairy type. But that is going to be the first part of the battle, and getting the terrestrialization out. If he does have that Urshifu in the back, that is something that could be huge once one of these Pokemon go down. Tailwind, first coming out from Colin.
Yeah, Whimsicott knows it might not be around for most of this match. It's remaining, so get the Tailwind up before it goes down. Flare Blitz in the rain does less than half to the Zacian there. A little bit of recoil, no burn as well to keep the Zacian really strong. Behemoth Blade finally gets rid of the Whimsicott, and since we saw Tornadus did not click a Prankster boosted move, you know it's going to be that Bleak Windstorm, 100% accurate, single target as well. Koraidon, really dangerous spot with not a lot of HP remaining. Even resisted hits from the Intrepid Sword boosted Zacian might be able to pick that up.
At this point, too, the Whimsicott, knowing that you were just on a sliver of health, had to be going for the Tailwind on that turn. So as of this moment, Colin does have the speed over on his end. The Tornadus, if you want to be matching that before it goes, you can click it on this turn, which means you have staggered the Tailwinds by 1, meaning at some point in the match, you will have that you will have that speed for one more turn, and that could be pivotal going on forward. But talking about the right here, right now, Chi-Yu hitting the field does have a Choice Scarf, so it is going to be really fast out here. But of course, fire moves, because of the rain, severely suppressed. You can eye up a Dark Pulse as well into these Pokemon, but it's already not going to be doing the most into the Zacian, and some of the Pokemon in the back would also take that hit quite well, like something like the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I do think one thing Kian has to wonder, since Raging Bolt led both first 2 games and has not been shown so far, is he has to think from his perspective, is Raging Bolt in the back? Because you really do need to preserve the Zacian in play rough to deal with that. So we'll see if Kian tries to preserve his Zacian for later, to wait until that information is revealed. On this turn, it's just going to be a double protect from both of Kian's Pokemon. Talking about what you just mentioned, staggering the Tailwinds. Now, instead of just 1 beneficial Tailwind turn, you can get 2 where your speed is faster.
As well, when you are staring down a choice item Pokemon on the opposing end of things, the Chi-Yu now, you know what it's locked into for the remaining time that it has here on the field, which is going to be that Heat Wave. That is a spread damage move, and with Beads of Ruin and just the natural special attack of this Pokemon, even a double up from these 2 fire type moves could be doing just enough damage to get you across that final line. Here, we'll finally see the Tailwind and a double connect.
Yeah, Heat Wave is going to hit on both, but Zacian hanging on. Flame Charge, Koraidon moves next. This Zacian's such low HP that the water doesn't matter at all. Zacian goes down. It would have been so huge to get a play rough onto Chi-Yu. We saw it knocked it out from full HP in the previous game, so Tornadus sticks on the field, but Zacian is gone.
I think when you're staring down these 2 fire-type Pokemon, if you do have an Urshifu in the back, it's something that could be doing a lot of damage. Even this Rillaboom that is hitting the field now, sure, a Grass-type Pokemon going up against 2 fire-type Pokemon kind of hurts for half a second here, but this is going to be a Rillaboom that has access to a ground-type attack to be hitting into either or of these Pokemon. Flame Charge from the Koraidon, I want to talk about that. Doesn't hit for as much damage, but when you know the Pokemon on the opposing end does not have much health left, this is a way to start trying to gain a little bit more of that speed back in your favor for when that Tailwind does end. I believe this should be the last turn of it for Colin, and now a +1 speed for his own restricted to make sure that even when his Tailwind ends and Kian's remains, you still have a potential way to try and be outspeeding to put some more offensive pressure on.
Yeah, and the flame charge that you're talking about, really confident from Colin to know that you needed the Heat Wave damage and you were relying on Heat Wave connecting, because if you've seen people using Chi-Yu over the last couple of years, it's really tough if Heat Wave misses.
Ground-type terrestrialization from this Rillaboom. So all of a sudden, you're no longer going to be taking super effective hit from the fire-type attacks, but as well, a high horsepower that you're eyeing up. That is going to be even more damage.
Yeah, and the Raging Bolt has to be shaken in its boots in the back, seeing a Terra Ground Rillaboom on the other end. Collision Course, though, into this now ground-type Pokemon does pretty much exactly 50% of Rillaboom's health. And now here is the Heat Wave, protect on the Tornadus to keep it around, but it does connect onto the Rillaboom, hardly doing anything. This rain has been so gigantic for Kian's strategy here in Game 3. Now the high horsepower into the Chi-Yu, super effective one-hit KO. Colin down to his last 2 Pokemon, and one of them is the Electric-type Raging Bolt against Ground-type Rillaboom.
Yeah, that definitely does not fare well for that Raging Bolt whatsoever. Of course, you do want to be looking at the fact that Kian still has a 4th and undisclosed Pokemon in the back as well. The momentum that he has here is humongous. The Raging Bolt does at least have full health to try and get you across that finish line here. And the Rillaboom has been brought down to below half on this. So if you do want to be firing off another Collision Course into that slot, it is something that we did get to see the outspeed last time around to try and be able to pick off that Pokemon. You would still have then the final Pokemon, but I'm sure it'd be something that if it is the Urshifu, that the Raging Bolt can deal with a little easier.
Yeah, this is a really important turn for Colin. His tournament life is on the line right now. Kian has the 3-2 Pokemon advantage right now, so it's going to be really important for Colin. But what 2 Pokemon would you rather have on your team than the Koraidon and Raging Bolt? Those are kind of what the team is made of. Those are the core Pokemon here. So Colin, it's not like Colin is out of the woods in any stretch here when he has access to Raging Bolt and Koraidon. Tornadus actually swapping out, hard switching into the TM Chien-Pao, this can be dangerous if Chien-Pao gets targeted because that would break its focus sash. Kian wants to save it for later, but Thunderclap means that Chien-Pao takes no damage. Thunderclap fails because no attack came from that slot. Collision Course goes into Rillaboom. It did 50% last time. It does more than enough to KO Rillaboom.
Not losing the Tornadus on that turn thanks to the Thunderclap into it. You do lose your Rillaboom, but the Chien-Pao did get in freely this turn, and you can be offering a Sucker Punch into something like the Koraidon over onto that next turn. It does have access to protect. The Tornadus is on a sliver of health. No Urshifu, it's going to be the Treasure of Ruin to try and get it done almost by itself. When you're staring down the Raging Bolt, you can be pressuring something like an Icicle Crash into it, but then you still have to worry about the Koraidon. At least your Focus Sash is still intact. But even if you're worried about a Thunderclap, if you do go for something that's not a priority move, all of a sudden this Thunderclap will break that sash.
Yeah, Thunderclap from Raging Bolt will bring it down. Chien-Pao does survive there. Wouldn't have mattered anyway since he had the focus sash. But Icicle Crash does connect, takes out Raging Bolt. That's super effective. One hit KO. Chien-Pao saving it for later could be what brings Kian into top 4. Collision Course from this Koraidon here into Chien-Pao will be able to take it out. And now this is where it gets a little scary with Tornadus. Your only attacking move is Bleak Windstorm. 70% accurate. And he gets the KO! Kian Campbell will be moving on to top 4, the Los Angeles Regional Championship.
Relying on a Bleak Windstorm, the most unreliable of moves to get you to top 4, but coming in clutch, and so well played from both of our trainers there. Umbreon, even if it didn't make an appearance, of course, having moral support there as the plushie over on the bench, and honestly, this team that Kian has built has done so well over the weekend. I cannot wait to see it play out a little more.
Yeah, that was an exhilarating set. That was, Colin Heyer, one of the biggest veterans in VGC, over a decade of experience, 2 regional championships, recent success as well in Scarlet and Violet. So that was a big litmus test for Kian, and he passed with flying colors.
This team is just incredible. I feel like I still have reservations about Zacian as a restricted Pokemon. Seeing this team and seeing how Kian has piloted the Zacian, it might tell me a little bit more on, hey, how viable can Zacian be in this format compared to, well, the Zamazenta that we've already seen running things. And the amount of damage that was coming out from these play roughs, even when it wasn't a super effective hit, was still so much, especially boosted with that terrestrialization and just the natural speed it has to it. It fared so well. And Behemoth Blade, I mean, even just a powerful attack like this with all these fairy type Pokemon in the format, no wonder this team's gone far.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the power. You can see the synergy that the team has. Tornadus on the field, setting up Rain Dance, hindering Koraidon and Chiyu's damage, as well as keeping Zacian safe. Look how crucial that was, that it just barely hangs on. And, tale of 2 games, honestly, Sierra, for this Tornadus. Last time around, just straight up got one hit KO'd on the, by the Volt Switch. And this time around, he actually saved it for later, and it finally gets the last KO with the Bleak Windstorm. I was sweating. I was worried.
That switch from the Tornadus to bring in that Chien-Pao. So first off, you didn't get Thunderclapped, but then you did get the Chien-Pao in safely and had the Tornadus for that next turn. It could have been, everything could have fallen apart at that moment, but still so well done. And I feel like, too, when you're looking at this match, the fact that there wasn't this Raging Bolt to pressure right away in the lead going into the Tornadus kind of allowed it to be setting up a little bit more. If that was a different game where the Raging Bolt had led, you couldn't go for something like this Rain Dance to suppress the amount of Fire-type damage that was coming out from Colin's end of the board. But you set up the Rain Dance, you go for a Protect, okay, now I can go for a Tailwind a couple of turns later, really being able to stick around the Tornadus, proving its worth.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great way to kick off our top 8 here in LA. And kudos to Colin, who started 8-0, to start the tournament. So keeping that momentum going to get top 8 here at his home regional, right? Really great job. Really cool team. I hope him and his friends that they love to innovate. They love to try to influence the metagame and the great Pokemon that are utilized. Hope they can continue to innovate moving on into NAIC in a couple of weeks.
Of course, Kian is going to be moving on, and we want an opportunity to talk with him. So Gabby is standing by with an interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with a newly Worlds qualifier and also top 4 competitor. Kian, how's it going?
It's going great. It was really nice to win that top 8 stream match and show everyone that Zash and Umbreon can hang with all the meta teams.
They're not only just hanging, they're thriving. So tell me about your inspiration for bringing Zacian and Umbreon to this tournament.
Yeah, so originally I picked the restricted Zacian because I thought it had like a really good speed tier and a really good typing into the metagame. And then Umbreon was kind of just like a late addition in order to strengthen up some matchups into Kali Shadow and Kali Ice.
Nice. So walk me through your day, as this is the first time we've had you here on stream. How did your tournament go?
Yeah, so because we had to play round 8 and 9 today, I entered today at 6-1, and then I won my round 8, but round 9 I thought I didn't play that good, so I had to go into 7-2. And then as the rounds went on, I got basically told that in my very last round I was 4-0 and I had to go 5-0 in order to make the top cut, and I was able to pull out a very close set, so it's been very nice up until now.
Nice. How did you steel your nerves going into today, knowing that you had to just keep winning match after match in order to make it into top cut?
Yeah, I would say after each round progressed, obviously I got more and more nervous, but just like friends and family, like just telling me that I got this and to keep on going has been really reassuring.
Nice. So let's talk about that match we just saw on stream. So Koraidon does seem like it would have a bit of a tough matchup against Zacian, as it is weak to those fire type attacks. What was your game plan?
Yeah, so the original game plan for game 1 was like you lead Tornadization, and then you can either try to vie for speed control or get the Whimsicott down turn 1. I think I had like a misstep in game 1, so I tried to adjust it with Rillaboomzation, try to catch him off guard. That worked. And then game 3, he thought that I would lead Rillaboomzation again, so I tried to lead Tornzation and it just went from there.
Nice. Well, we didn't see the Umbreon in that matchup. When do you bring Umbreon to the field?
Yeah, so Umbreon's really nice. As I said, like Caloric's Ice, as most of the time it's safety goggles, so their Kali Ice partners like Amoonguss and Incineroar can't fake it out, and it's really nice at stopping Trick Room and slowing down the special attackers with Snarl.
Nice. Well, as I mentioned earlier, you did earn your Worlds invite this year. Is this your first time qualifying?
This is my first time qualifying for the Masters Division.
Nice.
I qualified in seniors in 2023.
Nice. Congratulations. It's a very tough accomplishment. Are you excited to go compete at Worlds this year?
I'm very excited to go compete in Worlds and hopefully win it all.
Nice. Well, first you do have a couple more matches here today, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Do you have any shout outs to anybody at home you want to give?
Yeah, just so my parents first and foremost for just giving me this opportunity. I'm so blessed. And then the friends from AZ, Jose, Cam, and all of them. And then just all the friends who like try to keep me level, like Yotam, Toller, Ale, Joe, James, Tyson, and all of them. I appreciate all of them.
Nice. Well, those are some great friends to have on your side as you continue onwards to top 4 here in LA. Let's go back to Casters to get us ready for our next match.
Congratulations to Kian there. I didn't know that the World Championship was on the line in that match, so look forward to seeing Kian in Honolulu, because that's an awesome feeling. That set, that game against Colin Hire, that's how you qualify. That's awesome.
That's a statement match too, to get your Worlds invite. Like, oh, I just made a top 4 at LA Regional Champion. No big deal. I earned my Worlds invite. You know, that's an awesome match. So that's something to be proud of. And of course, you get the top 4, you get the Worlds invite. There is still a chance at a regional championship title for you to grab too.
Yeah, for sure. And I loved his answer. He's very, very precise, very, meticulous, like able to answer right into Gabby's question. No waffling, no wavering that we see some other trainers. Like he's got a strong mind. He knows what the Umbreon's doing. He knows what Zacian's playing. It's like I was very impressed with that interview.
I mean, hey, if you're feeling confident going into an event, there's no time for waffling. You gotta get right to that money. And talking about money, well, let's look at what's on the line for trainers. Of course, top 4 spot. It does mean that Kian and anyone else who does make it to top 4 is gonna be walking away with $2,000. That is gonna be a booster box of Pokemon cards as well. But keep playing on forward. There's still a lot more on the line.
Yeah, for sure. Kian in that match he earned himself an extra $1,000 compared to the 5th through 8th slots, getting 3rd or 4th at minimum $2,000 and 36 booster packs. We do have the brand new Pokemon set that has just recently come out and will be legal for NAIC. So obviously those packs, they're going to be very valuable cards that are going to be in them.
We got to talk about the other trainers still in contention to earn a lot more moolah over here at the LA Regional Championships. So take a look at our bracket. We got our top 4 matches. Keen's going to be going up against Ryan, and in the second half, it's going to be Adi going up against Montana Mott. So this is shaking up quite well. I know you're a little sad that your king has gone. Has been defeated, but for Montana to take down a player like Justin Burns, I'm really excited to see him play in our next top 4.
No, absolutely. I think that bottom half of the bracket, really exciting to see, how those matches would have played out. But see a lot of people on social media, they say, obviously Adi has been great this weekend, but Montana Mott might be the best player that hasn't been on stream. A fantastic trainer that we see on the Swiss rankings when we have to do updates to regionals. Montana Mott is there very consistently, so a very consistent trainer.
Excited to see exactly what Montana is made out of in our next top 4 match. But of course, we have to get that all squared away. So we're going to be taking a quick break, but be ready. Top 4 right after this.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
EUIC 2024 was the largest event Pokémon VG had ever seen, making that international champion title all the more coveted. The very best trainers from around the globe congregated in London to test their mettle. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. The run-up to the event had seen the sky-high rise of Raging Bolt, and in particular, the Calm Mindset. A similarly more measured tempo was also offered by Dondozo Ting Lu teams, using Yawn and Sand Tomb to enforce bedtime. But would Slow and Steady win the race? Well, speaking of slow, Trick Room was a key component of the junior finals. Ismail Ogi tried to write their own fairy tale with their innovative Enamorous Therian team, but the might of Kevin Hahn's Blood Moon Ursaluna composition ultimately eclipsed it.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Hahn!
The senior finals was a 3-game thriller. The first battle saw Benjamin Polster's Raging Bolt positioned perfectly in the endgame, but its head was well and truly in the clouds in Game 2, with Teddy French's Dondozo putting it to sleep. In Game 3, however, Ting Lu's Sand Tombs were just too slippery, missing while Benjamin once again got their Raging Bolt in the right place at the right time, clinching the set.
And we see it's been locked in! Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships for the Seniors Division!
In the Masters division, Nils Dunlop squared off against Tim Edwards, who had reached these EUIC finals in their first ever season of competing. An astounding accomplishment. But in the end, Nils' legacy experience proved its worth. With their Ursaluna dissuading Tim from bringing Raging Bolt, Nils balanced the board state brilliantly in their own favor and bounded to a 2-0 victory.
Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion!
Metagame mix-ups, magnificent matches, magical moments. The massive 2024 Europe International Championships had it all. Fancy becoming a part of Pokémon history? Head to Pokemon.com/compete and join us at our next event. Who knows? The trainer lifting the trophy there could be you.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We started with over 600 trainers in the Masters division here for the video game at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and we are down to 4 trainers remaining. One of these final 4 players will be the final regional champion here in the North American circuit. I feel like, you know, we started in September, here we are at the end of May. We're right up against the clock of NAIC. Like, it's all starting to come to an end, Sierra.
It's crazy to think that how many regionals have happened so far, not just in NA, but of course worldwide. It's the season's going by too quickly in the last NA regional. It's a little bittersweet to get to this point, but of course we're going to focus on the sweet part of that and celebrate the players and the journeys that they've taken here so far, and talk a little bit more about the top 4 that we have ahead of you. Of course, we got to talk a little bit about this before, and we just got to see Kian Campbell stamp his ticket into that top 4. Now going to be going up against Ryan for our second top 4 match, but we're going to be focusing first on Audie, who we saw earlier go up against Montana Mott. It was actually kind of funny. Chuppa tweeted a little while ago that Montana might be the best player that we haven't seen on stream for this regional, and well, we're about to get to see what he's made of.
And it's important for Montana because Ryan, Kian, and Audie, they've been on stream. They've been able to showcase their skills this weekend, right? So Montana Mott wants to join that crew, wants to show he's one of the best trainers in North America, a very consistent player throughout this entire season here in Scarlet and Violet, and he's 2 victories away. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but 2 more best of 3s away from being a regional champion. That goes obviously for any of these 4 trainers.
Just got to take 1 match at a time, though. You can't get too far ahead of yourself, especially when we have such skilled trainers that are still competing at this point. And Regulation G, I mean, it's been a lot of fun to be witnessing so far, but these restricted Pokemon and how volatile the matches can be at some point, you really have to take it one game at a time.
And you have to wonder, I always think about this too on when you go on a long run, right? You had 14 rounds of Swiss, now you play top 8, you're in top 4, and you have strategies that rely on 90 or 85% accurate moves. Like, I'd love to keep a tally one day. Like, how many times has Kian clicked play rough today? Is it, let's say he's clicked it, I don't know, 18 times, like throughout the course of the whole weekend. How many of them miss? Like, does the math add out, or are you feeling a little favorable? Does it feel like the Pokemon, the Pokemon gods are on your side here in LA?
Maybe in NISC, just ask someone beforehand, just be like, hey, do you have an inaccurate move and you want to spend the entire tournament instead of worrying about your tournament run, tracking how many times you miss it?
I'm sure we can ask
Adi
how many times Sing has landed, because that's as close to being a 50-50 as you can get without being 50% accurate, since it's 55% accurate.
I mean, when we're looking at the inaccurate moves and where they have a place in this meta, it's the high risk, high reward, but it's definitely something that can be proven to be so powerful when it goes off right. Even looking at something like the Raging Bolt, it has a lot of accurate electric type moves that are really powerful. But when you're eyeing up the Draco Meteor, sometimes a hit or miss, then that is definitely something that could be paying off huge. Or it could be the same thing that ends your tournament run. Chi-Yu as well, a Pokemon that has been really spotty in how represented it's been at events. When you're looking at Overheat, Heat Wave, Snarl, everything it has going on, not a lot of accuracy there across the board. And we have seen, like, I feel like players fall to their knees on stage after the Chi-Yu has just betrayed them at that final call. So it's making its way back. Obviously, that power is a little too, I don't know, it's too powerful to give it up fully.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it does feel like instead of a 4v4 match, Chi-Yu's kind of playing on the other team. It's kind of 5v3 sometimes when you miss all of your moves, but that's the risk you're willing to take, right? The power that Draco Meteor gives Raging Bolt, or Heat Wave and Overheat give Chi-Yu, or Bleakwind Storm, it makes the Tornadus that much more significant than an Air Slash or something else. So sometimes you have many schools of thought. It's worth it. The times that play rough or Bleakwind Storm miss are hopefully, fingers crossed, few and far between, and you can try to come back from those mistakes compared to playing safer moves that don't do as much damage. You might not get crucial knockouts when you need them.
Well, let's talk about the restricteds as well that we're seeing here at LA and what's kind of ahead of us here. So a lot of the discussion in this format so far has been around this top row. Koraidon definitely making a little bit more of an appearance than I kind of thought originally, and obviously Zacian now in this top 4 being quite well represented on the stream end of things. The Calyrex Shadow Rider, when we're looking at really powerful Pokemon going on in this meta, has been a little bit underrepresented in our top cut, and we still have 2 of them remaining in our top 4.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that it's been a roller coaster of a few weeks for Calyrex Shadow Rider, honestly. Everybody came into Regulation G, this is crazy, it's so strong, how is anybody going to counter this? You just sit there and knock everything out and get your Grimnade boost and you're even stronger. This is kind of absurd. And then after Indy, we're like, oh no, Calyrex Ice Rider's really strong, Miraidon can pack a punch into that matchup. And now it's only 9% of the day 2 metagame here in LA, but hopefully after this weekend, seeing two of the Calyrex Shadow Riders making top 4, that might influence the players at home going to New Orleans and say, hey, it might not be as bad. It wasn't as good as we thought, and now it might not be as bad as people have predicted.
I mean, when I'm looking at the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I don't think it was a Pokemon that was ever really bad to be kicking things off. It was actually thought to be really good at the beginning of things and was even getting first place, second place finishes in some of our grassroots tournaments. The thing is when something is really good and it's getting placements, everyone expects it. Everyone's testing for it. And if you're not having just that right core of 6 and everybody and their nanas prepared for this Calyrex Shadow Rider ahead of our regionals, it's not maybe going to be able to do quite as much as it needs to. So it's always been there at the events. It hasn't been making the run. But when it's being picked up by really, really strong players, and players have to be worried about the variety of really strong restricteds right now, finally being able to find a little bit more free space to be running away in this meta.
Yeah, it was just kind of deemed a little bit one note or one dimensional, but people have found the additional dimensions that Calyrex Shadow Rider can use. Even in this matchup between Montana and Adi, they have 2 different sets, had different health held items, different strategies on their Shadow Riders. So it should be interesting how they match up against each other, because obviously as the Ghost types, Astral Barrage is threatening into either version.
I mean, right offhand, without getting too deep into the match already, when we're looking at these really powerful restricteds and something like these Calyrex Shadow Riders, I think we're going to be galloping off into our other top 4 match really quick, even a full 3-game set. I feel like this is going to be high aggression, high octane gameplay ahead of us.
Yeah, it's better. I mean, we saw Adi's stream match earlier today, right? Those are quick games. There's a lot of damage being taken. You know, Clefairy's getting knocked out on one turn. Raging Bolt taking full one-hit KOs as well. Like, I think that strategy, these slow and steady but wins the race style team compositions haven't really been showing up too well in LA, besides the one Leftovers Combine set yesterday for Lunala.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to be mitigating a lot of that damage, and even like key Pokemon like the Umbreon we saw before, what we didn't get to see talk about is great. I see you pointing at the shirt already. I know you want to talk about the drip the Montana.
Yeah, I love that shirt that Montana's wearing. He's a big fan of rocks, just like Steven is. Metagross is cool. I wish Metagross was viable in there, but that's an awesome shirt, Montana.
Let's talk about the matches. There's no Metagross in sight, but we are having a mirror restricted of these Calyrex Shadow Riders. A couple of different Pokemon over on each end here, which that's going to be crucial changes on how we're going to be able to see that shake up. Of course, we got to see Adi a little bit earlier, and definitely not a stranger to the circuit or these top cut brackets.
Yeah, you see some of his accomplishments, as mentioned earlier on today, the 2022 Vancouver Regional Top 8 just a few years ago. That was a restricted format, so that shows why Adi has experience performing well in these styles of metagames. Cancun Special Event Top 8, and all the way back in 2018, Madison Regional Top 8 for Adi. But you look at his team, we already know Calyrex Shadow Rider is the legendary or the restricted of choice. We see Clefairy with Eviolite Friend Guard trying to keep it around. Basically, he's trying to get it set up and heal with Draining Kiss.
And notably, too, with this Calyrex, it is the covert cloak. Of course, we said it before, you can't really get faked out unless you're terastallizing. But instead, when we're looking at stat drops from moves like Electro Web, Snarls, even Bleak Wind Storms, it's something that the secondary effect isn't going to be taking place here. There's something to make sure that your Calyrex stays fast, it stays powerful, and it can do what it needs to do, especially with the potential to be setting up with the Combine. When you have supportive Pokemon that can allow the Calyrex Shadow Rider a turn of breathing space to go for the Combine, a +1 Astral Barrage already can do a lot of damage, and the Draining Kiss for the sustainability is really nice to see.
And we can check out the other side on Montana Mott's end, because as we're looking at, I think there's only a 1 Pokemon difference between these two teams, and that is the Raging Bolt on Adi's side compared to Montana with the Tornadus. So 5 Pokemon being the same. Obviously have different items, different things, but seeing his accomplishments, and a lot of them have been recent here in the 2024 season. 3 top 32s at Vancouver, San Antonio, and Toronto.
Hey, the 32-32, what a way to be breaking the streak with a top 4 here at LA. So there's still the chance and the potential to go even just a little bit further, but the tournaments have been getting really, really big lately. So top 32 at any of our current day regionals is definitely an accomplishment in itself. And this Calyrex Shadow Rider that he has been faring him so well, but we are going to be eyeing up differences here. First off, Spell Tag on that Calyrex Shadow Rider right away. That is going to be boosting the amount of damage your Ghost types moves do. So that is going to be the Astral Barrage. And instead of the the Combine that we see on Adi's end, we have the Nasty Plot. So no special defense raise, but you'll get a +2 to your special attack. And of course, being able to pair that with a speed setting option like this Tornadus, having that Tailwind is a way to make sure that you are dealing a lot of damage super fast. You can always outspeed.
It's interesting on Montana's end, the Incineroar kind of foregoing the fire aspects of the fire dark Pokemon with Taunt, Knockout, and Parting Shot. So no Will-O-Wisp, no Flare Blitz or anything. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he needs it in the metagame right now in LA. And obviously he's been working out to the effect of getting in top 4. This is the Focus Sash Terra Water Urshifu compared to the Adi's Stellar Terra Urshifu Rapid Strike that we saw earlier today.
When you're seeing the Incineroars drop that Flare Blitz, I mean, the coverage, it kind of sucks to have to drop, but at the same time, you're gaining such great utility in this Taunt, being able to shut down Pokemon onto the opposing end. And since it isn't a Prankster Taunt, you can be shutting down, well, any Pokemon that you can happen to hit that move into. So even just looking, you can try and shut down Incineroar on the other end, making sure that you can't get a parting shot over onto your own Pokemon. And even when we're looking at this matchup, the Clefairy that can lend some utility to help keep the Calyrex around, Audi's doesn't have any attacking moves, so a taunt into this Pokemon would completely shut it down, and we'd see that Clefairy quite literally struggling.
Yeah, that would be a difficult spot for Clefairy with no attacks, or no attacking moves, I should say, to be in. But that Choice Band Rillaboom should be an interesting difference that I think obviously players are aware of Choice Band and the amount of damage, say, a Woodhammer or Grassy Glide with the Choice Band Terra Grass boost can do, but it's not necessarily the most common held item on Rillaboom compared to Miracle Seed or Assault Vest. So got to see if Montana is prepared for the extra damage that Choice Band can provide Audi.
It does mean that you can play around knowing that there is only the one fake out option or if you see the Rillaboom on the field, but definitely taking a Choice Band Grassy Glide is not going to be appreciated in a lot of cases, especially when you do want to make sure the Calyrex isn't taking too much damage, and any sort of priority on that end could spell a little bit of disaster.
All right, well, it is time to get into top 4 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Montana and Audi facing off. The winner of this best of 3 will move on to the finals. We don't know their opponent yet. That second match will be after this one. So let's start top 4. Montana leading the Shadow Rider and Incineroar compared to Urshifu Rapid Strike and Raging Bolt for Audi.
Very different thoughts going into this very first match of things. Incineroar can, of course, offer that fake out pressure onto this turn, and it will be Intimidate down onto the Urshifu if it does want to go for something like the close combat instead of that Surging Strikes. Of course, Surging Strikes very tempting when you are staring down an Incineroar and a Calyrex, considering the Incineroar will take that super effective. Calyrex definitely doesn't feel safe in this situation whatsoever, and of course, when you're staring down an Assault Vest Raging Bolt onto the other end, you wouldn't be doing the most amount of damage, and you could be at risk for losing that on the first turn.
We'll see what happens here. Montana feeling on the back foot, at least with this Calyrex Shadow Rider, but Fake Out goes towards the Urshifu slot, stopping Urshifu from attacking this turn. The Astro Barrage hitting into both of Adi's Pokemon. The follow-up damage from Fake Out Astro Barrage takes out Urshifu. Adi loses his Pokemon on turn 1, and Calyrex gets a Grimnay boost to its special attack, so it's going to do even more damage next turn. The Electro Web does land, crucially, onto both of Montana's Pokemon, lowering their speeds by 1 stage.
Being able to stop their Urshifu in its tracks, make sure no fake out, so nice. But we got to talk about that Electro Web and that speed drop over onto the Calyrex on the opposing end. Now that Audi's own Calyrex joins the field, because now you pressure a lot into the Calyrex over onto the opposing end. You are now 100% going to be faster. You do not have to worry about the speed ties coming on through, depending on how things are trained. And it's going to be a way better situation going on forward. And Ghost does hit super effective in the Ghost, so you'd put a lot of pressure, even if there is the Terastallization.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way to deal with some of the most prominent Pokemon in the metagame, is they're often weak to their own typing, like those Ghost types here. So Clefairy will swap into the Raging Bolt slot, activating that Friend Guard ability, making sure that Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adi's end takes a little bit less damage every turn. Montana says, great idea, might I join in? We got 2 Clefairies battle. It's like we're playing Pokemon Stadium mini games again.
And with the Friend Guard coming on in and the Terastallization as well, dropping that Ghost type weakness going on into this match and having a little bit more of extra help with the Friend Guard, reducing the amount of damage coming on through. So both trainers swapping in Clefairy. Not surprised to see both trainers as well going for the Terastallization. A true anything you can do, I can do better type of situation.
Yeah, at least we do know that Adi's Shadow Rider will outspeed because Montana's got hit by the Electro Web the last turn, and he decides to Calm Mind instead of going for damage, boosting up Shadow Rider's special attack and special defense by 1 stage each. But remember, Montana already has the special attack boost thanks to the Grimnay activating the prior turn. That's a +1. Astro Barrage, Clefairy hanging on with 9 HP.
The Clefairy just hanging on to the Friend Guard, will be sticking around for 1 more turn. And now the Calyrex on Adi's end joins Montana's and having a special attack boost, so that's so cool and dandy. But as well, that special defense, that's going to be helping going on forward in the match when you're staring down against this Calyrex, as well as your own survivability. One of the big differences in how these 2 Calyrex are built out. You do have to be careful, and looking ahead at this, both trainers with these Clefairies, well, what's the point of a redirection, really, if it's going to be an Astro Barrage that is a spread damage move? And Montana, since Clefairy does have full health at this point, it's going to be something that would be a little bit more difficult to take care of, especially since, assuming they're kind of similar, it wouldn't be taken down. But a Helping Hand is definitely a way to maximize this potential.
Yeah, not only +1 special attack, but now the Clefairy lending a Helping Hand means that Montana's Shadow Rider is going to do even more damage. But here's the Terra Fairy Draining Kiss, hardly doing that much. You will get a little bit of recovery, but we'll see if the Friend Guard can help keep it around.
That's a nice little chunk, considering 75% of the health is going to be restored. When you're staring down this Helping Hand +1 Astral Barrage, any health is going to be helping you in this situation. Protect over onto Clefairy, and it's going to be a Calyrex that is hanging on through this turn. That was everything, that little bit of health. The only reason this restricted is still kicking around.
Yeah, so crucial little bits of recovery from the Draining Kiss was enough to keep it around. You still have the speed boost, but Clefairy's full HP. Calyrex on Montana's side, you saw it didn't take too much damage from that. So Montana has the Pokemon advantage as well, and his Pokemon are still healthier than Adi's.
Knowing that you still have the speed, though, this is where you can be trying to go for a power move. When you're staring down the Calyrex on the opposing end and the amount of damage an Astral Barrage can do, it can be huge. And looking at where we're eyeing up as well, I mean, if we are looking at maybe just a Draining Kiss coming out from Montana's end, this Protect then would make sense. Make sure this Calyrex is safe past this turn. Not the only Protect coming on through, though.
Yeah, Clefairy is going to protect itself from any damage on Adi's end, but we know since his Shadow Rider protected, there's not going to be any big threats. Astral Barrage will be able to KO Clefairy on Adi's side, so now Adi is down to his final 2 Pokemon here in Game 1. It's a 4-2 Pokemon count, and Montana hasn't even shown its 4th Pokemon and has 2 Grim Nabus.
Still, when you're looking at the Calyrex at this half health and the +1 from the Calyrex over on Adi's end, you still can get pressured here. It is going to be, for the final Pokemon, that Raging Bolt making a reappearance, and does have Threat Damage Axe as well going on into this. Clefairy still at full health, and at this point, Montana still hasn't revealed his 4th and final Pokemon, so a lot of momentum, even when you're staring down this Calyrex that has more so speed on its end. It's still something that doesn't feel so great. If you can make it past these 2 Pokemon, there's still a Incineroar, still a 4th Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, for sure. That Incineroar is probably going to be able to, take a couple hits, maybe hurt what Raging Bolt can do. So obviously Montana has a lot of momentum on his side right now. The last couple of turns have really gone in his favor. Even without getting the knockout on Adi's Shadow Rider earlier, he still is pretty strong. He will swap out his Calyrex Shadow Rider to reset that speed drop from before. Montana revealing Rillaboom as the 4th Pokemon in this Game 1. Thunderclap is going to fail since Rillaboom switches into that slot, so a great switch from Montana. But Astral Barrage with the Calm Mind boost, it's going to hit both of Montana's Pokemon, bring Clefairy down under half, but not even doing half since Assault Vest Rillaboom. And then the Heal Pulse is going to bring Rillaboom all the way back up.
I mean, looking at this Clefairy, what are you going to do? Follow me here on this turn. No attacking moves, and it has only Heal Pulse as a way of a viable thing you could be doing on this turn, making sure this Rillaboom is back up to full on this swap, and Assault Vest as well. Didn't really take the most damage going on into this anyways, and the swap out coming out from Montana, sure. You do lose your Grimnay boost, but you now do have an opportunity to first off hit a priority move into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, as well to swap out when you do hit the field back again. Your speed is now going to be reset. You're no longer going to be at that -1 from that very first turn of battle where we saw the Raging Bolt make an appearance the first time around. You are in a weird situation now with needing to just deal with this Rillaboom, and the Rillaboom, when you do have these grassy glides that can hit into the Pokemon on the other end, definitely wouldn't appreciate it, but Assault Vest, you still took him hit so well in the meantime.
Montana nodding his head, respecting the Protect from Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adi's side. Clefairy will protect as well. It's the second time that Clefairy is protected when Shadow Rider protected. The Grassy Glide goes into that Protect, though, so no damage will be put from Montana's side of the field here on the turn. And Electro Web does go into the Protect and lands onto Rillaboom, lowering its speed. Now you have a weird spot. Critical hit didn't really help. Too much damage there. But both Grassy Glide and Thunderclap are +1 priority, and Rillaboom is slower now.
Yeah, but you're still looking at a Thunderclap into an Assault Vest Rillaboom, and you already saw how little the damage did on that turnaround. So You lowered...
Well, Draco Meteor would do a lot, and you outspeed.
You'd have to hit the double protect on that one, and it's still an Assault Vest Rillaboom that can still offer so much pressure on this turn. So definitely a little bit of a tough spot. Really showcasing, I think, a couple of the difficulties with the Shadow Rider in the format with the priority moves that we get to see around here. There's a lot of ways of kind of slowing or stopping the priority. And getting at this point in the match, not really having a way to be slowing or stopping the priority from the end, a little difficult, but here we go. Let's see if a double protect can be enough.
Yeah, Adi's gonna go for it. 30% chance to get the double protect, and it doesn't happen. Calyrex fails at double protect. Grassy God goes into that slot, knocking it out, and now it is Raging Bolt versus 4 Pokemon on the other side. This is one of the things that helped Montana getting rid of her Shifu on turn 1, knocking it out, meant that he had was losing that Pokemon disadvantage, and he was not able to switch out, really didn't have any damage left on the team. Draco Meteor also doesn't even do half to Rillaboom because of Assault Vest, so really tough spot. Montana up 4-1, he's gonna be able to win this first game.
I would like to try to build some suspense here, like hand this Raging Bolt, the super powerful Paradox, take on the world, but it's just not meant for this world. It's like when you know the ending of the movie already because it was so obvious halfway through. Thunderbolt, not gonna do much.
Yeah, the Woodhammer will be grass boosted, grassy terrain boosted on this turn. So it is resisted, but every little bit helps. I know it might take a little bit longer for this game because you have the leftovers recovery, and it's not like Clefairy does any damage, right?
Yeah, no, the Clefairy doesn't do much, but at this point, the towel will be thrown in and be talking about the next game situation and where we can take this. Super well played here by Montana in the battle of the Calyrex, and now we have to figure out from Adi where he wants to be going about into this game too, because it looked like from the get-go, okay, well, I got the speed drop on the opposing Calyrex, so mine will outspeed, and this is super cool, but he took so much damage onto the Clefairy to kick things off. Montana didn't take any. The Friend Guard as well, coming in so clutch for both trainers at some point, but unfortunately, Adi just never was able to take advantage of where he had set up his board state. He was never able to freely go for the damage because he was always just pressured.
Yeah, and I think that here on turn 1, losing your Shifu for effectively nothing, just being at 4-3 Pokemon for the entire game, put Adi in such a disadvantage, and the Grim Neigh boost that Montana was able to obtain on his Calyrex Shadow Rider compared to just the one Calm Mind for Adi's, it just showed that it was moving at a pace, the game was moving at a pace that Adi was not able to keep up with.
And even when we're looking at the beginning of the battle, when you get the Calm Mind, it's all fine and dandy until you're staring down this Rillaboom at the end that frankly doesn't really care about you hitting into it and also has the priority, so it double doesn't care about your special defense boost that you hit up. I'll just hit you on the defensive end, I have the priority, and you have absolutely no chance. So I would think a little bit more of an adjustment to the Pokemon coming on out. The Urshifu as well, it was something that looked like it was able to pressure from the get-go, but it got faked out, and then it got KO'd, and Montana just took an advantage right from there. It is the Focus Sash variety. There is Detect on it, so maybe even just if you could Detect past that first turn, since it does look like it could fare well into the other Pokemon around.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if Urshifu fares better in game 2, but it's not going to be in the lead this time. Clefairy and Calyrex Shadow Rider for Adi compared to the Shadow Rider and Rillaboom on Montana's side. I mean, this makes a lot of sense because the Rillaboom was really strong at the end of the last game. It's like, hey, I might as well just start stronger at the beginning of game 2.
And when you have the Assault Vest and you're staring down this Pokemon, there's still a lot of damage that could be coming out over on your end. And when at least you do have the Clefairy that's next to you for that Friend Guard. And we might be eyeing up your favorite move here, which would be so sick. But the Rillaboom, you have to be careful about the fake out into the Clefairy as well. At least if that is happening, you know there isn't going to be a powerful attack headed your way.
No swaps from either trainer. That means they are committed to the Pokemon on the field to do damage. Right now, Adi deciding to terrestrialize his Calyrex Shadow Rider into a Fairy type, getting rid of that Ghost weakness. And Montana saying, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to match it, turning into Terra Fairy as well. So Like usually Astral Barrage should be the Shadow Rider counter, but you're not even going to do that much damage.
This isn't the trainer's first rodeo, it's their second. They know that they have to be terrestrializing those Pokemon from the get-go to not lose them, and it's going to be a calm mind to kick it off.
Might be the difference between rodeo and rodeo, you know, but Nasty Plot from Calyrex is going to boost its special attack by 2 stages, as if he's already gotten 2 KOs. That's how much damage it's going to do when it's able to attack. The Grassy Terrain boosted Wood Hammer does half of his HP, and the Sing is 55% accurate, but Calyrex dodges it from Clefairy. That is so brutal. If that landed, that could have been huge.
It definitely could. That would have been momentum changing right from the get-go in this match. And the amount of damage that you've taken on your Calyrex definitely doesn't fare well. With the Grassy Terrain recovery and thanks to the Friend Guard, does look like it's a little dicey for another bit of a turn, but it is possible. You are also next to a Pokemon that does have that Follow Me, and you did drop your Ghost type weakness, and you do have a special defense boost. So can try with that Friend Guard to be taking a round of Astral Barrage from the Calyrex opposed to you. Except it's having a Nasty Plot. So you are kind of just donezo from that amount of damage. It was important to not play passive on that turn, but you're still in a rough situation. We might go down to how these Pokemon are trained and all out offensive and hope to get the speed tie.
Clefairy said, I'm not going to sing, I'm going to clap this time. Helping Hand to boost Adi's damage from his Calyrex, but Montana protecting smartly so he doesn't take any damage from this Astral Barrage. Then the Rillaboom has Assault Vest, so that means it's going to take a little bit less damage from these special attacks. But how much? The answer is the Assault Vest doesn't help too much. It does crucially help enough to keep Rillaboom around in the red and click U-turn to bring something else in for Montana.
And when you're looking at Pokemon from the back, if we are looking at Calyrex, that it's, hey, which one is going to be faster? Montana, with this Tornadus adjustment, or even if it was for Pokemon, I don't know, but even with this Tornadus, now you do not have to play that game. You can just click a Tailwind and Astral Barrage on this turn, and really, what is Adi going to say? No. You can go for the Protect and go for a swap or a Hail Mary with the Clefairy, but it's still, when you're staring down this +2, a really, really dangerous situation. The +2 Calyrex, especially with the spell tag, so you already had an additional boost to your damage. That's so much.
Yeah, and with Clefairy leaving the field, that does take the Friend Guard with it, so the damage mitigation has left, meaning that Adi would have to take the full front of this Astral Barrage. Incineroar swaps into that slot as a Dark type would resist Astral Barrage, so even with the Nasty Plot boost, that's still the best option for Adi since it'll do less damage. Astral Barrage doesn't hit Calyrex, and it will land into this Incineroar on the swap-in, so how much can Incineroar take? Looks like it's barely not enough for a 2-hit KO.
Definitely helps when it's a resisted hit, and this cat definitely has a little bit of bulk to it. And you do now, since the Terrestrialization has been spent on both ends of the board, have access to the Fake Out into the normal Ghost-type Pokemon. It's now dropped that immunity. You do have an option to stop it on its turn. And with that as well, even if there is the Protect coming out from Montana, when you're staring down the Tornadus on the opposing end, it doesn't have that Protect. You do have the +1, and you do have a potential Draining Kiss to try and recover some of your health back to help with that longevity going on into the match.
Yeah, this is a spot that I think Adi, with his Incineroar on the field, this is really different for him, because before we had the Clefairy on the field, and it's like it's not providing a lot of pressure, but at least Incineroar has some utility here. Can go for a Fake Out to force that Protect on Montana's side. You know Montana's Calyrex is his win condition. He doesn't want to take any damage. Bleakwind misses one of the targets. It's the Incineroar, meaning Incineroar is going to recover up even more HP, and an Astral Barrage would not knock it out on the following turn. Draining Kiss brings Tornadus down to half HP, and Calyrex Shadow Rider recovering a lot because Draining Kiss recovers 75% of the damage dealt instead of the normal 50.
Especially too with that Grassy Terrain recovery, that is going to be helping you out. 2 more turns of Tailwind that you have to be getting through on this, and you know the Astral Barrage doesn't pressure too much into that Incineroar, at least not the most. What I'd be worried about is a Protect and a potential Draining Kiss, even coming out from Montana's end, to be dealing some damage if you are worried about something like a resisted hit here. But even just a +2 with the Calyrex, even if you think there's going to be something a little too passive on the other end, you'd either go for another turn of the setup here. The Tornadus as well, if you want to try and be shutting down Pokemon going on forward, you do have that taunt, but even just these Bleakwinds going on forward just seems really safe.
Both these trainers have only revealed 3 Pokemon so far, so gonna have to do a little detective work to try to anticipate who that 4th Pokemon is on each side. The Astro Barrage doesn't hit into Calyrex as Adi decides to protect it. Now Incineroar resisting this hit as a Dark type. Not enough, it hangs on in the red. Bleakwind Storm, 70% chance to connect. Doesn't hit on Calyrex, obviously, but finally hits the Incineroar this time.
And that is going to be significant. It's nice that you don't go down to the Astral Barrage, so this Calyrex doesn't get another Grim boost to go to a +3. But at the same time, the parting shot that was targeted into it was a way to try and be slowing that Pokemon down. You do have just one more turn of this Tailwind to getting through at this point, and Clefairy now can bring this Friend Guard back out. You've gained a good amount of health back with your Calyrex. You still don't feel like you're quite out of the woods when you're staring this down, but any attempt at a double protect or anything, I think would be absolutely disastrous. Since you have this special defense boost, you just, I think, have to survive the hit and then go on the offensive to see what can be done beforehand. And if Montana isn't picking up a KO or doing enough on this turn because of that Friend Guard, well, that's going to be a lot of damage dealt back.
Yeah, these 2 Calyrexes, honestly, Sierra, they've been on the field the entire game. And somewhat, yes, you got set up with Nasty Plot, but they've just been alternating protects back and forth, just trying to keep themselves safe. Tornadus wants to keep itself safe as well, swapping out into Clefairy. So now both teams having Clefairy Calyrex on the field. But Adi will get a helping hand. Is he going to win the speed side there? Calyrex goes for a Nasty Plot instead of an attack, boosting his special attack to astronomical levels. But here is the Astro Barrage with the helping hand boost. Clefairy completely gone, but the Friend Guard was still active, so it helped Montana's Calyrex stick around.
I think that might be okay that you lost your Clefairy, though, because now you get this Tornadus back in. You have so many special attack boosts. The Tailwind is gone. You needed to make sure the Tornadus survived past that turn, and it didn't have access to protect. So, Friend Guard, your Calyrex sticks around. You now have a special attack that absolutely nobody wants to be dealing with, and this Tornadus can go ahead, click Tailwind on this turn, and when you're staring down the opposing 2 Pokemon, it doesn't matter whether it's super effect, doesn't matter. This Calyrex is about to show a world of pain to Adi's Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many players have calced their teams to survive a +4 spell tag boosted Astral Barrage from the other side.
I think we're at a +5 now.
Yeah, right with the Grimnay boost there. So just absolutely crazy and perfect turn, as you mentioned, Sierra, to swap Tornadus out as Tailwind was expiring, because you see Adi does not have Tailwind. You're going to be able to set up Tailwind and have your speed doubled on your side of the field. Montana with the Tailwind, meaning Calyrex Shadow Rider on his end will be moving first. Astro Barrage goes into the protect there from Clefairy, but this Calyrex is not safe from its opposing side. That is a massive knockout. Adi's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
Montana has played this so well, being able to set up this Calyrex for the most success. And look at that, another great Grim Day boost. It's definitely looking grim if you're Adi in this position. Montana's got the speed, he has got the power, and Adi's only got 2 Pokemon left remaining on his end.
It is the Focus Sash or Shifu, so you know it is going to be the Tornadus has to lay in the Bleakwind Storm to actually knock it out. So that might be one of the things you want to play for in this spot, is playing around a Bleakwind miss.
What's really rough about the Urshifu is dropping Aqua Jet. I don't know if it would have been enough, but at the same time, you no longer have that priority on your turn as well. If you can just be getting past and avoiding a Bleakwind Storm and be dealing the amount of damage left, that could be everything. You know that you do have an opportunity to at least survive the 1 hit. And again, Tornadus isn't the most reliable with the accuracy of its moves. It sucks that with the Clefairy, you can't be kind of redirecting anything since it is spread damage, but you can just literally stay safe.
Calyrex with the Astral Barrage yet again. Clefairy, that's a double protect, because Clefairy protected last turn, so he did get that one there, but Urshifu was brought down to 1 HP. So all Bleakwind Storm needs to do is connect. 30% of the time, that does not happen. Clefairy's gonna make it dramatic. Everybody's worried, but there it goes through. Adi understanding. You see the smile on his face, the nod as well. Urshifu's down. Clefairy literally does not have an attacking move either.
It's got a lot of heart, that's for sure, and that's about all it's got on its
That's all that
side.
matters.
Yeah, I don't think we're even getting to that point. Astro Barrage +6 coming on through.
Yeah, he's gonna sing his swan song now in top 4. Adi is a great sport, giving a handshake over to Montana. Martin's had a slow burn this season, a couple of top 32s to his name. Now he's in the finals here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Before this round, was said that he was the greatest player at the tournament that hasn't been on stream, and now one match away from showing that maybe he is just the greatest player at this tournament. End sentence right there. What a match up against such a strong player in Audion. Really doing justice to this Calyrex Shadow Rider. The way that he was able to navigate the matchup, getting set up, is just incredible, and sacrificing the Clefairy, well, even going for the nasty plot on that turn. It can be so risky in so many different worlds because all of a sudden if there is too much damage coming on through, you get crit. I mean, you could have just lost your restricted. We see plenty of time that people get very, very punished for clicking one too many nasty plots, but it worked out so well.
Well, it is important to note that Montana had the wiggle room, right? That was game 2. He was up 1-0, so it's not like it would have been the end of the world. If he lost that set, you still have a game 3 to bounce back from. But that nasty plot was so smart, Sierra, because Clefairy swapped in. You have the power of friendship being OP, making it survive long enough, and then at plus, when you get 2 nasty plot boots in one game, it's effectively GG after that.
I mean, when we're looking at just the, just looking at this Calyrex as well, I mean, going for that other nasty plot into it, there's not a lot of things that are going to be doing too well when you're facing off against a +3 Astro Barrage. But when you go for that nasty plot and the Calyrex doesn't get KO'd on that turn, and you have the Tailwind available for the next, it's basically just putting any chess piece in position and just saying checkmate. There's not really anything that can hit into this Calyrex. You know there's not going to be the priority over onto the opposing end. So it's really, hey, if I can get away with this turn, this is the game-winning play.
Yeah, you see just how much damage Montana's able to do after all of those boosts. Clefairy and Calyrex and friends tried their best, and Adi had a great performance, starting the day 9-0, being the one undefeated trainer as we started our second half of the Swiss round, and finishing this weekend in top 4. Absolutely a position to be proud of.
100%. To Calyrex Shadow Rider here in the top 4, and Adi definitely well played to make it this far in LA. And I mean, still, top 4 is so much to be proud of, even though that's where the journey ends. But I'm really excited because we still have another top 4 ahead of us to figure out who Montana is going to be going up against in the finals.
Yeah, that's true. We have 2 matches remaining. It's been a long season. It's been a long season here at VGC, and we've been, it's been an absolute pleasure for us to be a part of it. But 2 matches remain for the final regional championship here before New Orleans. I know everybody, this is kind of the right time to peak, right? For Adi and Montana and Keenan and Ryan. Like, you want to be as hot as possible going into New Orleans in a couple weeks.
You know what I just realized as well? When we're looking at, okay, Miraidon winning the first regional, and then Zamazenta winning Stockholm, well, we're not going to have a repeat restricted for the win here because those are gone. We have the Calyrex Shadow Rider, or it'll be the Ice Rider or the Zacian of all things in our other top 4 match that are going to be taking down this entire event. So really exciting revelations of the world of Regulation G.
That would be really cool that we move on to a new era. Scarlet and Violet, we was like, oh, Zacian, that's in the past. Zamazenta, that's the prior games, and then back-to-back regionals, essentially Zamazenta and Zacian take over. That'd be a neat story, and we are here in Hollywood, so that's where the stories are written.
I mean, this movie is getting a little closer to the end, but of course, there's still so much exciting action up ahead. That was just our first top 4 match, and that is it from us. We're going to be taking a quick break before on to our other top 4.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with your assistant head judge for VG this weekend, Kylie. How is it going?
It's going great. It's been an interesting event, but we came back and it's been a lot of fun.
Honestly, y'all have been absolutely killing it out there. So I gotta ask, we were just talking before, you are a newer judge to the Video Game Championship Series. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your journey to becoming a judge here today?
Definitely. So I was actually a spectator at the Yokohama World Championships. I got a spectator pass from the lottery. I was going to Japan anyway and thought it'd be a lot of fun. And when I was there, I actually met some spectacular VG and TCG judges. And they actually introduced me to the entire scene and the process, and I was so excited because I'd never really found a way to engage with Pokemon. So I, while backpacking Japan, passed my judge certification, came back, hit the ground running, and have done a lot of events since then.
And you were mentioning as well that your locals is a huge part of why you keep coming back to judge these events.
Oh yeah, the Colorado local scene is beyond special. They are truly a unique group of people. They're beyond welcoming, super friendly to everyone, and I'm beyond lucky to have them as my local players.
So one thing I've been asking a lot of Pokemon trainers this weekend, as this is the last event of the 2024 regional season, is what is their favorite memory from this season? Do you have one you'd like to share?
Sure. I actually got to say that as twisted as it is, it was this event because we had such a rough round one, and so any other community you would expect a lot of rage on, honestly. So to see people supporting the judges and the organizers and being so kind about the entire issue was truly remarkable because it meant they actually cared and appreciated us, and that means a lot to us TOs and leaders.
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Pokemon is a big family, and we definitely saw a lot of that family love here this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of that family love, and we try to put it right back in because we appreciate everyone who comes and plays out, hangs out with us.
I also have to ask, who's your favorite Pokemon and why?
My favorite Pokemon is Electros, and it gets no merchandise, so no one knows, but I love it to death. I just think he's a funny little goober. He's O'Neal. He just vibes, and he's never going to be on the main screen, but I love him to death.
There was a point in time where Electros was the #1 TCG deck. You have to go back very far, but it was the case.
Clearly I'm in the wrong game. No, I'm in the correct game. I love VG, so that makes me happy, though, that it's getting some love somewhere.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Kylie. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
I want to give a shout-out to, actually, all of my locals again. David Carter, the entire scene, Nino, just everyone who's helped me set up the local scene that I did. I couldn't have done it without all of you.
Well, Kylie, thank you so much for your time and for your hard work this weekend. If you're watching this at home and you attend a Pokemon event, regardless if it's a local or the World Championships, make sure to thank your judges, thank the tournament organizers, and everybody who makes this magic happen. Thank you so much again, and we'll be back soon.
We have one player that is already waiting in the finals of the LA Regional Championships, and we have to determine who will be facing up against Montana in that finals. And to bring you through that, myself and Lendul are honored to have that opportunity.
Yeah, really excited to see this other semi-final and then find out who's going to be up against Montana in that final.
It's going to be so good, especially because we get such a treat heading into this next semifinal, taking a look at Keon versus Ryan. Before we get into that, we want to celebrate the community, you guys who have been in on the conversation all weekend long. Zach, that's my boyfriend, that's my soulmate. He's so good at Pokemon. I'm so proud of you, Montana, and how much you've grown and how hard you've worked for it, and you are the light of my life, and I love you so much. I hope I captured all of that capitalization energy in that post.
Montana, a player who has so quickly improved at this game and put so much work into getting better, has played so consistently over the course of the season and has it paying off moving into the finals. And it's really great to see how proud Zach is back at home watching.
Of course. And it has been amazing to watch Montana's journey throughout this season. And already in the finals, already blowing all those other accomplishments out of the water. So we'll have to see whether or not Montana can add that regional championship title to that on top of finalists. Digi, Christine, thank you so much for sending in your Iono cosplay. Gita sent me to check out the Pokemon Regionals in LA. It's a lot like Valencia here. Hope everyone's ready for the Iono Zone. We are all caught in your electro webs. I love that. We've had so many talented cosplayers here.
It's really impressive. That's a great costume. The cosplay is so impressive to me.
I just can't believe that you got the Magnemites to stick to your head. I need lessons on how to do that. Up next, though, we do have another tweet coming at us from McJamie, keeping the Slitherwing hype alive for her play Pokemon. For Sierra, honestly. Like, I've Sierra seen all of the art that's come out of the Slitherwing propaganda.
This one is gorgeous. I want to be as relaxed as that Slitherwing, just napping and enjoying the sunlight.
To be a Slitherwing in the sun. That's someday. Someday, maybe after this. Oh, you live in LA, so actually you could do that. You just gotta get like fluffy.
Oh, okay. I'll try to grow some Slitherwing fur.
Coming up next, we have a couple more tweets for you. We've got Nick. I have officially qualified for the Pokemon World Championships. 14 years ago, I went to the second ever Pokemon Regional Championship in San Francisco. It was best of one single elimination. I missed Hypnosis 4 times and then went and cried in the car. I think we've all been there. Actually, if you know what that best of one is like, it's crazy. But when I decided to go for Worlds at the start of this season, I was not a good enough player to get there, but I worked and I improved until I was. It has been an incredible journey, and I'm so grateful to all the places this game has brought me and all of the friends that I've made. Wow, congratulations, Nick. That is amazing to go from, you know, those best of one days.
Yep.
You were there.
Yep, best of one, closed team sheet, just in and play one round. But yeah, to see the growth over those years and to recognize at the beginning of the season that he needed to improve and then to make that happen, qualify for the World Championships is so impressive.
It is, and it's been such a hard field of competition, especially like yourself. You've been out there, you felt the stress of what it means to be a competitor in this kind of modern environment. And it's amazing to be able to have the improvement to showcase that.
Yeah, it's so tense. Every round you're being tested by players who are working just as hard as you are to try to be the best. And you're going to have to win most of those matches to get enough championship points to make it to the World Championship.
Well, there's 2 more players that are up on deck to see if they can make this win the next stop to get to the finals of the LA Regional Championships. Ryan Haig versus Keon Campbell. It is going to be an Ice Rider Calyrex versus a Zacian.
Yeah, we saw Keon in the top 8 win using the Zacian. Ryan with the Calyrex Ice Rider. It should be a pretty interesting matchup. These 2 restricted Pokemon we haven't had a chance to see up against each other yet. Ryan, a very experienced player, top 8 already this season at Portland Regional Championships, and some solid finishes before that as well.
Yeah, has that finalist there from Hartford Regional Championships in 2023. So also looking to add that first regional championship title to that incredible list of accomplishments. And I think that the Ice Rider Calyrex could very well get the job done. It is one of the remaining big restricted threats that we have in our Regulation G meta as it has come to this point.
It's been one of the most consistent ones from the very beginning of Regulation G to this point. Hasn't had a huge spike in popularity, but hasn't fallen off either, and was still present in this top 8. And this has been a pretty consistent way to build around that at Calyrex Ice Rider. It has the Trick Room mode with Amoonguss, it has the support from Incineroar, has Pelipper to try and weaken fire type attacks coming in, as well as providing wide guard support, and in this case, helping hand support, which I think is a great tech. And then consistently, we've seen the Urshifu Rapid Strike also paired with Calyrex Ice Rider to give you a fast mode that can also benefit from Pelipper. So a solid construction of 6 Pokemon that we've already seen have success in prior tournaments.
Yeah, but taking a look at Keon, also a player that is looking to add that very first regional championship title to this list of accomplishments. It's a lot of top 64s this season, which is an incredible feat in itself. 2024 has really been a very strong year of Pokemon.
Really a breakthrough performance, though, to elevate from top 64 into the top 4 of this tournament. It's like the next level, the next step on that progression. Really impressive to see, and I'm excited to see whether Kion can bring Zacian and this unique pick into the finals. The Zacian, paired with a few interesting Pokemon, the Umbreon allows it to have, gives you a bulky kind of pivoting Pokemon that especially can play well into Calyrex Shadow Rider, but also should provide some value against Calyrex Ice Rider. Lots of other attackers around it. The Qianpao can deal a lot of damage, but also help amplify the damage from Zacian, and a couple physical attackers to go with that, with the Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and the Rillaboom holding an Assault Vest. Both players with the Choice Scarf Urshifu, we may see them up against each other, and right of the way, Kion's got one Urshifu, and there's the other one on the other side.
Oh, wow, okay. So we've got the dueling Urshifus ahead of each other, as well as the Pelipper. I feel like that's going to play a huge role in enabling both of these Urshifu.
Both Urshifu now have boosted Surging Strikes, but both of them only have Water Resist to fire into on the other side. Pelipper gets the better of the Rillaboom versus Pelipper matchup, but of course the Rillaboom on Kion's side is a problem for the Urshifu on Ryan's side. Can either just go after it with a Wood Hammer or pressure something like a Surging Strikes plus Grassy Glide to try to take out the Urshifu on the other side before it can even move if Kion is confident that his Urshifu is faster. Pelipper, though, is a little bit more difficult to take off the field, would require a double target, and can fire a Hurricane in either slot. No, at this point, just helping handing to boost the Urshifu on Ryan's side.
Well, the Rillaboom's going to go for the Grassy Glide, though. Pelipper is not resistant to that. It's just going to be some neutral damage, as it is the close combat in response. A one-hit knockout into Kion's Urshifu means that it doesn't get a chance to move in this game just yet. The Choice Scarf helping Ryan's to move faster.
Ryan seizing the speed advantage, has the faster Urshifu Rapid Strike, or just tied and wins the coin flip on that turn, but it means with the Helping Hand boost from Pelipper, able to pick up the close combat and stop the Urshifu Rapid Strike on the other side before it can even attack. You have to imagine with the targeting from Kion, that's probably looking for something like Surging Strikes plus Grassy Glide to take a KO onto Pelipper before it can get a Hurricane off, but that's stopped in its tracks because of the close combat now. Urshifu does lose a stage of defense, makes it a lot more vulnerable to a Grassy Glide from the other side, and Zacian gets to come in here relatively for free, doesn't have to worry about taking a Surging Strikes on the other side, but of course, the Urshifu is still the fastest thing on the field. It's still going to fire a close combat into one of these slots. It's still going to deal a ton of damage if it doesn't get disrupted by Grassy Glide.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because I think what you're really hoping for is that you are able to make some type of piece of resistance against the Ice Rider Calyrex that you're expecting to be in the back. That's kind of unusual when we see these Ice Rider Calyrex teams to not see that Pokemon led and try to establish that Trick Room right away. But we still aren't going to see it just yet. Ryan actually opting to switch out the Urshifu, reset those drops and the move that it's locked into in favor of this Amoonguss that takes that Grassy Glide so much better. And in fact, is going to dish out even a bit more damage back with that Rocky Helmet recoil. But as we see that Behemoth Blade into the Pelipper, it has an invisible Focus Sash, and it's just able to hang on through all of that hurt, firing off a Weather Ball into the Zacian to bring it to half already.
That's a really pivotal damage dealt to Zacian. It's going to lower it enough that something like Urshifu later on can easily deal with it with a close combat or a Surging Strikes. You could see the effect that the kind of magnetism that Urshifu Rapid Strike had in that last position. Kion, already behind in the game, didn't want to give up another close combat, and so had to chase the Urshifu with a Grassy Glide, despite Amoonguss being such an easy switch in there. And then, of course, missing the KO into Pelipper makes that a very punishing turn for Kion.
Well, the Behemoth Blade is going to deal a significant amount of damage to this Amoonguss, but you're still whittling away at the Zacian's HP pool with the opportunity to go for just a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip back. An unfortunate miss from this Rillaboom, though, with the high horsepower, ends up getting punished with not only the damage from this Hurricane, but also with that huge confusion. And the Spore into the Zacian is just insult to injury here.
Such an important miss. The Amoonguss might have been healthy enough to take that attack anyway. This turn I don't think was going to go very well for Kion regardless. The Hurricane into Rillaboom is just those health bars going lower and lower. Already lost Urshifu on the first turn and now has Zacian and Rillaboom quite low. But Amoonguss not taking the high horsepower means it's still relatively healthy here. If it switches out and gets a set of Regenerator, will look even more healthy towards the end of the game. And Zacian not having slept for a turn now, it's going to be a long time before Kion can get any value out of that Zacian. For now, Rillaboom just headed to the back in favor of this Umbreon.
Ooh, well, kind of looking a little bit more forward. This Umbreon actually has a really unique position in this matchup because in its moveset, it does have access to Taunt and Foul Play, which might be a really great way of shutting down this Amoonguss from going for anything else, as well as shutting down a Trick Room option in the back.
back. This Zacian, though, it fell asleep and now it's down for the count. Does provide an option for this Rillaboom to come back in and have some sort of fake out pressure, but even take a look at how much Pollen Puff is doing to this dark type Umbreon.
The health bars are just getting so low. Zacian only has to sleep for one turn before going down to Weather Ball, and now it's a quite low Rillaboom and an already damaged Umbreon that's not going to be able to win a 1v4. Keon has dealt some damage. Amoonguss is low, Pelipper all the way down to that false Focus Sash at 1 health, but still has all 4 Pokemon. Rillaboom can probably deal with one of them, but dealing with all of the team is just going to be too much to ask. It feels like Ryan has an unsurmountable advantage in this game 1.
Really does. I mean, you can go for the Grassy Glide here to at least deal with the threat of this Pelipper. You're not going to get any recoil back from hitting into the Rocky Helmet that this Amoonguss is carrying, and you kind of hope that maybe Umbreon's going to be able to do a little bit more. The Snarl, a pretty nice twist to lock into just to help whittle away this Amoonguss, but it also mitigates some of the damage that this Pollen Puff is going to be able to do, and it's going to allow this Rillaboom to survive.
Yeah, really crucial for Keon to not go down to only Umbreon at this point. The Snarl is enough to mitigate the damage coming from the Pollen Puff on the other side, combined with the Assault Vest on Rillaboom, lets it just hang on, get some Grassy Terrain recovery. Still a very uphill battle with 2 damaged Pokemon, and Ryan not even having to show his restricted Pokemon yet. No Grassy Terrain also means Rillaboom doesn't have priority anymore, so this Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to have free reign to go out on the offense and just take out Rillaboom before it can move. There's no way to stop it. It's just going to be a Surging Strikes going into that slot.
Yeah, it's such a tough ask, and it's really unfortunate how that Grassy Terrain expiration was timed with the return of this Urshifu. But one way to keep yourself in this fight is by having this defensive Terra on this Umbreon to change it into this Water Terra type. It's going to resist those Rapid Strike Urshifu hits, and it also removes that weakness to if you were to take a close combat here. So perhaps this Umbreon still has a little bit more stay in this fight. If there's a yawn, there's a way. Return the favor with this sleep.
No doubt that it's going to take Ryan a substantial amount of time to deal with the Water-type Umbreon. We know that his last Pokemon is the Calyrex Ice Rider. Now as a Water-type, Umbreon also resists Glacial Lance. And so in another way this game could have played out, where there were a lot more resources left on Keon's side, that Water Terrestrialization could have a big impact. But ultimately it happens when Keon is already down to 1 Pokemon. It's just too much of an uphill battle. He concedes that game and moves us into game 2. I think there are signs of life for Keon and the ways that can play out, but that turn 1 was just so devastating with the Helping Hand close combat, giving Ryan a 4-3 lead before the 3rd attack even went off.
It's tough because what on Keon's team actually resists the close combat? You have the Tornadus, but it's so tough to feel like you can actually bring it into a matchup like this because you know that there's always that imminent threat of Trick Room going up.
One really critical piece is something you touched on in game 1, which is guessing the lead matchup here. For these Calyrex Ice Rider leads, you often expect them to lead the Calyrex Ice Rider, and you feel like you must lead what your answer to the Calyrex Ice Rider is, or else you're going to get quickly overwhelmed by a Trick Room and a Glacial Lance. But when they opt for a different mode, something like the Pelipper and the Urshifu that have instant offense in a different direction that can really backfoot you quickly. And it's how Ryan was able to establish that early lead. It wasn't even a necessarily like critically poor lead into Pelipper and Urshifu, but it was definitely, I would expect something different than what Keon was expecting.
I think it's tough too because you and I talked about this matchup even a little bit before we got into the top 4, and you were talking about the Rillaboom choice. Was it the right Pokemon to be able to bring into a matchup like this? Keon seems to think so. Actually going to lead that Rillaboom again, and it's the same leads across the board for both of our players heading into this game too.
Rillaboom, a really key piece for dealing with the Urshifu on the other side, but has a lot of uphill battles in this match. In the last game we saw it have to deal with an Amoonguss that just switched in and dealt Rocky Helmet damage back, and a Pelipper that landed a massive Hurricane for a ton of damage into it, and that's before the Calyrex Ice Rider that would have been threatening a 1-hit with Glacial Lance. So a lot of difficult Pokemon for the Rillaboom to fight against, but if you feel like it's your only way to stop the Urshifu Rapid Strike that had so much impact for Ryan, then you can see why it's being led and why we're back in the same leads as Fake Out goes into Pelipper this time, no Helping Hand, instead just a close combat into the Urshifu on the other side.
And you can see how well that Urshifu is able to take that without that Helping Hand. So really smart decision by Keon to actually just go for the Fake Out into the Pelipper instead. It's going to help break the Focus Sash. Obviously doesn't matter if you're going to hit it with the Surging Strikes as well. That's going to be a multi-hit attack, but it does bring this Pelipper down low enough that another Grassy Glide will be able to finish it off. Or even potentially an Aqua Jet.
Possibly. I think the way this turn 1 plays out explains a lot of the turn 1 of the previous game. You can see that Surging Strikes plus Fake Out isn't enough damage to pick up Pelipper. You can see why the Grassy Glide was targeted into Pelipper for that reason, but also Close Combat doesn't KO the Urshifu on the other side. We've now seen 2 instances where Ryan's Urshifu moves before Keon's Scarf Urshifu, probably establishing that it's consistently the faster Pokemon. I mean, just able to threaten the Close Combat into Urshifu again, but has to watch out for now. It already lost 1 stage of defense from the Close Combat on the previous turn. Grassy Glide might be enough damage to just pick up a KO here. If you just allow a Grassy Glide into Urshifu and a Surging Strikes into Pelipper for 2 KOs, well, that's a massive, massive lead for Keon. So Ryan probably going to be forced to reposition in some way here and find another avenue. That is the Urshifu switching out, trying to find the next position for it to be more successful in the field, and Amoonguss just coming in to take the Grassy Glide instead.
It's a smart call to just keep that Urshifu safe, but guess what? Keon's not going to make that same mistake twice, going for the ever so juicy Grassy Glide into that Urshifu slot. Instead, going to go for the Aqua Jet, which is plenty to pick up the Pelipper. So, smart calculations there as well to know that that is going to get caught.
Really good insurance on that turn. Keon is expecting that the Urshifu is going to switch out, not take a Grassy Glide, and so he doesn't want to hit into that slot and be 1 turn behind. So he tries to be 1 turn ahead and switches Umbreon in. But you have to recognize the risk with that is the Urshifu just stays in close combat to your Urshifu anyway. Well, a good way to make sure that there isn't as much risk from that is to go for the Aqua Jet and just pick up the KO onto the Urshifu the other side, or onto the Pelipper on the other side that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just makes sure, too, that this Pelipper isn't going to keep doing that massive Weather Ball damage into the Zacian if you did bring it in the back. This Umbreon, though, it's going to be so pesky. You still have the opportunity to go for the Terastallization from Keon, and if you go for the Water Terra now, that Umbreon is so safe. No longer are you going to get knocked out to something like a Close Combat, and it's great for the Calyrex, as you mentioned, too, to resist the Glacial Lances.
It does seem like it's the best Terastallization in this matchup. It gives Umbreon so much staying power. It's going to be really difficult for Ryan to take it out, and having it come on the field earlier means it's going to have more impact, but for now, just a Close Combat into Urshifu in the first KO for Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, this Urshifu has already kind of done its job, though. I feel like it's going to allow this Rillaboom to come back in, have the opportunity to set back up that Fake Out, and the foul play into the Urshifu is not very effective, but take a look at how much more it's going to be able to do. This Water Terastallization also continuing to pay off in spades. Go ahead and remove that weakness to the Pollen Puff as well.
It feels like the Water Terastallization solves all of Umbreon's type problems. No longer weak to Pollen Puff and no longer weak to the close combat that this Urshifu on the other side is now locked into. Rillaboom doesn't have to worry about a Rage Powder and can just threaten a Grassy Glide in that slot. The Umbreon can also threaten a Taunt into the Amoonguss, like you mentioned before, and so this feels like a pretty strong position for Keon. We've had a trade of the Pelipper for the Urshifu. We've also had it slowed down. A lot of times the most volatile position in a match is the lead, and Keon has gotten it slowed down into a more comfortable position for his team.
It has been much better and still hasn't revealed that 4th or final Pokemon yet, and the patience is rewarded. Finally able to land that Grassy Glide into the target that this Rillaboom was so desperately trying to angle towards, as the Umbreon attempts to go for a taunt into the Amoonguss to shut down all of its utility, but Ryan down to his final 2 Pokemon in this second game.
Very quickly moved to the final 2 Pokemon in this game. Just took a few turns for the KO to land into both Urshifu and Pelipper. Now, Umbreon, I think, is in an excellent position. Can threaten a Taunt into Amoonguss, and once that lands, can try to chase down the Calyrex Ice Rider with a Foul Play. You have to imagine that Calyrex is going to Terra into a Fire type here. We'll let it be neutral to Foul Play and resist grass attacks on the other side. And one Glacial Lance will deal a ton of damage into this Rillaboom and start to pick up Grenade boosts. And be a big problem, I think.
I think what's tough about this, too, is that you are going to also kind of predict that, I think, if you're Keon. You have the opportunity to go for the high horsepower here, and in front of a Pokemon that has safety goggles and a grassy Rillaboom, you're just actually going to hit it with the Wood Hammer.
Trying to chase as much damage as possible if it stays as an Ice type, still does a decent chunk of damage to it as a Fire type. The Foul Play added on top of that gets Calyrex pretty low.
Yeah, but the Glacial Lance in response, you can see that Rillaboom is not going to be able to take that. So it is just a one-hit knockout and allows this Ice Rider Calyrex to get the snowball going.
The first boost down, Chilling Neigh gives +1 attack to Calyrex, but that also does mean Foul Play starts doing more and more damage as well. This Pollen Puff really crucial to heal Calyrex Ice Rider back up and make sure that Umbreon isn't just threatening a KO on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough because I think, too, like, even though we saw the super effective nature get taken away from the foul play, it's still doing a lot, even just as a neutral hit. Oh, and with the Zacian in the back as well, perfectly safe and healthy, this is going to be Keon's final Pokemon in this game too as well.
We're down to the last two on either side. Zacian can't hit into this Fire-type Calyrex very well. Just has Steel and Fairy coverage, meaning that they're both resisted by the Fire-type Calyrex. Of course, both of these Pokemon now resist Glacial Lance, since you'd expect to see Calyrex Ice Rider switch to coverage, of which it can threaten a KO onto the Zacian on the other side straight away.
And now, though, that you don't really have a great way to be able to hit the Calyrex, you have to also figure out how are you actually going to deal with this Amoonguss. That Amoonguss Pollen Puff ended up really healing up so much of that damage onto the Calyrex.
Plays such an important role. The Calyrex Ice Rider would have been worn down so quickly, but instead looks pretty healthy. And Amoonguss probably just looking for a taunt here, buying time with the Protector. No, just a double Protect to stall through this turn.
Gives Ryan a little bit of breathing room, tries to figure out exactly what's going to happen here, but Keon does not let that go unpunished. One way that this Zacian can get through some of the health of these two Pokemon, just set up the Sword Stance.
What a gutsy call to recognize that in a very difficult in-game. Zacian wasn't going to be able to deal out that much damage, and that it needed to get an attack boost to really be a problem, and manages to find the perfect opportunity for it with Ryan just using a double Protect to scout. Not really trying to move through any condition on the field or anything, just looking to see what Keon would do. Well, what Keon would do is Sword Stance, grab an attack boost, and turn that Zacian into a massive problem for Ryan. Should be able to threaten a 1-hit KO onto Amoonguss now. Of course, that can just be traded back likely for a KO from the Calyrex Ice Rider, which would leave the Umbreon against the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side, but those foul plays will quickly mount, and if Zacian is able to pick up a KO on Amoonguss, there are no more Pollen Puffs. This turn, though, Zacian just protecting itself.
Smart call. You've already put a target on its back, and so you want to do your best to make sure it's not going to be a target of something like a high horsepower, but the Umbreon is able to land the taunt into this Amoonguss after it fails to go for the double Protect. So you don't have the agency anymore to be able to pivot away these moves from the Zacian.
Really smart, I think, also to force no Protect on this next turn. It takes away the risk of a double Protect. If the Amoonguss had landed the double Protect while Zacian tried to attack into it, and then Zacian went down to high horsepower, well, immediately Ryan regains the lead in this game. But with the taunt on the previous turn, Amoonguss just stuck. Pollen Puffing can be totally ignored, and a Behemoth Blade can go into Calyrex.
It's going to be close because the foul play to be able to follow it up. That +1 Chilling Neigh is enough to make that foul play to get the knockout. And it's just going to be this Amoonguss Keon. It's going to bring this back. It feels like it is game number 2.
Such a gutsy Sword Stance that enabled it to happen, and then a couple of really tactical, smart plays, getting the taunt onto Amoonguss, managing to protect Zacian at all the right times, and winning a game 2 that did not look like it was in his favor at some points.
It really didn't, but Keon was able to play that so smart, so patient, and just those tiny micro adjustments that he made on turn 1 and turn 2 of that game completely changed the tides. Allowed him to find this opportunity to get out 2 of those big threats outside of Trick Room and the Pelipper as well as that Urshifu, and helped him really get his foot back in the game.
Managed to control the speed throughout a lot of the game as well. Once the Urshifu Rapid Strike on the other side went down, Keon consistently had the faster Pokemon, was able to then have a lot of the agency in where the targeting was going. Ryan had to use defensive Terastallizations and try to protect through turns, try to scout out with double Protects to understand where Keon might be targeting, and Keon was able to punish it with that Sword Stance.
And it was tough too, because I think this Amoonguss ends up playing a really key piece here for Ryan, whether it is the side Pollen Puffs to make sure that this Ice Rider Calyrex is staying alive, or it's just helping to redirect away some of the pressure that Ice Rider Calyrex may be under. Being able to shut that off with a taunt was so important, and then you are just able to bypass some of the issues that Amoonguss would place onto a non-grass type Pokemon in that Zacian. But we are about to get underway here with our third and final game in this top 4 to see whether or not Keon or Ryan are going to move forward to the grand finals of the LA Regional Championships, and a big switch up here for Ryan as it's the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar for this third game.
Keon sticks to the game plan, has Rillaboom and Urshifu on the field, but like you mentioned, a total shift up for Ryan, has the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar on the field. Raging Bolt matches up into both of these Pokemon fairly well, does have to worry about a high horsepower plus close combat double up. Incineroar has to be wary of taking a Surging Strikes, could fake out either of these Pokemon and try to slow things down for a turn, but it might not be to Ryan's advantage because it's hard for the Raging Bolt to really capitalize on that if Urshifu just protects itself.
for sure. But this Incineroar too, I think, is feeling the stress a little bit. That Urshifu could also pack a super effective close combat into that slot. So what better to take that than the Amoonguss that would be able to deal with that a little bit better. But a nice fake out into this Raging Bolt means that it is not free to go for an attack this turn. It's gonna give this Urshifu some breathing room to try to whittle away at its tankiness.
Ultimately, Incineroar went untargeted on that turn, could have stayed on the field, but it was still in a poor position even if it stayed on the field. Wouldn't have done much more than parting shot back or U-turn back off the field. The Raging Bolt takes us close combat for a substantial chunk, but still doesn't look like it's in range of another close combat. The Grass Eagle Train recovery helping keep it a little more healthy as well.
Oh, well, here's one way that you can stop that threat of something like a Thunderclap just KOing your Urshifu, especially after you just dropped your special defense. Just go for the Grass Terra, and the Thunderclap isn't even what this Raging Bolt is going to lock into. It's just going to have to take this close combat, and whatever follow-up is going to happen, but the high horsepower is going to miss into the Raging Bolt. No way! The Raging Bolt then gets an opportunity to fire back with his Draco Meteor, calling that this Terra is going to come through in a one-hit knockout in return.
Just a brutal miss. Swings the tide of this game so much. The Grass Terrestrialization was called. It wasn't a Thunderclap into that slot. It was just a Draco Meteor. Oh, and the Pollen Puff adds insult to injury. As the low health Raging Bolt, it would have been KO'd by high horsepower, ends up ending the turn about 70% health after the Grassy Train and the Pollen Puff. Just a massive swing in this game.
Oh, that's twice now. Kion has not been able to hit those high horsepowers. And with that punish means that there's an opportunity here too for this Incineroar to keep just lowering the attack stat of this Rillaboom. It might be really tanky. It still has a good tight matchup into something like the Raging Bolt and the Amoonguss, and especially with the Assault Vest, helps it stay a little bit healthier. But Kion's definitely got his work cut out for him now.
Absolutely. That Incineroar starts to look a lot more difficult to deal with without the Urshifu left on Ryan's side. It can come back in, intimidate this Rillaboom, and lessen the damage coming out from high horsepower, which is probably the best option to hit into Incineroar at this point. It means that Ryan can afford to play a very slow game, mounting damage onto these Pokemon.
Oh, well, I mean, take a look at that. The high horsepower does land this time, but it's only going to do about 30% to this Incineroar. You can see how those Intimidates are really starting to stack up. Umbreon goes for the Yawn. It does have to take a Pollen Puff here after the Terrestrialization has already been spent on that Urshifu, and it's going to be a little bit in a predicament right now.
Umbreon is just going to keep getting whittled down. Ryan is maybe forced to switch by a Yawn, but I think the slow pace of this game is probably just in Ryan's advantage. Between the Intimidates and the Regenerator can just kind of heal back up, whereas Umbreon does not have that same advantage, doesn't have any recovery move. That damage will stick other than Grassy Train resetting, and eventually even Grassy Train will go away unless Kion finds an opportunity to get Rillaboom on and off the field. Feels like Kion's going to have to make something happen, probably by pivoting out into whatever's in the back to kind of force this into more of an offensive game.
Well, the Amoonguss not going to be able to do too much there, especially if he gets put to sleep. That means that this Raging Bolt's going to take this high horsepower instead. As the Incineroar just goes for a parting shot, that's going to be a third drop onto this Rillaboom's attack stat, making those high horsepowers hurt less and less. Also, gives an opportunity for this Incineroar to maybe even get this Amoonguss back in. Take a look at the Regenerator healing. It's already back up to full.
This is exactly the kind of slow pace and cycling that I'm talking about. Ryan can afford to do this and just build an advantage slowly.
Well, the foul play into the Raging Bolt, actually not too bad of damage there. And it is going to make sure that this Raging Bolt is potentially in knockout range of yet another foul play, or even just a double up into the slot for insurance.
I think you're right. Kion's doing the right thing to try to punch a hole, and that's how you have to break this kind of cycling core. Manages to find the Raging Bolt on the switch in with a high horsepower plus a foul play combination to land probably the most damage he possibly could have in that turn into the most vulnerable target. Now pretty low in health, and Moonguss is just going to protect itself and leave this Raging Bolt hanging, trying to get one attack off before going down.
Well, the Rillaboom is able to hit the high horsepower, but it's going to be just a sliver of HP, too little to take it out. Thunderbolt in response, but this Umbreon does go for the foul play double up. So the Raging Bolt that eluded the knockout just a couple of turns ago finally gets taken out.
Very important KO for Kion to kind of finish the business that he started a few turns ago and get Raging Bolt KO'd. But all it does is create a free entry for Calyrex Ice Rider. That now with the Terrestrialization spent, the very lowered attack Rillaboom on the other side will have no way to get away from that Glacial Lance weakness. Of course, it may just want to get off the field anyway to reset those Intimidates. You have to imagine Zacian working in the back, which is going to have a much better matchup against the Calyrex Ice Rider, can try to come into a Glacial Lance. We saw the Umbreon foul playing consistently in the last game. Even after Calyrex Ice Rider becomes a fire type, the damage does mount up. Of course, Umbreon has torn between two goals. It has to both start to deal the damage to Calyrex and build the opportunity for Zacian to pick up the KO or for foul play to finish the KO, but it has to also stop Amoonguss from putting the entire team to sleep. If Keon doesn't take an opportunity to taunt while Amoonguss is going for a Spore, then even one sleep onto Zacian could be game ending.
Well, here's a little bit of respite here for Keon. Is able to remove that Rillaboom, reset those drops as you said, gets the Zacian in for free with that Intrepid Sword boost, but has to find a way to keep it. As Ryan is now going to match the Terastallization, it's a chance to invest that into this Ice Rider Calyrex, and that is going to make it take these attacks so much better with both of these Pokemon that Keon has on the other side. But it's about whether or not Keon can actually go for the right calls here with the taunt, and the Calyrex knows that one of the biggest issues that we're going to have here in this game is if this Trick Room gets set up, and now knows that the Trick Room was what was selected.
Such a good call from Keon. There's so many different priorities and options on that previous turn. Could have been a taunt into an Amoonguss, could have been damage into Calyrex, but finds the perfect thing, which is preventing that Trick Room from going up and the Calyrex from grabbing the speed advantage. Still an uphill battle. Still Amoonguss at full health and Calyrex at full health. The Intimidate still lurking in the back, ready to undo that Intrepid Sword boost at whatever point Ryan feels like that, but that is a step in the right direction. It's one of many turns that Keon's going to need to get right to kind of claw back a solid position in this game because of the fundamental problem of the type chart here, and Zacian really not being able to find that easy of damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Well, that damage is going to be even harder because one thing that these Zacians on stream have not had to deal with before is the threat of Intimidate. And because there's no clear amulet on this Crown Zacian because it's holding that Rusted Sword, it has no choice except to have to kind of take these Intimidate drops. One way that it can get past that, though, is by going for these Sword stances, as Umbreon's just going to keep firing off these yawns. Wow. So just kind of forcing these Pokemon to have to make this rotation lest they get put to sleep. And this Umbreon is certainly on a timer when it comes to how much damage it can pack into this Calyrex.
Umbreon now very low, and if it gives over a KO into Glacial Lance, that's just a boost into the Calyrex on the other side. Incineroar comes in, takes the Yawn. You have to imagine it wants to pivot out pretty quickly anyway, but the Yawn does make this a lot more risky. You can't go for a fake out for a turn or you might fall asleep, and if you parting shot into a Protect, you could also get stuck on the field and end up asleep. So there's definitely some torn priorities here between just safely getting Incineroar away from the sleep, which would also risk Amoonguss if Zacian just attacks into that slot, versus trying to have Incineroar stay on the field through this Yawn.
It's so tough, too, because you kind of have to make the call, too, that you're not going to take a Glacial Lance as one of two attacking options that this Ice Rider Calyrex does have. So Keon risking it, bringing this Rillaboom back in, hopefully to not have to take an attack like that. You get a chance to set up the Grassy Surge, but more of that, what you really want is to be able to get out something like the high horsepower. But the Play Rough, it's going to miss the Incineroar. Keon can just not catch a break as the high horsepower lands into the Zacian itself. That's several misses in a row that Keon has had to deal with. Still has a chance in this game, but it's not easy.
Really crucial misses from fairly accurate attacks. Play Rough is not a move like Bleak Wind Storm that misses all the time. Still, I don't think a bad turn for Keon. The turn would have been disastrous if High Horsepower had been enough damage to pick up the KO on Zacian, but Incineroar falls asleep, Zacian's still on the field, Rillaboom finds a safe entry to now threaten Fake Out into the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side. That gives a free turn for the Zacian now to either go for a Sword Stance or to start picking up damage. I think the complexion of the game looks a little bit better for Keon after that last turn, despite the Play Rough miss. Would have looked even better if Play Rough had landed and threatened a KO into Incineroar on the other side.
Can Keon actually get another Sword Stance set up, though? As this Rillaboom is actually going to take another reprieve. This Umbreon taking its place on the field still at such a low HP, but needs to make sure that it can still provide that utility after this Ice Rider Calyrex has shaken off the taunt. Wow, we do see yet another pivot of this Amoonguss now coming back in to take that Incineroar's place. But the Protect here, did Keon call this right? He's been able to weave in
so many risky plays before and gets it right again with yet another sword stance. So this Zacian is now has several stacks of increased attack.
Keon betting it all on the Calyrex Ice Rider Protect there. Doesn't throw the fake out into that slot, just trusts that the Calyrex will understand the threat and will protect on that turn. Switches the Rillaboom out to try to threaten fake out in a future turn, gets Umbreon back in to threaten taunt into Amoonguss on this turn, and gives Zacian another 2 stages of boosted attack, now at +4. That means even if Incineroar comes back in and intimidates, the Zacian will still be at +3. The problem is that even at +3, Zacian is not threatening a KO into this Calyrex because it only has resisted moves. And it becomes very difficult to see how, with Umbreon at this low of health, Keon finds extra attacks into that slot. Something like a foul play and play rough double up into Calyrex can be really easily disrupted by a Rage Powder at this point.
And Rage Powder feels like the perfect thing to use when you know that this Zacian cannot actually deal with that. And it's just going to go for another sword stance. So it doesn't even fall victim to the idea that this Amoonguss could Rage Powder away. But it does mean that this foul play is going to land into it instead. Umbreon going to knock itself out from that rocky helmet collision, and it's just going to leave this Calyrex open to go for the Glacial Lance. A huge risk here for Keon that is not going to pay off this time around, losing the Zacian in the process and just having the Rillaboom left to stand.
Only Rillaboom to deal with Amoonguss and Calyrex that now has boosts. It sounds like it's a little bit too much to deal with, maybe a high horsepower critical hit. But no, I think Ryan has found the window. Felt like he had a big lead, and Keon was just making all of the right plays to stay in this game, try to stay ahead in this game, but ultimately Ryan finds the window and moves into the finals of the LA Regional Championship.
What amazing gameplay from both of our trainers, though. It was such a hard-fought battle, and I think something really impressive about Keon's entire run is that it was done off of the back of a very underrated restricted pick. This Zacian, not a Pokemon that I think a lot of people expected to see as one of the frontrunners in a tournament like this, having such a huge success rate.
No, it's really impressive to see a Pokemon that, it didn't even do well in our underrated restricted bracket. People did not have a lot of faith in this Pokemon, but Keon showing that it still can have a really important impact. We also saw the problems it can have when it gets intimidated, gets its attack drop, has to consistently sword stance, unexpectedly has accuracy problems as well in that game. Yeah, really impressive from Keon to bring it to this point, but impressive from Ryan to be able to manage the threat of the Zacian and finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, Keon just had so many gutsy plays, though, too. I mean, you have to consider the fact that, Keon called so many double protects, was able to get the sword stances, even went for some really risky plays that did have high rewards. Ultimately, did get a little unlucky, though, I gotta say. Missed 2 high horsepowers, missed the play rough as well. That did change up some of the dynamics of how this matchup went. Not everything, but some.
Absolutely. The shift with that turn 2 high horsepower miss where Raging Bolt doesn't go down, instead gets a Draco Meteor that KOs the Urshifu on the other side, and then gets Pollen Puffed back up to full health so that the next several turns of the match where Keon trying to figure out how to deal with this now more healthy Raging Bolt were such a massive shift in this game. But Keon played really well to fight that uphill battle, to deal with the challenges put in front of him. Ultimately, though, Ryan played with what he had, played with the advantages he was given, and found the window to win the match.
And major credit to Ryan, too, because I think in this day and age, it's a little bit difficult, I think, to find the right ways to execute this Ice Rider Calyrex. But showed us the flexibility that some of these Ice Rider Calyrex players have to have in terms of getting the Trick Room set up or even operating without knowing that Trick Room is even an option for you.
Absolutely. The Trick Room never ever feel like a crucial part of the Calyrex Ice Rider matchup, but it always is a threat and something that Keon did a good job of disturbing, not allowing to easily happen, was able to successfully taunt one attempted Trick Room in that game 3. But yeah, ultimately couldn't find enough of those right decisions. Found so many of them, but fell a couple short.
But major congratulations to Ryan Hay, who is going to be moving on to the finals of the Los Angeles Regional Championships, our very final regional championship here in North America. Montana Mott been waiting in the wings to be able to take on this matchup. And Len, would you believe it if we said that it is a tale of 2 horsemen here in this grand finals?
All Calyrex's Ice versus Ghost, fast versus slow. The 2 Calyrex up against each other in our finals.
I cannot believe it. Only one of these trainers can come out on top and claim the final regional championship title here in North America as we head towards the end of our 2024 season. But you're just gonna have to wait around to find out, because we're gonna go to a short break to get that match set up, and when we come back, we will crown our LA regional champion.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Chuppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority Tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Sword gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water, just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I'd lost to before was Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Fluttermane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Fluttermane adjustment there from Chuppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts.
So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Over 600 Masters Division trainers walked into these halls at the LA Convention Center, and only 2 are left remaining here in the finals, where we will crown a new and final regional champion here for the 2024 season for Pokemon VGC. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm here with Len Duel to bring you through the finals of this incredible tournament. I cannot believe we are already near the end.
It is so exciting for both of these players. Already such an amazing achievement to be the last 2 out of those 600 players here in the final, but only one of them will be the last one to take that final regional championship of the 2024 season and head into NAIC as that last reigning champion.
And it is the tale of 2 horsemen here. We've got an Ice Rider Calyrex on one side and a Shadow Rider Calyrex on the other. 2 almost unlikely single restricted Pokemon we expected to see in the finals of a tournament like this, when we had threats of Terapagos, Miraidon, and of course, just so many other powerful Pokemon running around this weekend like the Zamazenta. But for Ryan, this would mean a lot, already having been able to accumulate this list of accomplishments with a couple top 32s, a finalist at the Harper Regional Championships, and a top 8 this year. That is incredible.
A very successful season either way, to make a top 8 and then make it into the finals again, but you have to imagine he's desperate for that championship to win it all, and he's going to be trying to do it behind this team built around Calyrex, Ice Rider. The Trick Room going to be a really, I think, important part of this matchup. Not for every Calyrex Ice Rider is the Trick Room crucial, but for Montana's team and the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side, the speed advantage can be huge, but there are other modes lurking in here as well. The Pelipper and Urshifu Rapid Strike can be led together to just have a lot of instant offense behind the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike and threaten a ton of damage with Rain Boosted Surging Strikes, and so it's difficult for the opposing side to be prepared for either lead, because a lot of the things you look to are strong against one, but not the other.
But Montana has also been accumulating such an impressive list of accomplishments as well. That is 3 top 32s in just this season of competition alone, after making several day 2s at all of the regionals this year. To be able to add that regional championship title would be so impressive, and also maybe with one of the restricted picks we were not expecting to see at the top tables this weekend.
People have doubted Calyrex Shadow Rider since the major events started. It hasn't been present in the top 8s. It hasn't had the kind of impact everyone expected, but now it's here. It's in the finals. Could claim a regional championship in just the 3rd weekend of tournaments. Maybe not so much of a fraud after all. It's going to do it. If it does it, it'll be behind a construction that's kind of the typical for Calyrex Shadow Rider, next to double fake out with Rillaboom and Incineroar with Clefairy to provide support with Follow Me and Friend Guard, and the Tornadus to provide speed control, and Urshifu Rapid Strike to provide a little bit of extra offense and an extra attacker. And this team, like I mentioned, has to kind of decide what lead it expects from the other side. If the Trick Room goes up kind of uncontested, it can be difficult to deal with something like a Pelipper plus Calyrex offense inside of Trick Room. But if you try too hard, you lead too much to just make sure that it's not the Calyrex on the other side getting Trick Room that can be vulnerable to the rain, the full rain lead from Pelipper and Urshifu. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of hedged bets from both sides, something like Urshifu plus Calyrex Shadow Rider, but no, just the Incineroar and the Shadow Rider up against the Raging Bolt and Calyrex Ice Rider on Ryan's side.
Well, as we enter into the grand finals of the LA Regional Championships, both of our trainers are going to lead with their single restricted right away. The Shadow Rider Calyrex X, the Incineroar, and the Raging Bolt, and Ice Rider Calyrex here for Ryan.
This isn't an Assault Vest Raging Bolt, there is no Snarl, so a little bit more vulnerable to Astral Barrage and not going to be able to disrupt the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side quite as much. Of course, the Calyrex Ice Rider has to be fearful of Astral Barrage plus knockoff, probably enough damage to pick up a KO. Wouldn't be surprised to see a very quick Terastallization here to keep the Calyrex Ice Rider safe, but also Calyrex Ice Rider can just protect itself like Raging Bolt, try to deal with these two Pokemon for a couple of turns since the Fake Out could be coming in anyway.
Yeah, and it's not too bad to maybe just try to go for that Terastallization anyway. I think it's really tough when you're taking a look at the Calyrex, though. It's like, well, I would love to be able to just make sure I can set up the Trick Room, but I think you're in a position now, just try to get a little bit more damage, don't you think?
Trying to get as much damage as possible, never a bad idea. Either player could just take decisive KOs on this turn. This is a volatile position. It's not just some safe, diffuse, passive position, and it's the Raging Bolt actually going for the Electric Terastallization, trying to amplify its damage and look for big KOs.
This has been a very, very fast meta as Regulation G has developed, as we do see this fake out into the Ice Rider Calyrex. It provides an opening here for the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Montana side to go for a big nasty plot to increase its special attack, but the Raging Bolt not only getting a boost from the booster energy, but also being able to get that Thunderbolt is going to do some huge damage into that Calyrex before it gets a chance to attack on this next turn.
A really smart play from Ryan. Getting the Thunderbolt into Calyrex on that turn means the Calyrex can't just go out on the offense with Astral Barrage next turn, or it would risk falling prey to a Thunderclap. But if you play passive for even one turn, that could give Calyrex Ice Rider the window to go for Trick Room. So you can't just do something like Protect Calyrex and go into Clefairy, like, I'll follow me the Thunderclap and then I'll be safe, because by then there may be Trick Room up.
Yeah, but that's where this Incineroar can really come into play here on Montana side. You've already invested the Terastallization into this Raging Bolt, which means that this Calyrex can no longer get away from something like that knockoff. It would remove the Clear Amulet, do a ton of damage, and also mean that this Ice Rider Calyrex could get kept in check. Just things like the Parting Shot, as well as something like the Intimidate's coming back in. But even though the Thunderclap was something that Ryan was pressuring into this Calyrex, it doesn't even fall for it. It's going to be a huge taunt into this Ice Rider Calyrex, meaning that it's no longer able to go for the Trick Room. Huge play.
Well, Montana finds a couple more boosts, finds a way to disrupt the Trick Room. Raging Bolt still threatening the Thunderclap, but now maybe a little bit safer to try to pivot out into something like Clefairy to deal with the Thunderclap. And Montana does it in style, not just getting the Protect on the previous turn, but getting another nasty plot off, recognizing that it wasn't going to be a Glacial Lance on that turn, wasn't going to be a Thunderbolt. And so now Calyrex Shadow Rider so threatening at +4 special attack. Incineroar weaving in Taunt at just the right moment, now able to have Calyrex Shadow Rider protect itself, and Incineroar should be able to get off the field after maybe taking a giant Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I mean, the Thunderbolt is definitely still going to be a problem, because that is still like a double stab. You got the Parting Shot, though, into this Raging Bolt to lower its special attack just a little bit, but here's that pivot you were talking about to get something else a little bit better alongside that Shadow Rider Calyrex.
You have to imagine it's the Clefairy coming in. That'll be the thing that disrupts the Thunderclap. And with just a Glacial Lance coming in this turn, Clefairy's not threatened with a KO here. And that opens up the massive offense. Playing with a Calyrex Shadow Rider team, it's all about finding these windows for big offense, and Montana has created one with Clefairy taking the Glacial Lance and only taking 50%. It can now follow me to prevent a Thunderclap and +4 Astral Barrage both of these Pokemon. That should be enough damage to threaten a KO into both of them. That's a terrifying position to be in if you're Ryan. It's not easy to switch into. We can see what Pokemon he has in the back. The Pelipper could come in and survive with a Focus Sash, but something's going to have to stay vulnerable here. Calyrex can't protect itself because of the taunt, and so it's the thing that goes out into Pelipper and saves the Calyrex Ice Rider for later on in the game.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity to maybe get the speeds back in your favor, especially knowing that Trick Room would help to turn the tides for you with that speed control, but Clefairy going to follow me here, just playing it safe, and this poor Pelipper. At least the Focus Sash will also deny something else really important. Outside of the KO, it's also going to deny that Grenade boost to give the Shadow Rider Calyrex even more oomph.
Really critical for Pelipper to survive and actually be on the field as well, because now it's threatening a wide guard. This is a really difficult decision for Montana. If you just follow me in Astral Barrage while getting wide guarded, then that Raging Bolt can just Thunderbolt and take Clefairy off the field and reopen the opportunity for Thunderclap. And if you try to expect the wide guard and just have Pelipper go on the offense, you could actually just lose both Pokemon on this turn. So I think a really difficult decision, a really tricky moment that could decide this game one. This could be the kind of moment where one restricted Pokemon goes down or creates like an unsurmountable advantage.
This is definitely a very difficult position to be in, especially when a metagame that is as fast as this means that the margins for error are so small. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to terrestrialize into the Fairy type, and maybe if it goes for something like the Draining Kiss, it's able to actually get a ton of HP back, especially when you know that this Pelipper has this wide guard available to protect your team. But Clefairy going for the follow me means we will have to wait just a couple more seconds to see what the Shadow Rider Calyrex decided to lock into, but it is the Draining Kiss, plays around the wide guard perfectly, landing that into the Raging Bolt, dealing a one-hit knockout, and getting all of that HP back.
Just an incredible play. Montana finds the way through, correctly predicts the wide guard is coming out, doesn't fall for it, doesn't Astral Barrage these Pokemon. And Ryan thinks that means it'll create an opportunity for a Thunderbolt, maybe KO the Clefairy. But with the Fairy Terrestrialization and the +4 boost from the 2 Nasty Plots that Montana managed to find on turn 1 and 2, the Draining Kiss is actually a KO. Now the threat of wide guard is still here. This game is by no means over. The wide guard can be used to protect the Calyrex for a turn. If it's able to take a now +5 Draining Kiss, then it could try to get a Trick Room up and repivot the situation in Ryan's favor. Before the moment, the Calyrex Shadow Rider has +5 special attack and full health.
That is absolutely wild, because it means it's going to be able to withstand hopefully one of these attacks. Especially knowing that, like, you do have this Ice Rider Calyrex that typically is on the bulkier side. You might not just be a one-hit knockout for it. With the Helping Hand coming through, it means there's no wide guard this turn, but did Montana call it correctly? Because this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going all out on the offensive with a Helping Hand from this Clefairy as well. And if it is not going to call the wide guard, it's still going to be a Draining Kiss, and that is going to be a lot of damage into this Calyrex. Basically a one-hit knockout. And this is a huge amount of damage removed yet again here for Ryan, and that's a +6 Calyrex.
You have to imagine Ryan just keeps not expecting quite the sheer damage output that Calyrex Shadow Rider is capable of. Picking up the basic one-hit KO onto Calyrex Ice Rider with the +5 Terra Fairy boosted, Helping Hand boosted, Draining Kiss, and just ending this game as Ryan concedes game 1. The horse is unstoppable. It is Draining Kissing everything, and Montana takes game 1.
It was so tough in that endgame too, because Clefairy just follow me's there, and then you're able to take a KO either onto the Urshifu or the Pelipper, or both if you just call a wide guard not being there again. Wow, what a performance by Montana in this very first game, especially having to make some really difficult decisions. Putting the onus on Ryan almost to have to make those calls in these first couple of turns to try to carve out a different advantage.
I think Montana did such an excellent job of navigating the maze of those first few turns. Finding the Nasty Plot on the first turn, and then finding the Nasty Plot into Protect on the third turn, set up the advantage for Montana. And then the Trick Room had been dealt with The power had been boosted up for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but there was still an obstacle in the way. One more turn in the maze, which was the wide guard. And Montana never once fell victim to it, always targeted correctly and landed the damage to pick up KOs with Draining Kiss and just keep the Calyrex Shadow Rider so healthy. And at that point, once it was back to full health and had Friend Guard supporting it, even something like the Helping Hand Glacial Lance, if it had landed, would not have been a KO.
No, it definitely would not have. And even being able to play those mind games of, well, Clefairy doesn't just have Follow Me. It also has Helping Hand. I have never in a long time seen an Ice Rider Calyrex go down to just one attack. That is wild. It's so bulky.
To one neutral hit from a very low base power move, but Calyrex Shadow Rider managed to accumulate 2 Nasty Plots and a Grimnay. +5 is so much damage amplification, and when you add a Helping Hand for an extra 50% on top of that, and the Fairy Trastalization to create a 50% boost from a same type attack boosted damage, suddenly you're there with enough damage to KO a pure electric type Raging Bolt and then KO a Calyrex Ice Rider and decide game 1 of this regional final. But game 1 is not all it takes. We're into game 2. Montana with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Ensign led against the Calyrex Ice Rider and Raging Bolt for Ryan.
Okay, so a run back for these leads for both of our trainers, but this turn 1 is gonna have to go a little bit differently for Ryan if he wants to keep himself in this fight, in this best of 3. If Montana wins it here, that's the regional championship for him.
The game plan that Ryan brought of immediately electric trastalizing Raging Bolt and going for Thunderbolt into Calyrex Shadow Rider seemed really strong in the moment, but it trades a lot away. When you're forced to then leave the Calyrex Ice Rider in the Ice Psychic type for the rest of the game, it makes it a lot more difficult to play with, and ultimately that damage amplification from Raging Bolt didn't quite do enough because Montana found the way through. So you have to imagine Ryan's going to be thinking about different game plans or thinking of some spot, some turn in that sequence from last game where he feels like if I had just done the right thing here, I don't need to change it on the first turn, but if I do the right thing here or here, that goes differently. And so he's willing to run back the turn 1.
It's possible that maybe even that decision is just not going for the Thunderclap, something that Montana played around so beautifully on that second turn after getting that Shadow Rider Calyrex so low. So Ryan opts to invest in this Terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt once again. This Electric Terra going to help boost up these electric types even further as the fake out goes into this Ice Rider Calyrex. But this time around, Montana's just gonna go on the offense. It's just gonna be an Astral Barrage into both targets. That Ice Rider Calyrex barely able to hang on through all of that noise as the Thunderbolt in response is going to be enough to whittle it down once again. But this Ice Rider Calyrex, where's the staying power now if it's taken so much damage?
You're exactly right. That's the substantial difference from game 1. With Calyrex this low, you don't have to find an avenue for an Astral Barrage. You don't have to try to taunt the Disrupt Trick Room. Incineroar can finish off this KO. Anything but Clefairy can finish off this KO. Montana stays 1 turn ahead, says if you're not going to defensively Trastalize the Calyrex and you're just going to go out on the offense, I can match offense with offense. Of course, Calyrex does still have to watch out for a Thunderclap. Incineroar has to be careful to just attacking into Protect and getting worn down itself by Thunderbolt or Thunderclap. Of course, Calyrex can also switch and create new positions for Montana to deal with, but so far on the surface, feels like a pretty strong turn for Montana, but one that sets up a different game where the Calyrex does not have so many boosts it's going to sweep through, instead just going to switch out and come back in at a later opportunity.
Wow, well here's a little bit of a switch up as well. It's going to be the Rillaboom that's going to take that Shadow Rider Calyrex's place. A smart call to make when you are expecting that this Ice Rider Calyrex may want to protect itself in the face of danger, and it's also going to help with the Thunderclap as well, but the knockoff into the Ice Rider Calyrex, it's just not going to get a chance to move in this game number 2. It goes down.
Montana builds on his lead from turn 1 with the exact right inputs into what Ryan decided in game 2. The Thunderclap is failed. Montana just safeguards the Calyrex Shadow Rider for the future, and the Calyrex Ice Rider stays on the field. It just ends up getting taken down by knockoff. And the Rillaboom looks so different in this matchup when the Calyrex Ice Rider is already down. Still has to watch out for Hurricane from Pelipper. There's still ways to quickly get rid of Rillaboom, but the biggest obstacle for it, which is just having to take a Glacial Lance at some point, has already been removed. And this Raging Bolt is pretty low itself, and with not a Dragon typing anymore, is going to be vulnerable to something like Woodhammer and just getting KO'd before it moves.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at the Pelipper as well. Maybe a little bit more vulnerable, knowing that you do have the opportunity to just get fake outed in order to break the Focus Sash. But one way to get around that is to be able to use this Helping Hand that does have that increased priority, and it's going to help out this Thunderbolt's output as well into
into this Incineroar. It's just going to be a one-hit knockout. A little bit of good faith going in Ryan's direction to get a huge KO here, but the Woodhammer in response, it's gonna bring that Pelipper down so low. Doesn't need the Focus Sash to be able to hang around, but you're still continuing to whittle away at this damage output that Ryan has.
Montana makes a trade in a game he's winning. Usually that is the right direction to go, but it's a little bit of a risky one. Incineroar going down gives one of the crucial pivoting pieces off the board, and this Raging Bolt isn't dealt with yet. Of course, Clefairy is a great answer for the Raging Bolt, not because it's going to do damage into the Raging Bolt, but because it's so easy to mitigate what damage Raging Bolt can do when you have the Rillaboom down. Montana instead prioritizing getting damage onto the Pelipper because it's one of the biggest damage threats back into Rillaboom, and that could disrupt Montana's game plan at this point.
Well, the follow me from the Clefairy will help to keep this Rillaboom safe. Might have felt free to just go for a Grassy Glide into that Pelipper, but instead, this Rillaboom is going to pack a bit more of a punch, not going for that priority attack. Has to sacrifice this Clefairy in the process, but it wants to go for the Woodhammer into this Raging Bolt on the other side. Is able to get the knockout there and bring Ryan down to his final 2 Pokemon. But it's the same thing for Montana. This has been an explosive set so far, and we might be nearing the conclusion.
Both players willing to make trades means this game is resolving quickly. We're down to 2-2, but for Ryan, I think this is the right 2-on-2 to have. Has the Choice Scarf Urshifu left at the end of the game. As long as it can take a Grassy Glide, then it can threaten the KO onto Calyrex Shadow Rider before it can move, which would leave Pelipper to Hurricane the Rillaboom before it can do anything but target into Urshifu. Of course, on some other ways this can go, Rillaboom can Grassy Glide into the Pelipper instead of take it down, recognizing the Calyrex is just a lost cause, at which point Rillaboom probably wins an endgame if it can get rid of Pelipper. So I think some really important targeting for both players, but seems like there's definitely an avenue, an option of choices that either can make that would win them the game. Montana seems to be in a little bit of an advantageous position because he can just prioritize Rillaboom getting rid of Pelipper. Urshifu, with the Choice Scarf, can't lock into a move that easily deals with both Rillaboom and Calyrex.
So you've got to make a call here, and it's not a very easy one, especially when U-turn is not going to be the most impactful of moves, despite the fact that it is going to be super effective into the other side. But this Shadow Rider Calyrex, it's got 4 more lives to stand on here as it takes its Fairy Terrestrialization and is going to hope for the best. It wants to maybe even boost up something like that Draining Kiss to make sure that it's going to be getting even more damage back, but as the Pelipper goes for the Helping Hand, it is going to get taken out. So smart call to just go for that increased priority to boost up this Urshifu's damage in the rain with the stab. This Surging Strikes into the Rillaboom. Looks like it is going to be very close, and close just might not cut it, as that Rillaboom is able to hang around with the Shadow Rider Calyrex also going to be able to go for an attack here. This Urshifu might just be down for the count, as it's going to be the Draining Kiss, getting a little bit more boost thanks to that Fairy Terrestrialization. It's just a one-hit knockout anyway, and with that, Draining Kiss, Montana Mott becomes your Los Angeles Regional Champion!
So well played from Montana. 2 different game plans over 2 games to cleanly take that match. First game gets all of the boosts with Nasty Plot and uses them to just create an unbeatable Calyrex Shadow Rider. And in the second game, gets 1 good Astral Barrage off and then lets the rest of the team clean up the work. Rillaboom ends up doing the majority of the damage over that match, landing Grassy Glide into Pelipper for the KO in the end game. The Woodhammer to set that up earlier on, and the Woodhammer to KO Raging Bolt. Ultimately, Calyrex Shadow Rider gets the game-winning KO in that game 2, but it's all the work that the team set up around it. Just so well played from Montana to recognize 2 different ways to approach that and to capitalize and succeed with both of them. Just expert play.
That was so well done. And one way to show everybody that there are 2 horses in this race, but only one can come out on top, and that's going to be Shadow Rider Calyrex this time around. Incredible, honestly. What a weird turn of events we've had for this tournament, where everybody had their eyes on Zamazenta, had their eyes on Miraidon, as just 2, maybe the more front-runner options when it comes down to the single restricted picks. but it's Shadow Rider Calyrex that gets to take the day.
I don't think anyone would have been surprised a month ago, but it started to feel like Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't have what it takes to win in a metagame that was expecting it, but Montana showing that with the right tech choices and the right player behind it, Calyrex Shadow Rider is still one of the strongest Pokemon in the game and is able to pump out so much damage and take just enough hits when needed, especially with Clefairy as the partner, to really put your opponent in extremely difficult situations.
One thing that Montana ended up regulating really well as well is just how and when to sacrifice some of these pieces on the team. Knowing that Clefairy would be able to take at least 2 hits and then allow something else to pivot into its place while denying things like this Ice Rider Calyrex. It took so much damage even at the very beginning of the second game.
Absolutely. It was really gutsy trades that Montana allowed to happen. Giving up the Clefairy in a single turn by just redirecting 2 attacks away. Giving up the Incineroar with just the Helping Hand Thunderbolt, but letting the game slowly resolve itself to a situation that he had a safe win condition in. Because the Grassy Glide going into Pelipper really boxes out much chance for Ryan. We saw the Surging Strikes. There's no extra damage from anywhere that can happen. The Surging Strikes can only do that much to Rillaboom, and it was not the KO. Montana had created 100% win condition in the end of the game, and that is so impressive to make happen from so early on.
Yeah, and allowing that Shadow Rider Calyrex to deal the final blow, or the final kiss, I guess we should say, really sweetens the deal here for Montana's victory with that Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's been an amazing tournament so far, but to know that Montana is going to be the final trainer above the over 600 that we had competing here at LA Regionals, that's pretty awesome.
Just amazing. Such a great way to cap off a really successful season for Montana and build a lot of momentum going into NAIC in the World Championship.
For sure. That was 3 top 32s that Montana accumulated over the course of the 2024 season, and just on the up and up from every single event that he competed at. It's been awesome to be able to watch his journey as a competitor and just how hard he's worked to accomplish a regional championship, especially in such a strange and very difficult format to crack.
A player who really puts in the time to understand different matchups, to consider different options, to consider every little detail of the team. So many aspects of how the team is trained and move selections have been so carefully thought through because of the different situations they can come up. And I'm sure not every calculation that we saw in that finals was something Montana's seen before, but the work that went into creating that team is very evident in how successful it was.
I don't think a lot of people know the specific calculation for a +5 special attack, +6 special attack. I think it's just vibes at that point. You're like, I'm pretty sure that's enough to get a KO onto something.
Surely I have enough boost and amplification now to clean up this Calyrex Ice Rider, and surely he did enough to get the KO and win the tournament.
Take a look at all of our incredible trainers that made the top 8 here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. A very hard-fought bracket for everybody, but notably, the 3 big players in the single restricted format left out of the top 8.
No Trapagos, no Miraidon, no Zamazenta. 3 Pokemon that felt like they were establishing themselves at the top of the metagame just a week ago, absent totally from our top 8. Instead, Calyrex Ice Rider continues to be steady on, but Calyrex Shadow Rider surges ahead.
And some really cool options to support those single restricted picks. We had a couple Clefairy, we had an Umbreon, the Ditto from Justin Burns, a couple of Whimsicott that have really started to rise to the occasion here, and even the Golden Go, maybe one of the more common partners here for an Ice Rider Calyrex, but still, I think some really unique options in terms of how to really make those single restricted strong.
So much diversity is exposing itself in Regulation G between the number of restricted Pokemon that are viable and able to win tournaments, and all of the different partners they can have. The non-restricted pool is wide open, and I'm so fascinated to see what the new things we have in store for us over the next couple of weeks are, because it feels like every week is something different, something new here at these VGC tournaments.
Well, now the wheel that you've spoken about is going to have to rotate towards Shadow Rider Calyrex being a top threat again. And you can't count Koraidon out of this fight either, because that ended up being the better Cyclizar counterpart to the tournament this weekend, and it made a very convincing argument for itself at that.
Yeah, the strongest tournament for either of those Pokemon, Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. And so yeah, the wheel will turn over. The answers to those Pokemon will start getting put in a lot of team builders as people get ready for Bologna and NIC. But the next hole will open up because of what counters are dropped to make room for those new counters.
I'm ready for Kyurem White. Someone's gonna make it happen. Maybe not.
Maybe you.
Maybe me. Who knows? But it's certainly not any of the trainers that ended up making our top 8 here, because we only had one standing above the rest with that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Let's go ahead and celebrate our finalists, though, that have made it to the LA Regional Championships.
Thank you so much, Rose and Len. In a city full of stars, 2 trainers shined above all the competition. I want to welcome onto stage our first finalist here this weekend, Ryan Haig. Oh, go get your medal. Congratulations, Ryan. Out of all your battles this weekend, who was your most valuable Pokemon?
It's Cali Ice, right? But that kind of feels like cheating, so Raging Bolt easily.
I don't think it's cheating necessarily. What made you answer Calyrex Ice Rider?
If you're playing this restricted format and not bringing your restricted, you're probably losing, so that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you have anybody you'd like to shout out at home who may be watching?
Yeah, all the goblins, all the town, all the guys right here. Trey, Mancuso, Eric, everyone. Sorry, I can't name you all, but it's the finalists. It's the other guy's turn to talk. I'm just a finalist.
Well, still, congratulations on your incredible accomplishment this weekend. And now to introduce to you your 2024 Los Angeles Regional Champion, Montana Mott. Montana, congratulations, breaking through top 32 to make it here as our champion. How does it feel?
It hasn't fully set in yet. It's just so crazy. I'm so happy to be here. I just tried to play the best Pokemon I could on stream, and it was my first time being on stream today, so that was super exciting, and I'm just so happy to be here.
Your combination of Calyrex Shadow Rider, Clefairy, the Rillaboom, it felt like you always knew what moves you need to click. How do you advise anybody who's running such an offensive team to how do you play around all of your opponent's strategies?
Yeah, I think a big part of my success with this team was just getting really comfortable with it, and comfortable with some of the damage reduction options you have, whether that's Intimidate or Clefairy Friend Guard, and just being really comfortable knowing hey, I can barely live this turn and get a Draining Kiss off. So I think just being able to always think one turn ahead and where I'm going to be the next turn is the key to playing a team like this with those follow me and those fake out pivoting users.
Do you have any advice for anybody at home who wants to be up here on stage as a champion someday?
Yeah, just keep at it and always seek to improve. I had made a lot of regional day 2s before this, but I had never just been able to break past top 32, but I just kept practicing, and then if I ever lose a set, I think hey, am I doing anything that I could improve on? Do I need to make more predictions, or just always seek to improve? And even if you win, think hey, could I have played that even better? So yeah, just continual improvement.
Continual improvement indeed. Do you have anybody at home you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I have a few different shout outs to make. It's all about the friends who help you along the way, and shout out to the Chicken Nuggets, the Gambitos, a lot of my friend groups. Shout out to the Seattle squad, the Seattle locals go really hard, and then shout outs to Zachary Carlson as always. Thank you for always supporting me and being there and just being amazing. So yeah.
Well, Montana, congratulations once again on winning the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Thank you all so much for watching. Let's go wrap things up with Sierra in the lounge.
It has been such a fantastic weekend here, and to top it off, Montana with a fantastic victory. Such a great finals, and I think so fitting for the final NA regional of our season. This weekend, it's been such a blast.
So much fun to see how the metagame has developed, how the players have adapted their teams, and so much fun to see Montana come out on top.
Yeah, after all the 14 rounds of Swiss and 3 more in Top Cut, it's an exhaustive amount of Pokemon you have to play to become champion, and Montana absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, it was incredible to see, especially with the team that he was running. Looking back at the meta that we've seen here for the day 2 and for LA, I mean, this one isn't quite our restricteds, but being able to see the Calyrex Shadow Rider and kind of the Pokemon that helped enabled it, it was really, really cool to see that it was able to actually take down the championships, considering it was so talked about, didn't really do anything, and Montana's just bringing the horse right back out.
I think Montana demonstrating the kind of play that you have to be successful with Calyrex Shadow Rider. Really, really smart positional play, always finding the right avenue to put Calyrex Shadow Rider in the position it needs to be in to be successful. It felt like every turn was so calculated to set up Calyrex Shadow Rider where it needed to be.
It's definitely understandable why Calyrex Ice Rider is at 22%. It is hard in a single restricted format for if you see Incineroar and Rillaboom and others that it's very easy to add them because they can be on every team. But the restricted you can only have one of, so it's really hard to get much higher than 22%.
And looking at our caster predictions, how we thought things would be shaking up with a little bit more of our more unconventional picks. Joe Brown, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself here because I know at this graphic at some point I did see a Clefairy. I'll give you credit there.
Yeah, so this is on me. This is me second guessing myself. I did originally have Clefairy in that Latios slot, and minutes before showtime yesterday, I was like, wait, somebody's got to represent Michael Kelch and Michael Zhang's team. Put Latios over there. And if I just stuck with my guns, I would have had a Clefairy in finals.
So close. But looking back across there, even if I don't think any of us were quite on the mark, we did get to see a lot of representation from a lot of these Pokemon. I mean, the Zacian in the top 4, Koraidon making a run for it, a Groudon making a good appearance. There's a lot here.
Yeah, it goes to show the diversity that we could all pick such different Pokemon and all of them show up on stream at some point over the weekend.
We're just playing the numbers. okay, I respect that. Of course, when we're looking at our NA regional schedule for the season, that was the final regional, which is crazy to say and see. Looking back at all these grayed out locations, kind of makes me a little emotional, a little sad there. Of course, we're not quite done for the season. It's going to be New Orleans for our NAIC coming up soon.
Yeah, the 2 biggest tournaments of the North American schedule still left to play, the North American International Championship, and then of course the World Championship in Honolulu.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see how much we have left because it's not a lot, but it's also proud to see how far we've come. It's just feel accomplished that we made it through to New Orleans, which felt so far away.
And of course, when we're looking back at the season, we have to be looking back and celebrating the trainers that were able to be coming out on top with a medal, with a victory, and everything else. And Montana, the newest addition to the list, I mean, we haven't gotten to see anything from him until the top 4 and the finals when we're looking at a broadcast perspective. And then as soon as he hit the broadcast, was like, oh, okay, yeah, do not sleep on Montana whatsoever.
Do not sleep at all. Just such an expert set of plays in the semifinal and final. Such a strong slate of players in front of us, all of whom will be representing North America at the World Championships in a couple months.
Yeah, also a pretty solid, regional champion photo. I'm not going to say it's first place. No one's going to be taller in my heart, but a pretty solid championship photo out of Montana.
Well, I would be looking forward to be hearing which pose is the best pose for who's going to be taking down NAIC. Because maybe one of the questions at our NAIC preview show, because of course we have to be breaking down all the action and what you can expect beforehand, not just for VGC, but for all of the games that we have here. TCG, Pokemon Go, as well Pokemon Unite. Joe Brown, you're going to be a part of that, and it'll be a lot of fun to be able to deep dive into the meta, who to be watching out for, and the player poses.
Len, if you could just do what you usually do and text me all your thoughts on the metagame so make me look smart, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I'll give you some notes. We'll work together on it.
I mean, and if anyone else out there has questions and maybe wants to ask some questions to Joe Brown so he can't just cheat off of Len's knowledge over here, make sure to be submitting those beforehand so our expert panel of analysts can be answering that ahead of everything. And the show too, I mean, UIC was the first one we got to see, and I think it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, these pre-shows are really fun to see that the perspective on all of the different games that'll be at the tournament, hear a little bit about all of them. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of it. It should be a lot of fun. I did enjoy the viewer submitted questions a lot from the EUSC preview show, so I'm looking very much forward to that for NASC as well.
Of course, even though that was the last NA regional that we have, it is not the last major before we get to NAIC. Of course, next up, it's going to be Europe.
This is a big deal because the metagame obviously is going to be influenced, and I'm very certain that there will be European players attending the event next weekend that will then pretty much be immediately heading on a plane to New Orleans to play the following weekend.
Back-to-back weeks of just great Pokemon action.
I mean, hey, there's definitely we're getting into the tail end of the season. Like, after NAIC, we're done until the World Championship. So for all the Pokemon action, it has to be back-to-back. And I'm really intrigued, too, seeing now that Calyrex Shadow Rider did take down this regional championship, how that's going to fare for the special event.
Yeah, the wheel will turn over, people will counter it, but like you say, after an AIC, all the players just go and train under the waterfall, take their couple months break, and show up in Honolulu ready to try to win that World Championship.
And of course, if you're like, oh, the NAIC preview show that we're doing, but maybe I want to go and watch, of course, we are going to be having that in New Orleans. If you haven't figured out how to go there, you want to make sure you can stay tuned. Make sure you're following the channel as well to be covering all of that action. It is sure to be an absolutely amazing time. The International Championships, I mean, it's people all over the world competing. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, it's a great environment, even if you're going as a spectator. But of course, if you are playing as a player, you're playing against some of the best players on the planet. It's one of the premier events that is not the World Championship we have on the circuit. Exclusive merchandise as well. Everybody loves a good backpack or a play mat. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, but of course, we want to know how you're feeling ahead of NAIC, and when you're at NAIC, sharing your experiences, hashtag #PlayPokemon, and make sure to be following the channel as well. Hit the notification button. Make sure that you're notified when we are going live for that. But that is unfortunately it for our final NA regional. Any final thoughts from both of y'all? This is it till NAIC.
I just can't wait to see where the metagame goes, what restricted Pokemon come out on top, what surprises us. There's still so much in store.
I think for me, I'm a little disappointed in myself with all my movie quotes this weekend. There was no chance for me to get, we're going to need a bigger boat on the broadcast, so I'm saying it now for it to count. But I'm really disappointed in myself. I could have been more creative, Sierra.
Well, I mean, NAIC, it's going to be absolutely packed. You're going to have so many people over there, you're going to need a bigger boat. There you go. I got it for you. But of course, on behalf of us, all of our other casters and production, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you at NAIC. Have a great rest of your day.